Hello, everybody, and welcome to the April 2025 Roach Crossing Bugapalooza. What does the infographic say? Bugapalooza auction giveaway and more. Kyle will not survive. Maybe I might actually end up surviving. Only 17 people here. We did just go live. I'll say hello to everybody in a second here. We're going to just pull up my channel thing, and I gotta like my own videos. That's for sure. There we go. Be sure to like. I would ask for subs, but we already hit a subscriber milestone at 1K subscribers, thanks to the effort of Behijager, and I feel bad. Somebody else I think was also intimately involved, and I'm not sure who it was. Maybe it was Circa. If you are that person, please let me know. Let's see. I'm going to put a little thing here, everyone. Bidding begins. Keep the chat to YouTube or general. All right. I've set the thing in the bidding channel in the Discord. I'm going to just start saying hi to everybody. We got so many people here. Behijager's here, our first person. Charlie Bug 3, Mike Reed, Stella's Springtails, Hyper Beam, Alan, Cameron Miles, Altered Pants, Daniela. I don't know how to say that, whatever that last name is. It's got an X in it. Joseph Tavir, Jacob Ma, Kevin Santiago, Tennyson, Anthony, Laura, and Angel VD. Is it? Who's that? I can't really tell. Who's Team Chalice? Chain. Wow, we got a lot of people here already. We just shot up from 0 to 30 people. That's great. Joe Schmo, Amanda Reddy, EDC Geek, Jay Vena, Zen Monkey. Jesus, it just keeps going. Don't forget to fix the free shipping money policy on Discord. I need to look that up. I'm going to have to put a notification in. Let's jump to that. Alan, I'm trying to find wherever you're saying, I do want to clarify that if it's not clear that there is, I'm not sure where to put that. I think it's in the YouTube description for the rules, which the YouTube videos do say read the rules. So let's go see that right now. Reptile shipped through FedEx. All winning bid orders other than dry hard goods will ship free through USPS priority mail. Okay. I'm just going to put this in here for cross-referencing because it's on the website. I wish I could have like a floating pin. Maybe Discord doesn't do that, or I don't know. That would be nice for something like that. It said 50 the last time I checked, but $100 on YouTube. I think the pins for that are cleared actually, and that the rules are in the YouTube. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy paste these rules while we wait for some more people to funnel in. We got 40 people, and it's been 4 minutes, and this is going to be crazy. I'm going to just go ahead and grab these rules, copy paste to here, tag everybody, and then be as annoying as possible. Message is too long. Okay, there we go. They really want me to get like premium Discord. I may do that. Character limit, blah, blah, blah. Okay. There's one, so we're going to pin that. Just to be clear. Again, I wish there was like a floating pin or something. That'd be pretty neat. What are we at there? So we need 7 through there. Okay. We're just going to be, again, as obnoxious as possible. Make sure everybody gets this. How's everybody doing this morning? I'd like to know while I'm doing this. You can go ahead and let's get some engagement going on in the YouTube live stream. I am going to also say that our first thing is going to be a giveaway, which we will get at in a second here after I'm done pinning all this stuff. Obviously, we got to do a giveaway. All right, everything's pinned now in the bid central, so that's that. You may, some of you may have noticed I'm in a different room now. That's because the office is being consumed by more bugs as I expand more projects and stuff. So this is the old bedroom, and now the new, when I am staying here, room is the adjacent room, which used to be the guest bedroom, is basically Angela's bedroom. So let's see. Ashton Farthing says allergies are killing me. Double Z's here. That boy trying to watch at work. A lot of people multitasking at work is very interesting. Hyper Beam says, woke up at 5 a.m. wasn't able to go back to sleep thanks to this. Watching of the train, Godspeed, everyone. Yeah, it really is the rise and grind. So, so here's how this auction is actually going to work, and we're going to see. I think that I think this is going to continue to be the way to go moving forward. But I have packed up basically. I gotta rotate that fan. It's annoying me. We need it squared. There we go. There we go. That caters to my compulsions. So everything, pretty much everything, is packed up ahead of time so that I can get a good flow through of bid, pile it up, get out in the other room, and then Will's going to be here at 11, and he's going to just be doing a bunch of stuff all over while I'm bidding in here, and then he'll be sorting some stuff. So the goal is obviously to get orders out within the next week, and this is going to be very doable. So make sure everybody, you read the rules. Everything is shipping this upcoming week. It's probably going to start going out Tuesday or Wednesday because I'd love to rest on laurels, but after Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I have bug stuff I got to do. And actually, once I'm done with that, the whole collection, everything will have been taken care of for a month. So I can basically front load all of the pain and suffering for this part in April, and then actually get to enjoy May. And by enjoy May, I mean go out and work on stuff in Holly and whatever else. But that's where we are at. Alan's dog is having a medical emergency. What's going on with Pink, Alan? What's up? Alan's gonna try and get some other mods in here. So we have so giveaways are actually, I've built them into the pre-packed stuff. So I don't have I have control over what stuff I can give away and when, but like stuff's in piles, so we could end up with 2 giveaways almost back to back, depending on how the piles ended up being, or there might be a bit of time between things. But I think this actually made it so that I had more stuff to give away is how it works out. So this will be, these next 3 days will be probably some of those giveaway dense auctioning time yet. And then at 11, I will have to go and brief Will on what needs to be done while I'm in here. How's my voice coming through? Do I sound good? Is the voice all clear and stuff like that? Because this room does have like a lot of bounce to it. So I put a bunch of blankets on the floor to try and cut into that. So, all right. Now, the only problem with giveaways is that I feel like I run out of questions. I might have to start going for just generalized type of fact things. And I think we're going to, Zen Monkey says you sound angelic. That's very nice. You don't look angelic right now, that's for sure. I was up until 1 or 2 last night, but I got 6 hours of sleep, so I think we're good. So our first giveaway, and as you all know, giveaways are done here in the live stream, is for starting the beetle section, we're going to go beetles, millipedes, and then isopods closer to the end of the day. And then that's how that's going to go. As far as the distribution of the auction, I put a picture up in the Discord last night, and we're about, it's like a third roaches, a third isopods, and then a third other stuff is kind of how it works out. There's actually, it might be more biased towards isopods because of the container sizes I used. If you look at that stack, there's a lot of like the double like this going on there, where with the roaches there'll be a big container and not a lot of these small ones. With the isopods, it's all of these, so there's actually a ton of stuff there. Yeah, so the first giveaway is going to be a giveaway for, and this is, you get free shipping, this is just free, it's a straight up giveaway for 10 Asbolus verrucosus wild caught. I gotta think of a question now. I really should have, I gotta ask. Will's good with like history trivia and stuff like that, so I'll probably lean on him a bit when he comes here, and just ask him like, hey, can you like give me something like, what was the name of the tank in World War IV that the Prussians used against the Neo-Chinese Empire? And he'll have an exact answer. But for now, geez, let's just go with what's my favorite cockroach species, right? What's my favorite cockroach species? Latin, properly spelled. Somebody's going to get on that. Denison's technically right, so it's just a matter of somebody actually typing it out. All right, hyperbeam with the full Latin, Eubleberus distanti. Tennyson, just you were technically correct, and my gears are still warming up today. I should have typed it out first and then said it. So just remind me of that when I ship you something. Our winner is a hyperbeam with a winning answer of Eubleberus distanti. Oh well, I guess Tennyson, you had the right common name, but they are distanti, and yeah. So there we go. I do like actual Hemibleber tenebricosa a lot too. Thank you, Jacob Ma. So all right, here it is. Everything's all pre-packed. Everything's had food. Everything's got extensive food in the cups. I just basically need to do like a pest check before I ship stuff out for like fruit flies or something like that. And yeah, I think this is going to go very well. Is how I'm thinking. All right, so there's our first winning thing. Now we actually get into the bidding process, and we are going to start with a group of 4 L3 larvae of Dynastes, granti, Cave Creek Canyon, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. Pre-pupil, set these up in a pupation setup right away. They might actually have a little bit of time. I mean, they're eating white rot stuff in here a bit, but they are basically good to go. And these are captive bred also. I will like 99% of the stuff that's going up is captive bred, but I will put a note if it's not. And so that's like I did with the Asbolus. Everybody says, can you believe out of the 4 biplagias larvae I won from you, I got 1.3 and they all matured at the same time? No, that's great. I was actually going to put some adults up and I forgot to pack them up. Yeah, everything's dollar starting bids. Actually, I didn't write that in the rules, but that's how it's going. That's how life has been so far. Yeah, these are the babies of my first captive bred ones. So this is an F1. This is an F2. And actually, I got these to cycle through in captivity. I like some of the eggs hatched around this time last year, maybe in early April, from eggs laid in like February. So I have some that are actually pupating. Like there's at least one pupa right now. So those things, are reaching maturity in about a year from hatching, and that's pretty ridiculous because granti has more of a reputation for not doing that. Tennessee says, if you could say which color form when its species have natural variation, that would be appreciated. Makes finding a good photo easier. It's going to be difficult. So the only thing I could say is to check INAT. And also thank you. Tennyson is our resident photo bot and is going to desperately try to find pictures of things. If you need more clarification, you can always talk to me here and I can try to describe things. But so far, most grantii come out of, was it not Star Valley, Payson. Payson, is it Payson? Pretty sure it's Payson, Arizona. So these were actually from one female that Will and I found kind of out of season. Oh, no, I guess it wasn't out of season. It was the start of the season. Maybe it was out of season where we were because it's southeastern Arizona. But anyways, we found the female, and she had some larvae, and then I just sort of fell in love with them from there. They've been pretty easy for me. Let's check the bidding. All right, there's a lot of active bidding. The X means we are about to wrap things up for the grantii from Cave Creek Canyon. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipets by Lena. I also just realized I got to get in the habit of putting the species/item and the winner in the Excel sheet that I have here. It's a hyper beam. All right, that's good. And this is for grantii CCC. Av winning bid of $81. Good job on that. I'm gonna just put you down as Reptipets. I think we'll know who you are. All right, and into the little transporter it goes. Next, we have something I haven't actually packed up yet, but we have 10 adult Ambaphion, Glabrum, Colorado City. Is it Utah? I do this every time. It's Arizona. Colorado City, Arizona. Keep putting Utah because I think there's the city, this Hilldale. Hilldale's the one north of it. It's Colorado City, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. Chris Sniper already jumping into the fray. CST Charlie Bug, that'll be a bit of a throw on that frying pan for me. This is why I won't bid war. I'll get competitive. Don't worry, I believe in your throwing arms. And Awesome Rider says, I would also like to pay for the slapping service if I get too competitive. My wallet needs to survive. I'm going to go ahead and, we have 50 people here. Please like the stream, everybody. Please, please, please. I appreciate that. It's looking like this is going to be one of the hottest Bugapaloozas yet. We're going to just put a 3-hour timer on hitting a super chat goal. We will celebrate with. Now, it said like you shouldn't do giveaways. I'm pretty sure. We'll put some plants up for bid later. All right, we're just gonna try this. It's a little quixotic. They got 3 hours. And we'll do 10 super chats. Why not? 3 hours to do 10. Whoops. 3 hours to do 10 super chats. That's reasonable. Charlie Bugs, if I didn't, that's reasonable. Charlie Bugs, if I didn't have to pay for wisdom tooth surgery out of pocket, I'd have a higher budget. But last American Healthcare, I had a filling fall out like 2 days ago. I'm pretty sure it's the stress from everything that's going on, and I'm like, I can't even get in to have it done until like next Friday with all the things that are happening. But thus is life for me right now. Here's an X for the Glabrum. Thank you, Photo Gallery, who is with us from beginning to end some days, it seems. Going once on the Glabrum. Going twice. Sold to Doom Turtle with a winning bid of $20. Your first blood today, and maybe your first blood at an auction too. 10 adult E glabrum Doom Turtley. Okay. I'm liking this. Okay, this is, we'll save this for a second here. Here's something that somebody is already receiving. Somebody I know who will be very active in this whole bidding process. We're going to go with, I see giveaway stuff here already. Okay, we have 15 larvae, Pachnoda, marginata, peregrina, starting bid of $1. I need to remember that I can just copy paste that into my little Excel spreadsheet. I don't have to write it out each time. Wild Dr. Hemorrhoid. Was Dr. Hemorrhoid involved? Just get fake teeth problem solved. Yeah, I wonder if that's like, you know, people who get amputations are like, you know, you think that maybe they feel a certain way about themselves, but then you see that like the people with like the leg amputations, they can outrun pretty much every creature on the planet when they have like the like weird peg leg things installed. And then you're like, huh, maybe I'm getting kind of a raw deal with my leg situation, you know. So 62 people in the YouTube stream. If you are here, please like the video. I would say we need it, but I don't necessarily need it. We hit the 1K subs goal. Somebody asked me, what's a super chat? LMAO. It's Thursday morning. I don't know how to tell you this, Hyperbeam, but today's Friday. I don't know if anybody's brought that up to you. Thank you so much to our 2 super chatters already, Double Z and J Vanna. I appreciate it. I think we're going to hit that goal, and I might actually just run outside, grab a plant, bring it in, and auction it then. So, all right, here's an X for the Marginata peregrina larvae. I'm really trying to get more Pachnoda species by whatever means. There's 4 circulating in the U.S. right now, and they're to varying degrees. There could be another line of marginata out there. I'm not sure. I know some zoos have it that has different other colors involved. I really want those other ones too. I just love Team Chalice. Thank you so much for your super chat as well. I gotta like these. Make sure you like our super chats. I like that. It's not letting me like the super chats. Double Z asked about rhino roaches. Yes, that is involved. All right, going once on the Pachnoda. Oh, you guys love when I wax poetic, don't you? Going twice. Sold. To Patrick with a winning bid of 40. That is real good. People are eating well this morning with the beetles so far. That's crazy. And congrats on your first blood, Patrick. Eating very well. This is definitely a case of the early bird gets the worm with this stuff. Makes me... Whoa! Oh! The comment says, sounds like you're living the dream with your bugs. Here's some teeth white. Do we have a plant list? You know, I have to be pedantic here. Is it pedantic? Pedantic that definitely many of the essays of were like a pedant. What is that? Acceptably consider, yes, pedantic. I'm using it properly. That's technically not a super chat, but it makes me, I want to go outside and grab something right now. So I'll go outside and like grab a plant and toss it in a baggie and we're just going to do that real quick. So I will be right back. Actually, I'm imagining most people here, you're East Coast or like Midwest type stuff. So most of the stuff that I grab will be good for you. It won't be your local genotype, but you know, if you just want as a garden specimen plant, you know, I'll just go see what I got. I'll go see what's out there. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, here's what I got for you guys. Oh wow, we're just getting there. I'm actually I am kind of grabbing just random stuff, like stuff that's growing into paths, and just that there's clumps that kind of need a little bit of splitting. But I got a baggie here, triumvirate of some native stuff, and it's actually all Michigan genotype now that I think about it. Let's see what Austin Ryder says. Susan, Bearded Dragon, is unhappy she has to watch the auction with me, but I won't buy her bug snacks. Stella's Springtail says Roach Crossing shirts are live. I think Stella's may be posted in general that we've got a collab shirt going on here with some stuff. If you want to pick up a shirt, Austin has Stella's Springtails has put those there for your viewing and purchasing pleasure. Please show your patronage. And I think that Austin can also switch up the designs too if you want just one component or something of it as well. So what exactly was I doing with the super chat again? We'll put some plants up for bid later. We're going to put a plant up for bid now. So we're going to do this. We got 2X Rebecca laciniata, 1X allium. What is the subspecies for this? Allium canadense, Michigan flora. Let's see. This is the bulbal producing form. Yeah, actually, this is a pretty cool plant. I like this, the wild garlic. It's one of those plants you would just completely overlook if you didn't know about it because it's above ground for a couple months out of the year. And there's Allium canadense, 1X Symphyotrichum, Nova Angli, all Michigan genotype. Starting bid of $1. So you got a little baggie here of some stuff. Again, honestly, out of all this, I think the canadense is the coolest. This is the aster and the coneflower are kind of basic bee native plants, but this Allium canadense is really cool. I found this a couple of years ago in Dearborn, and I started propping it. It props almost exclusively through bulbils. Like there'll be a couple flowers. I don't think I've ever seen seed from it though. It's really cool. I think it has culinary potential. Like this is a good size little bulb here, and it's pretty prolific, and I like it. Maybe I'll put some more up for grabs later. So let's see who wants it. There's people really going crazy for this. I'm feeling like I'm going to be grabbing more plants later. I have this isn't a echinacea coneflower comet. This is cutleaf coneflower. It's actually edible. It's I really like the genus Rebecca. I really like it. It's probably one of my favorite plant genuses. Definitely one of my favorite native ones. Yep, that's a good picture of it. And it might bloom this year if you get it in the ground real quick. You might be able to get a bloom. The aster will probably bloom. The garlic, I'm not sure. I think it's first year, so it may not. All right, here's an X for the plants. This is a fun little thing. I'll have to do some more of this later. I like, especially if we keep getting these super chats. I'm gonna replace the allium picture with the one from Mish Flora, just for posterity. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Ectrol, I think. Ectrol with a winning bid of $17. Ectrol. Very cool. I like this. This is fun. I wonder how much of like the miscellaneous stuff popping up in my front yard can be grabbed and auctioned off. I guess we'll find out. Plant. We're gonna put this down as plant bag 1, $17. Ectrol. Congrats on your first bidding win here. I'll put something else up while we go into discussion. Now this is a really cool bug. We have about 200 Neatus tenebriortes, Livonia, Michigan. I think these have very strong potential for bioactives. The only problem is that, most people are using glass or plastic for bioactives, so it's probably not an issue. But they do shred through wood and stuff eventually if there's enough of them. But they have some really good raw processing power, and I think there's a lot of untapped potential with this. It's also they're cold and freeze tolerant, so I don't know if you ever found yourself in a situation where you need to I don't know, breed basically mealworms without any heat or anything like that, and also without grain. Like you want to feed them like wood. Here's the chance to do that. So they're pretty cool. Again, I think untapped potential with these. Very curious native beetle. Thank you, Jay Vanna, for Can't Handle being this close to 10. We just slammed right through that super chat goal, and that's crazy. We'll do another one of those in a bit. We'll do another one of those for sure in a bit. Stella's is just flexing on people with more super chats. And I got to heart all of these. I didn't see it was giving likes on one side. I got to go back and heart. I'm hearting all the super chats and stuff, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, wow, that was fast. Is that what this whole weekend's gonna be like? Yeah, I think I went into this before, but because I haven't hit whatever goal marks through YouTube, I don't actually get any money yet. It's just how the platform works. Wow, the chat's already lagging. That's a great sign. Oh, that's a great sign. There we go. This is going to be fun. Okay, there we go. All right. As long as it doesn't freeze up like before, that would be devastating. Thank you, Smuggler. Is that okay? There we go. All right. As long as it doesn't freeze up like before, that would be devastating. Thank you, Smuggler. Is that your colony of Neatus, or is that ones that I sent you? Here's an X for the Neatus. Again, I think they're neat. Neatus. There's a higher purpose for them. I know that much. I can say that much. It hasn't been discovered yet or fully articulated. All right, going once on the Neatus. Going twice. Sold to Double Z with a winning bid of 25. Congrats on your first blood today, Double Z. I have a feeling that's not going to be your last when I need feeders. Yeah, you can definitely use them as feeders. They're just basically use them as a one-to-one to mealworms. It's kind of easier to take care of them, I rather do suppose. Now we gotta mix this up here. Okay, here we go. We have what is the Syrian? I gotta look up what these are. All right, here we go. Perfect, because I auctioned some of these off before. We have 5 L3 larvae of Lucanus cervus, probably subspecies Acbesianus. Starting bid of $1. I need to see an adult, like preserved specimen of the species sometimes of the larger subspecies. I think I need that experience in my life at some point. Not sure how it will be achieved. Charlie says, my stream is falling behind even with crazy internet speeds. YouTube, why? I would suggest refreshing the stream. I can't do that since I am the one in the action of streaming. Also, say hello to Water. It was orange juice, but the orange juice is gone now, obviously. Oh, I can already feel the everything dehydrating. There's the window open here. We got good light, though. That's important. We do have very good light in here. And later, I'll have to bring some supplemental lighting in for the evening hours. Speaking of evening hours, thanks to Behidiger's efforts, and again, please, if I'm not remembering who you are, I think it was Circa, but somebody else is really, I think, putting in effort to get the Roach Crossing After Dark scheduled now that we hit 1K subs. They were really pushing to get to 1K subs, and now we're past that. So thank you for that. Again, Behijiger led the charge and did some giveaway type stuff to facilitate that, and I am very grateful for that because we hit 1K subs. Everything's now a dream come true. If we get back on the wiggles at some point, everything will be perfect. I think I'll be right where the goal I wanted to meet will have been achieved. I'll answer some questions here in a second. We got some very ferocious bidding. Here's an X for them. Yeah, a lot of people really going crazy for these. That's good. They've been overwintered too. Like I cooled them for the winter, so I'm not sure how that's going to affect like the rate of development, but it's just a factor. Like maybe they'll grow very quickly and pupate this spring. Unsure. I haven't worked with the species long enough. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Superfly with a winning bid of 65. Superfly, congrats on your first blood for the Lucanus cervus. 65. Superfly. All right. Next up, we will do just a group of 10 adult Asbolus, verrucosus, wild caught. We just put that out there into the ether. Starting bid of $1. Get a group of blue death feigners. Not everything can be a showstopper. It doesn't have to be. Life's not all about that. Sometimes it is, but not all the time. And we're just getting started here. Satchel says, good luck on the auction. Don't expect to see me around much this weekend. You chose peak migration weekend for the auction, so I'm going to be outside when I can. Yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day. So this is peak migration now, and it starts to slow down after that, basically, as I was contemplating. Laura asking how my Esculca are doing. I have one male and like 5 or 6 females. I don't think the male is reproductively active yet. And I know of one person who has a spare adult, and they're supposed to send it to me through a friend. And I'm hoping it's a male and it's active, because this is a perfect storm where things could go really well or really bad with this species. So I'm hoping for the latter, obviously. So everybody says, I know Roach Day is tomorrow, but how are your Decrolampa fulgentii doing? Mine had a few bays but didn't provide supplement heat. I'm wondering if that's why. I'm finding they like really high humidity, and they really like to eat through leaf litter, like fresher leaf litter too. They will be making an appearance tomorrow, actually. Dat Boy, the one auction I was looking forward to the most, I miss it because of lagging internet. Did somebody post that has just a black something as their avatar? There's just like a void. Can't tell if that's YouTube messing up or something else. Kind of weird. All right, here's an X for the Asbolus. You guys are getting a little fierce and wild here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Inverterrarium. Oh no, Tammy 121669 with a winning bid of 75. Tammy, I gotta get those numbers kind of right. We'll just say 121. There's probably not any other Tammys with similar names. I would hope. Congrats on your first blood this auction, Tammy. I should also say, with some things, there are multiples. There are multiple groups available, but not everything. Not everything is like that. Let's see. We got to mix this up a bit. Okay, I need a trivia thing for that. Let's do this. We have 6 adult Odontotenaeus disjunctus Foster's, Alabama, starting by $1. These are captive bred adult best beetles, adult locality best beetles. This is my F3 or F4 with this line. And now thanks to Alan and Kai, we have Florida best beetles in captivity. And I think Alan is technically the first person to breed that species because Alan has larvae. So congrats on that, Alan. I saw a specimen of a massive best beetle from South America. The thing was like 3 or 4 inches long. It was incredible, and I want to get those so bad. Yeah, everybody is chat. Yeah, chat is updating. Okay, maybe. I can't tell. There's these emojis. Tennyson says there are slow species that have 5 to 8 babies. Hyperbeam. I need to pull up. We gotta maybe I feel like I might have to do that thing that I did before where I have to pull up a separate YouTube thing to see the live chat. Let me make sure that that's not is or isn't the case. Let's see how the live chat's looking. Yeah, so this happened before where the actual streaming window is not showing updated chats, but if I pull this up in a separate window, it will show that. Will it let me do things here is the question. Oh boy. I wonder, guys, it's not letting me like do stuff. Like it had a heart attack when I went up and I liked all of the super chats and stuff. The YouTube interface had a heart attack, and I can't like do more super chat things and whatnot now. Wait, maybe I can do it through this window. Okay, yeah, it lets me do that. It's weird. It just won't let me on the main streaming thing. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, well, I can follow the conversation here. Let's wrap up this best beetle situation. Here's an X for the disjunctus from Foster's. If I may say, I feel like this line is hairier than other ones that I've seen. I've seen a good deal of best beetles in the field, and I've had like work with 2 or 3 different localities in captivity. So I might just be like pulling stuff out of my butt right now, but I feel like these tend to be more pubescent than others I've seen. Going once on the Foster's disjunctus. Going twice. Sold to, let's do a control R. Looks like Charlie Bug actually beat JoJo. We're going to see. Looks like Charlie Bug. Just doing a refresh. Charlie Bug with a winning bid of 42. Don't know how JoJo feels about that, Charlie Bug. And we are rounding the hour, getting closer and closer to Will's arrival. Okay, here's a fun one. Let's see some blood for these. We got to see some blood. We have 10 larvae, Cedaniscama speciosa cyanochlora, starting bid of $1. This was one of the featured species on the promo materials. Unfortunately, my Juicelini aren't doing so well. I'm seeing mating, but I kind of screwed up the pupation for them. They'll take it drier than they will moisture when they're pupating. And I think it was last winter or this winter, I tried keeping them in the cold room. Must have been last winter. And they were just kind of too humid in the setups I did. And I lost a lot of them as pupae. So now I'm trying to just get my feet under me with the Juicelini. But the cyanochlora, which tend to be more popular to you folks, are doing very well for me right now. So we're putting some of them up and get them out there. Let's see where we are. Chain says, speaking of migration, I've seen maybe 30 trumpeter swans here this swing without actively looking for them, and it makes me very happy. I am seeing mute swans on nests all over the place, and it makes me distressed because I know that there is some, I'm going to use the slur, everybody. There is some boomer who's like, oh, I love my lakefront property. Oh, I love my mute swans. Oh, why would you kill the swans? They're so beautiful and graceful and stuff like that. And, you know, I'm hoping the DNR is going out there and doing their job of taking the eggs and violently shaking them early in development so that there aren't more mute swans popping up all over. Satchel's saying that trumpeter swans, it's hard to tell where there are wild birds or descendants of feral / escaped pets. I didn't even know that was a factor with those. Zemmonkey's saying mute swans are delicious. Really? I didn't know that. Mute swans are made of stone, very flavorful meat. So is it firm meat but very flavorful for like stewing? And there's a lot going on in here. I'm going to put the X. I didn't even see the everybody going crazy over the cyanochlor. I'm busy talking about mute swans over in the chat. All right, going once on the cyanochlor larvae. Going twice. Sold to Phil Dresty with a winning bid of 122. We're going to put you down as Phil D. Wow, some savagery here. 122 winning bid for Phil D. Now, this is what I like to see. Now we got ourselves a Bugapalooza. Now, this is Bugapaloozaing, everybody. Okay. Yeah, like that. Let's follow that up with, let's do a giveaway. And we're gonna do a giveaway. Giveaway for 10 larvae Pachnoda sinuata flaviventris. Hey Satchel, if you're still there, I think I want you to pick a bird question. I think I want Satchel to pick the question. If you're there, just respond if you are. And if you are, you can pick the question. Just let me type in chat first. Hey, Satchel's going to pick the question, and we'll go from there because I want the bird. I want a bird question. I'm also realizing this is kind of unfortunate that I don't have a good metric for seeing how many people are watching other than the YouTube thing here. It does say 50 people are here right now, but I'm not sure how that updates. So yeah, Satchel, let's hear from you. Pick us a bird question if you're there, if you can. If not, I'm going to have to default to somebody else. We'll give it a second. I know Satchel said that he was going to be out in the field. 50 people in YouTube chat. Thank you for the updates on that. I just something for me to keep tabs on. But what is our bird question going to be? What is? Oh no! Please don't tell me somebody's doing lawn work. No, please don't let it be my neighbor. Please don't let it be my neighbor. Not today. I'm not ready. Please, not like this. Please, not today. There's like no lawn to mow. That's the thing. It's like the only things that are taller than like 2.5 inches are like a couple of violets and like some like bitter crest and henbit on his lawn area. But no, not like this. Not today. Okay, we're gonna close that. We're going into emergency protocols here. We're going into emergency protocols to prevent the sound pollution. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna do a bird question without Satchel. I don't like when I have to like find stuff that's like you can just Google an answer to. But I'm backed into a corner here. What? All right, the question is, what is the heaviest flying bird species? Latin. All right. Somebody's gonna get this easy. Somebody's got to get this easy. It's the Latin. We need the Latin. You're gonna need to rush to Google and do multi-part engagement analysis here. We need the Latin, people. We need the Latin name, not the common name. We need the Latin name here. You can do it. You can. Somebody's here. All right, Jacob Ma with the Cori Bustard, and I'm gonna go ahead with the Ardiotis cori. I'm just gonna put it in here for posterity. Jacob Ma, you are our winner of the Sinuata flaviventris giveaway. Congratulations on that. Emus flying planes all the time. Just saying, that's funny. Good job, everybody else trying. Many of you were right there. Charlie Bug says pain. I would also recommend refreshing the stream if you're curious or having problems with updates and desync or what have you. Now this next thing I need to somebody was peeking on this last night. They were some of you guys were, I can't believe the quality that my iPhone took the pictures in last night, because I feel like when I take pictures, the quality is so much worse than when I see other people take pictures. But then like some of you guys were zooming in to see what was on the containers to like figure out what was going to be in the auction. And everybody loved the David. Everyone was like, I want David. David's my favorite bug. So, so we have the Davids now. I'm gonna get those put into here. Do I just leave this up like that? Yeah, we'll just leave that up. Okay. We have 3 larvae. Propomacrus davidi, starting bid of $1. David's long arm scarab, or if you know him really well, you can just call him Dave. 10 pack Sinuata flaviventris give. I think as far as ratio of things that have actually gone up for bid and things that have been given away, this is so far we're at like the highest ratio of like give away to bid. It's gonna be a lot of stuff, I think. So yes, we have some long arm scarab guys in the bids right now for those of you interested. The temptation to, again, I have the regular streaming thing up, and then I have this other one up to actually be able to participate in chat. And why is my screen frozen right now? I don't like this. Can I refresh? You can always refresh. It's not letting me refresh. It's not letting me close it. Wasn't letting me refresh, not letting me close the tab. Like the panic I feel during any of this stuff. If something goes wrong, I just feel like everything's gonna go right down the tube, down the YouTube tube. All right, and then I'd have to start a new stream and yada yada. You guys don't want to hear me complain, or maybe you do. Wish beetles were longer lived as adults. Gotta get hope. I'm going back and forth with how much I like Dorcas. If this huge male of Dorcas titanus palawanicus pupates and emerges as a healthy adult, I think I'll fall back in love with Dorcas. But I had good success with them at first, and now it's just I feel like it's a pain to manage having a bunch of different containers, and I just have lots of stuff going on. It's so much easier to do colonies of stuff. Even the Dynastes have been pupating communally for me, which is pretty nuts. Here's an X for the long arm, David's long arm scarabs, going once, going twice. Sold. to Reptipats by Lena with a winning bid of $40. Reptipats. All right. We are getting ever so close to the next batch of stuff being brought in here. Next up, we have another group of Asbolus verrucosus adults. We'll just copy paste this on in here. Not like that, not as an image, you silly thing. It's not copying the text. It wants to paste as an image. That's foolish. I don't approve of that. Let's try now. All right. I'm wondering if in the future I'm just gonna like get rid of the starting bid. Like I'm not even gonna put $1. Like most things will just start at $1. Everything's starting at $1 right now. Autumn Leaves Exotic says, is there a future auction schedule or are they random? Do you mean like schedule for items that are going up for auction or for like when actual auctions will happen? Autumn Leaves, also welcome. It's good to see you. We've got so many people here just hanging out, having a good old time on this actually beautiful Friday morning. It was, the forecast was making it sound like today could be kind of a gloomy, cold day, and it's looking like it's a nice spring day. So that's good. We like that. We do like that. Okay. Here's an X for the Asbolus. We're gonna speed right along through this. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Fancy Cloud with a winning bid of 34. Wow, that's crazy low actually. Fancy Cloud. Your first blood, congratulations. Fancy Cloud. Been watching a lot of regular show lately, so hearing Fancy Cloud makes me think of CJ. Was it Cloudy Jane or whatever? Wow, that was pretty crazy how that went. What else we got here? We're gonna do a group of three adult pairs: Pachnoda, Sinuata, Flaviventris. Trying to bid $1. Somebody linked me to a picture from Facebook of somebody in Europe who had like 10 different Pachnodas in a container and was just showing them off, and it filled me with deep jealousy that I did not have those Pachnodas in my life. It brings me visceral distress to not have additional Pachnodas. They are probably my favorite beetle genus to work with. Eleodes are pretty nice too, as are Embaphion. Autumn Leaves says, sorry, like planned auctions. So usually there's a spring Bugapalooza that's sometime in April, and then there's a fall Bugapalooza that's sometime in October. We didn't have a fall Bugapalooza this year because I was busy moving. I'm still busy moving, but this needed to happen. And then usually there's a couple of auctions peppered throughout the rest of the year, usually with a couple weeks of heads up time to them. So Charlie Bug tempted by more verrucosus. Alan says, waiting at vet right now. Hope people are behaving. What's going on with Pink, Alan? What's up? Also an auction when Kyle's appliances break. Yeah, that's another common cause of auction. I figure anything that I can do to avoid dipping into savings and stuff right now is a good strategy. So throwing an auction when something breaks and needs to be replaced is viable. All right, here's an X. Remember, your bids will not be counted unless there are periods. Recall this. You could end up getting sniped because you did not put a period at the end. Going once. I think I said that already. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy121 with a winning bid of $50. Tammy121 is becoming a small powerhouse in this auction today. One with a winning bid of, what was it? 50 bones. Tammy. I'm seeing some new faces here, and I love seeing our old regulars. And is that a human being here? That is a human being. Everybody's favorite Lithuanian is here, it sounds like. Howdy doody. Oh boy, I've got stimulants. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Good. I'm gonna put something up for bids while I'm gonna go touch base with Will. We're gonna do all this stuff. Will, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Let's see where we got this over here. Aw, people saying aw. Pink is having a bad eye infection and lethargic for the past 2 days. How much for Will? How much? How much cost? How much did this boy cost?
Adjusted for inflation, I'd say about $400,000.
Save the adjusting for inflation for the Roach Crossing After Dark stream. Will. All right, somebody bid $2. Oh, that's better. Somebody out there did not claim their bid on Mark's hair, by the way. I'm a little distressed about that. Mark,
How many people's hair have you sold?
mine, Victor's, and Will and Mark's. But
I was gonna say, when did you sell it?
without your knowledge, or your consent.
One of the nights where I was sleeping over, you just take a pair of scissors.
Somebody said DD Mark Morgan said Jay's. I'm assuming this is something in Lithuanian here, actually. Somebody
looks like it, yeah.
I don't
speak.
Do not speak. So
Grandma made sure to not speak in front of us.
I could put up another group of cyanochlora while I'm gone and just watch the world go on fire. This, I'm pretty sure, is the only other group of cyanochlora. So, we're going to do that. We're going to watch the world burn while I go off with Will for a bit. It shouldn't be too long, but let's see. Copy, paste. All right, everybody, we're going to put up a group of 10 larvae of Cyaniscoma speciosa cyanochlora. I will be right back. Oh, it is just cheers in Lithuanian. That's wonderful.
Aww.
From DD Mark Morcus. Thank you. All right, so Will and I are going to go off. I don't know how long it will take. Shouldn't be too long, but you guys just fight to the death over stuff. So see you all in a little bit.
Ooh, you got the fancy streamer mic.
Oh yeah.
All right, so today is.
Oh, I need my phone.
It's sunny.
Phone. Yes, it is. Phone.
Oh, they're so cute.
The kittens. Yeah. The Siamese one.
That's this weird eye.
No, he's all right. It's just he was fucking around on the couch earlier and got one of his claws stuck, so he's looking around with it. So we'll see. So yeah, I mean,
there's another vitamin water that could for you, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate it. As you can see, it though, is legally fucked everywhere.
I mean, it looks better than most states here.
That's very generous of you. So we'll just get you started on. It's gonna be what hours?
Do you have like an actual list, or is it one of those days where I'm gonna have to finish one task and then come back in and be like, what?
No, I do have a list actually. Perfect. The front's pretty good.
You know me, especially when I have coffee and vitamin water in my system. Oh, the babies.
Vitamin water, give me a good kick in the arse. Yes. Somebody said that my microphone is still on somehow, and I don't like that. All right, everybody, I'm back. Will has been briefed. People are going insane over the cyanochlora. I'll give everybody a second here to settle in. I guess I got to refresh my stream too. Apparently, I'm still going, right? I'm still going. You guys are still here? Whoa, something's really being funky. And I have no way to tell if you guys can even hear or see me because I guess I have the, geez, something's in the water, I swear. Well, you guys must be able to see and hear me because you're still bidding. And I'm also realizing whoever got that first group of cyanochlora was a very, very fortunate person. I will.
Hey, everybody.
I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, this says it's live. There we go. I get to look at you now. You're trapped in time. We see, we hear. Okay, perfect. We didn't exactly hear anything aside from what sounded like a cheer once. The ethical thing to do is for us vague Kyle celebration noises. Anybody hear me drop the F-bomb when I was talking about the state of things?
Which it wasn't that bad. I've seen this place look 10 times worse.
Yeah. At least the rooms look nice right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're doing it in here rather than the office.
Well,
how bad is the office?
The office is getting filled with more bugs. Well, you can go look at it.
Yeah.
It's not so bad. One more rack would clear everything up in there, but all right, here's an X. Reptipets by Lena is in the lead, just barely over Dr. Humroyd, and Dr. Humroyd is not somebody you want to get into a bid war with. But here it is. It's not final yet. I'm about to say, and don't say anything. I gotta make sure it's fair. Going once. Going twice. Sold.
Should you hit the button as soon as you say sold?
No, because it's Reptipets by Lena.
Okay.
With a winning bid of 251.
Lord.
Congrats. I can't believe how crazy that was while I was gone. Will and I just out there talking, having a good time looking at the plants before Will starts his laborious processes, and I continue to ruin my spine. This is nuts. Thank you so much for that really good bidding. We got to make sure that's really written on here. Reptipets. All right.
All right. I suppose I should get going then.
Aye.
All right.
Have fun.
Bye, everybody. I'll see you guys Sunday.
We'll see you all in therapy.
Or maybe I hate how in sync we are sometimes.
Accurate that is. Yeah.
Because I was going to say that, and I was going to be like, no, it's too, common for.
You had to do it for them.
Yeah. So all right, I'll see you guys Sunday.
That was I mean, you'll see him again. He's not gone 5 ever. I'm gonna start a new super chat thing because I grabbed a couple more plants while I was out, so we have those ready to go. So we're gonna do another super chat thing. How do I do that again? Super stickers. Now it let me do it before. Start another goal. Okay, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna put it on a 3-hour timer, and we'll put even more plants up for auction. All right, we got 3 hours to meet the goal. There we go. Hello, LC. Hello, everybody. Everybody, that's just craziness that's going on there. We're just starting day 1 here, and things are already absolutely crazy. In fact, I'm going to watch you guys go even crazier because now we have 1 adult pair, Dynastes, tityus, Auburn, Alabama, starting bid of $1. All right, and Dr. Hemorrhoid Dr. Hemorrhoid wants these apparently. This is one of those people you don't get in the way of them when they want something. Let's take a look at this pair. It's like an average size pair. It's not huge. I think the female might actually be on the smaller side, but the fact of the matter is that I produced them, and after years of failing with Dynastes and multiple different types of beetles, I finally figured out what works for me for raising them, and that's where the real fun is in all of this. So this is the actual male available, and I'm getting nervous because I feel like he's going to poop on me, and I don't want it to get on my keyboard, but we'll just show them off for another second so you can see color, pattern, etc. And these guys have actually been communally pupating for me. A lot of my Dynastes have actually. Come on, fella. Ooh, the little claws. You never fully get over the little claws. So I'm going to try and work with some more of these small to medium size Dynastes species because I like them. Here's an X for those. For the tityus pair, going once, going twice. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid with the winning bid of $100. Dr. H. And nobody dared to challenge that either. Everybody was just, it's fine, everything's fine. Dr. Hemorrhoid's first blood at this auction. First blood. Now let's see. Here we have something unfortunate. We have 1 larva Dynastes Hylas starting bid of $1. Alan with some backstory on these guys too, and it was weird because I think Alan sent me the larvae in 2021, and they stayed larvae until last winter, I think last winter. And now like we got this momentum, so now instead of being in this like stressed out state, they're actually like going. So I wish I had more Dynastes Hylas. Kai gave me helped me to find some of these, and the pair that I received was not in the best shape, and I only got the 1 larvae out of them. So now somebody, if you just want to raise them up, there you go. That's basically, I mean, you can make a hybrid with another species too if you wanted to. If you wanted to be the dark triad of bug racing. I will answer some of the questions in the YouTube in a second once I close out the bidding on the high list. Going once, going twice, sold. To Double Z, winning bid of $30. Maybe Double Z, you will be able to get a pair of a friend for it at some point. I know I'm gonna just try and get more of the species at some point, but I'm clearing out some spare containers and whatnot, trying to streamline some stuff, and I'm gonna be swimming in Dynastes of other species pretty soon too. So just how it is. All right, let's get off the Dynastes bandwagon for a second. Let's do 10 larvae, Pachnoda, marginata, peregrina, starting bid of $1. I think that we are around half-ish through beetles, maybe less than half-ish. I got to go see what's in the living room. And I got to find out where I'm going to put all these other ones. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to sort them right now. Tennyson, I don't know what subspecies the Hylas was. Also, I should have said that. Jay Steverson says, after that bidding war, I've realized I'm in the wrong line of business. Yes, should be an auctioneer. I would love to do maybe a special auction at some point where we do more of I'd try to be more like an actual auctioneer with going once, going twice, blah, 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 blah type stuff. I don't know if the internet's probably not the best medium for that sort of thing. I'll also just say, everybody, we got a super chat thing going on here. If you want to see some more plants go up for bid. I mean, to be honest, they're in bags. They're right next to me, so they're probably going to go up for bid at some point anyways. Super chats. The more super chats I get, the closer I get to YouTube actually giving me money for doing stuff, which would be cool. So Charlie Bug asking about how to breed best beetles. Super easy. Like 6+ inches of moist, just straight up like wood pellets, hydrated. I like to put a board in so that they have something to come up under if they want to as well, like the adults. And really, the most important thing I've found is they need to be cooled in the winter. That's it. Like, they need to get down into like the 50s or 60s for a couple of months, and then when you pull them up, they go into breeding mode. And they've been really easy, honestly. It's kind of like rhino roaches where they're pretty straightforward. They just take a while. It's like you're never gonna, I feel like you'd have to do a lot of work to break the cycle of it's like a year basically between clutches of larvae. So pretty easy. Obey the Star says, let's not use hemorrhoid and blood in the same sentence. How are your pill millipedes? Will you ever auction some off? I used to do really well with pill millipedes, not so much anymore. I'm figuring that out. Reptipets, I know that you are doing very well with some pill millipedes, and I have been skeptical for about a decade now, honestly, with people doing consistently well with pill millipedes. And you show all the evidence that you got it figured out. You got mixed life stages. You got a good number of offspring. So you figured something out, and I want to congratulate you on that. And anybody else who's actually done that too. Now what I'm doing is trying to figure out what's going to work for me, because everybody has their own setups, everybody has their own conditions. So I'm having good results with growing up a group of Glomerus pustulatus that I got a couple of months ago. I checked on them a few days ago, and they were looking good. Lots of healthy poop, a lot of activity. Those are things I usually don't associate with pill millipedes, honestly, in my past experience. So I'm hopeful that that they're going to keep doing well. The things are going to keep doing well, and I'll build off of that experience. Let's see. Oh, that's right. We have a bid going on here. Here's an X for wrapping up your bids for the Pachnodas. Again, I would kill to get even another color form of marginata. I really want those solid ones so bad, the ones that are just like plum all over. There are zoos that have them. There's a zoo in Ohio that has a good colony. It's just a matter of breaking the chain of getting them from one of those places. And the most logical step is usually it goes zoo to university to private hands, and I'm hoping that that will happen. All right, going once on the Pachnoda, marginata larvae. Going twice. Sold to Double Z with a winning bid of 40. Congratulations. We got two things left here to go through. We're gonna kind of make things rhyme here. We're gonna do a group of L3 Dynastes grantii again. John Doe says, Kyle told you last year I'd have you having babies if you got them. You didn't believe me though. What exactly do you mean by that, John Doe? And Reptipets by Lane says, I want that. You want Glomerus postulatus, but you have all those other cool like big species, I guess. Oh, yeah. Again, I've struggled with them. I think that it's probably, I'm suspicious it's something with the way that I manage humidity. And I'm going to see how that goes. I'm going to work on that and see if this new setup and this new approach is going to be productive. I've bred Glomerus pulchra, Glomerus, was it maculatus or marginatus? The one from the UK I bred, and the Onomorus from Auburn, I started with like 8, and then a couple of months later I had like hundreds this one time, and then I've never been able to replicate those results ever again. And I'm still to this day trying to figure out what I did. I had a baby African giant in with them, and they were in like a lower ventilation setup, but they were doing really well, and then they stopped doing well. And I'm trying to figure out what was the combination of things that led to that extreme success, and I've never been able to replicate. And yes, Alan, my pulchra did die out. I don't know. I tried a calcium on the bottom, like I tried an underlayer of calcium, and then like an inch of substrate, and then I fed moss and I fed rotting wood. I had a whole buffet of different things for them to eat. So I'm trying to figure out, I will figure something out that works for me, but it may take time. Honestly, lately I've been doing well with a lot of spirobolid millipedes and a lot of flat millipedes, and it kind of makes more sense for me to keep flexing into those while I'm doing well and developing that understanding. But I like pill millipedes. I like pretty much all bugs, so I do want to get there eventually. But Dragon Grimwar says, do we have more desert beetles coming? Yes, we do. We do have more desert beetles coming, but we're gonna wrap this up on these grantii. Again, I really like this strain. One of the males was patternless, and I kind of lost track of which container he produced progeny of. I think I'd like to work on more patternless. I think that would be a neat thing to breed out. It seems like there is a conversation going on outside. I'm going to there we go. I need my privacy here. All right, trying to run an event here. Okay, going once on the grantii. Going twice. Don't sleep on this locality. This is not where most stock of grantii usually comes from. Sold to Fushiguro with a winning bid of 56. Fushiguro coming in today. And I think this is a great deal for these, actually. I would say this is one of the high water marks. Did I not write down the other? There we go, for grantii Capri Canyon. That's definitely one of the steals of this auction. You get some stuff where people are plowing over each other to get to it, like the Santa Clara, and then sometimes somebody gets a really good deal on something. And I think these are in that category. Okay, Fushiguro. And we have more of these coming up. I don't know how many more, but we're going to do another batch of adult Asbolus for verrucosus, as I was told one day, and I have not been able to forget the day I was told it could be pronounced verrucosus. It actually blew my mind. It's kind of funny. John Doe says, most are not cared for well before we get them. I think that's the worst part. Moisture levels are important. Yeah, I'm wondering if moisture is a huger factor than I originally anticipated. But the weird thing was when I bred the pulchra, the only way I knew that they were in there was because it was at my parents' house, which is just bone dry and hot during the winter. And I thought they all died, and I watered the enclosure to water the isopods I had added to it because I thought, oh, I'll just reuse this container. The pill millipedes all died. And then when I watered, I saw a bunch of pill millipedes come out. I was like, what the heck is going on here? So it actually got pretty dry in that enclosure. Could just be preferences by species too, but. Tennyson looking forward to maybe patternless granti. And Reptipet says, I'll trade you some of my captive born bred babies when you have some ready, or I will get them if you auction them. Oh yeah, I would be down for that. Let's hope I have success is the bottom line. We never know. But it is looking very promising with this new approach that I'm doing, and I gotta see if that's going to be sustainable into the future too. That's another thing I have to consider with everything is how sustainable stuff is, because going a little crazy here, but half of it is just having access to supplies. So, all right, going once on the Blue Death Feigners. Going twice. Sold to Mac and Cheeses. I'm just going to put you down as, oh, wait, whoa. Let me control R. I didn't realize Obey the Snarf was right there too. Let's see. I may have to edit this. It's Obey the Snarf. It is Obey the Snarf. Upon refresh. Sorry about that, Jesus. I hope, Jesus, you can forgive my sins. Obey the Snarf with a winning bid of 52. My apologies. Well, it seems the super chats aren't quite taken off. Does it even say we have a goal for super chats? Can you guys even see that actually? Leave a message in the live stream. I'm going to go and put this already bid on stuff away and get another box full of stuff, and we'll keep on going. Oh. right, we were a little more than halfway through with, people are really okay. We're just piling on the super chats now. Just throwing them on there. Stephen Logan says, do we have any type of word of what's coming today, tomorrow, etc.? We're actually going to be wrapping up beetles probably within the next 45 minutes here. And then we're going to be on to millipedes. So if you're looking for millipedes, I might do an ad everyone and say, yeah, you know what, this is a good idea, everyone. Or maybe in general, maybe this is a good place to be. I don't know if I should put it in bid central or general. We're going to do general. Everyone finishing beetles soon, starting millipedes soon. I'll just copy and put it in both of these. Everybody just loves getting gigantic announcements like this, right? Everybody loves that. So then after we get done with millipedes, we're on to isopods today. And for isopods in the evening, which I'm assuming we're probably going to get to isopods probably around 4 or 5. And then we'll just kind of probably do maybe 50 to 100 isopods tonight. I really want a Sunday morning-ish time for isopods, or maybe not 100% sure actually, but there will be some good isopods tonight. I can tell you that for sure. Charlie says, I've got 2 millipedes I want, but one mainly, unfortunately, is the biggest one, so I'd absolutely get sniped. Dragon Rumor says, hey guys, don't bid on the millipedes. I want them cheap. Everybody's saying that. Obey the Starve, happy to be trying some Asbolus for a while now. Double Z is begging for more speciosa cyanochlora. Double Z, I am out for this auction, unfortunately. However, I did set, when I went and packed this group up, I left the old enclosure that had a good number of larvae and eggs still in it. And then I moved the adults to a fresh enclosure to get a new crop of larvae. So there will probably be a June auction for something, a smaller, like 50-item auction or something like that. So there will be more cyanochlora in the future, just not at the moment, unfortunately. Believe me, I would love to have just oodles of them to dish out at everybody's beck and call. I actually have some other Cedoniscum species I'm working with now, too. What is this? Ooh, a desert beetle. All right. Here, somebody was asking about these. Ask and you shall receive. Let's make sure everybody's doing well in here. That's another thing about this is I can actually check on things in real time to make sure everybody's doing okay as far as the bugs that I'm packing up. We have 15 larvae, Eleodes madrensis. This is orange stock. Starting bid $1. This is a very easy medium-sized Eleodes to raise, and I'm kicking myself because I probably lost my spinipes, and I don't think I sent any to TJ. Oren had these labeled as spinipes for a while, but they're actually madrensis. There's a very minor difference in the two with the width of the pronotum and the little spikes towards the front. So Orens are actually madrensis, and we did have spinipes, and now we probably don't have spinipes, but I am working on a better way to keep my darklings because it's been very inconsistent before, which is why there have been some auctions where I've had a bunch of darklings available and some where I've had like none, kind of like this one. I think I've got a new setup that will allow me to mass keep a bunch of different darkling beetle species with almost no effort and almost no care. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it goes. Geez, you guys are so talkative. I love it. Remember to like the stream, everybody, as well. Here's an X for these guys. Don't sleep on these. They're nice. They're nifty. Somebody asking for desert beetles of sorts. And again, one of the easiest of the medium-sized darkling beetles to keep and breed, especially if you're not trying to cram them into a tiny faunarium or critter keeper like so here's a, oh shoot, I already put an X. Sorry guys, there's already an X. Going once, going twice. Sold to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 25. We're going to just write this down. Your abbreviation is going to be Dragon. Winning bid of 25. Okay. What a lovely day, everybody. As much as I would love to be outside, I also enjoy the fact I get to share it with you guys here. I do miss live streaming. Ooh, here we go. We have 3 L3 larvae, Odontolabus dalmani intermedia. Yep, that's the right everything. Starting bid of $1. I really need to find a more practical way with everything I have going on in life to keep stag beetles. Double Z asked about flake soil buckets for auction. We might actually be able to do that. We may actually, sorry, I gotta go back and like things and hope it doesn't crash the stream. I may actually be able to do that. That will be in the dry goods day, and actually I will be auctioning some stuff for Cella's Springtails, where there's some dry goods up for grabs. Honestly, I didn't fully look at the list of stuff, but there's some dry goods supplies there that Stella's is offering. I'll put some stuff up too. It's spring. I can go out and raid my compost pile. I've got plenty of stuff on hand right now, so I'll be able to get some stuff up for grabs. So shipping going to be like $50. Flat rate box is pretty affordable for some things, though, actually. I missed it. Is there an order of what's to come? Yes, Stephen Logan. We're finishing up beetles now. We're going to be on to millipedes soon, and then after millipedes, we will have isopods. There's another rough list on the website too. Decaf cranberry. Hello, flake soil. You say, yeah, it's Kyle flake soil though, where it's just stuff from my compost, and it's not good for stags. So if you're trying to raise stag beetles, don't go with that. I might have some live mycelium stuff available this auction, but don't go for the stuff I'm going to say unless I say it's specifically for stags. However, there will be stuff that's good for seedlings and dynastes and various other types of beetles that aren't stags. So did I put something up? Yes, I did. Here's an X. Everybody's very hesitant. Everybody's just kind of like, oh, I'm not 100% sure how much I want to commit to this, but well. Pretty good sized larvae. All right, going once on the Odontolabus. Going twice. Sold to Pachnoda with a winning bid of 40. Pachnoda. I butchered that. With a winning bid of 40. Double Z just barely missing out. Pachnoda. That's as close as I can get it. So congrats on that. It's a hard one to type out. There's a lot of vowels in there. You guys have seen this before. We're going to do another group of verrucosus. Again, beetles, I'm in between a lot of projects right now with a lot of beetles, and a lot of beetles also fall into the grain pest category. So that's another thing where they're fighting for invisibility. Double Z says, can fungus compost work for stags? Yes. I use pleurotus to supplement when I am rearing stags, and it works really well. The problem is, I'll answer a couple other things and I'll go into this more in depth. Charlie Bug talked about springtail. Don't go too crazy because you need springtails. Decaf cranberries looking for millipedes. Decaf cranberry says, I'm headed to Tenacity on Discord. Happy to be here again. Happy to have you again. Ben Davis asking about any fungivorous millipedes coming up. Unsure about that. Peachman asked about pill millipedes. No, I'm not doing well with pill millipedes. That is, I will urge you to get in contact with Reptipets by Elena if you're looking for pill millipedes. Charlie Bug saying verrucosus enjoyers eating good today. And Jay Steverson saying, did you find anything in Bristol, Florida while on your trip to Florida? Yes, I did find some good stuff, some snails, some millipedes, just a bunch of misc. Unfortunately, did not find one of my main targets, which was the Pseudophilus gracilipes apalachicola. But Jay Steverson, I think you were the person who said you lived in Bristol. I can tell you where to go find them if you can go collect me some Pseudophilus gracilipes. I really need them. It's the largest cave cricket I've ever seen, and they only seem to be found in a very restricted range. And I can tell you right where to go to look for them, but you'll have to probably go out at night. Yeah, in Torreya State Park, I'd have to get you the campsite. The campsite is closed currently, but other campsites there are open, so you could theoretically stay the night at another campsite and just go to the spot to look for them at night. But it's huge. Pseudophilus gracilipes apalachicola. It's probably there could be larger Pseudophilus in the United States, but I think it might be the largest species of Pseudophilus. I've seen a lot of Pseudophilus, but there could be other ones out there, like in Florida or I don't know, California or something like that. But it's huge. They're gigantic, and they were very abundant at the one campsite at night on like dead trees and logs and stuff like that. And I desperately missed them, very desperately missed them. But we didn't find anyone when we went last time, and the hurricane kind of changed the environment there. I'm sure they're still there. You just need to be there at night. So is the thing. All right, here's an X for the verrucosus. Now I can't stop saying it that way. It's fun. You gotta alternate the thing that Will brought me with this. Actually, does this have added sugars? It's got sugars in it. Will, don't tell me that. Oh, okay. Well, I can't have any more of that now. Trying to avoid processed sugars and carbohydrates at all costs. I'm trying to slim down. I'm trying to tone up and look better for Angela because I got a little flabby over the winter time. So I'm trying to slim down. Shane says, will you have tea Molitor today, or will that be with grain pests? It will be with grain pests. That was the problem with the grain pests is, where do I draw the line between like grain pests and just putting in the general beetle category? Because the grain pest thing is kind of a meme, or grain pets as people are calling them now. I caught that in the Discord. Manda Ray says, my papa's house has tons of cave crickets, rocky property near Benbrook Lake, Fort Worth, Texas. Amanda, I want some of those. Please catch them for me. I love Pseudophilus. I'm doing well with about 4 species now, consistently. So that makes me happy. I think I'm figuring them out and getting good, consistent results. Is that vodka? No, it's not vodka. I'd be dead. Might be vodka after the grain pests or during the grain pests thing, during the grain pets section. All right, I've left the blue death fainting beetles to linger for too long. Going once, somebody keep me accountable. Going twice. Sold to Mac and Cheesus with a winning bid of 58. Mac and Cheesus getting revenge for being tabled before, and now finally being the one tabling the other people. $58 winning bid from Mac. We're just gonna put down as Cheesus. I guess I gotta do Mac Cheesus at least because I wrote it on the cup. Okay, we are down to our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 beetle things in the non-grain pest sort of beetle category. We're going to do another group. This is the final group of this species, I should mention. 4 larvae of Propomacrus, David longarm scarab. There are no grain pests, only grain pets. At last. I'm glad you got what you wanted, Mac and Cheesus. I'm happy. We are up to 60 concurrent viewers. That's amazing. Please remember to like the stream. And I'm hoping with this, the extent of this engagement, 61 viewers now, the extent of this engagement, the number of super chats, that YouTube will finally give me full monetized status so that I can become, as I dreamed of when I was but a wee child and YouTube wasn't a thing, I can become a full-time YouTuber and pander to bug people and not have anything to do with actually having bugs. That was obviously my plan the whole time. Joking. It's a joke. So yeah, I'm hoping I'll finally start seeing, even if it's a couple dollars from YouTube, because they have these guidelines where it's like it just sort of disappears into an ether until you hit certain goals, and they don't tell you about that stuff unless you read 20 pages into your confusing YouTube studio stuff. Has anybody seen? I do not want a fate worse than death becoming Ants Canada. Has anybody ever seen an ad on my videos? Now that I come to think of it, has anybody actually seen an ad on them? Because I don't think I have. Maybe once. Here's an X for the Propomacruses, the Davids, common name David. Just thinking about beetles makes me want more Pachnoda. It's a problem. It's a big problem, guys. It's a huge problem that I want. I love them so much. Going once. Going twice. Sold to, looks like thylacine, but could be Fushiguro. Could be Fushiguro. Fushiguro with a snipe with a winning bid of 50. Fushiguro. The upset, the absolute chaos and upset with the winning bid of 50 bones. Fushiguro. All right, down to our last 4 beetles here. We have, it's kind of a good spread here. I don't know why I'm debating where to start. We just got to start somewhere. Also, I have, while we're jumping in this next item, which is our final group of Dynastes grantii from Cave Creek Canyon, Arizona. Last summer, I did acquire grantii from Virgin, Utah, and those larvae, I screwed up with the setup. I got impatient and went digging for eggs, and I think that my substrate was not ideal, so basically I should have had a lot more larvae than I ended up with, but I have a good enough amount that I can move forward with captive breeding them. So I'm happy about that, but I will likely still try to get more virgin grantii over the summer because it's from Utah. Maybe one day I'll get West Texas grantii, and I got to get some from Star Valley or Payson because it's like that's the historical spot where people collect grantii from. So, and photo gallery, I believe the image photo gallery posted, is that one of mine? There might be a picture on Roach Crossing somewhere of me with a grantii. There's a picture of one in a pupal cell. Here's a picture of a larva. Here's a blog post with no picture. All right, I apparently don't have. Who is the gift to the thread? I have an X for the grantii. Shorts aren't monetized, says Zen Monkey. No ads, though you mostly stream for auctions. Yeah, that's true. I feel like maybe once I saw an ad on one of my videos, but I can't be sure. All right, going once on the grantii. Going twice. Sold to, drum roll, Circa with a winning bid of order 66. Order 66. I should say, since these guys are fixing to pupate, it's very possible. Also, congrats on your first blood, Circa. It's very possible that, likely actually, that you will get adults by the end of the summer or before that. Let's do some sinuata first. 15 larvae, Pachnoda, sinuata, flaviventris, starting bid $1. Somebody's saying you got to be a YouTube affiliate or something like that. I mean, honestly, just a little, even just a little trickle adds up over time. If I just keep doing stuff, it'll just keep accumulating, and maybe one day I'll be able to buy something to eat with the money I make. Would be funny. That boy says, don't you love the giant clickbait videos with 48 minutes of him rapidly talking about other things only to reveal crazy yellow ants made it into yet another enclosure? See, I want to do more of that content when I have the building, but not quite so much that. More of the, hey, let's check in on my blah 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 culture, and either wow, there's like millions of them. Look at how good they're doing, or oh boy, everything died and it's a forward fly apocalypse. I really want to get into doing that. It will also encourage me to develop more of actually, I've been on a really good schedule with taking care of stuff, but just be more engaged with that kind of stuff. Circa says, God, I just woke up. Circa spotted, says Charlie Bug. Tennyson's hoping to collect granti. That would be cool. Tennyson, you should also collect the catalpa beetles that are out in Utah as well. That would be pretty cool. TN says the revenue is abysmal for the revenue. They something. I'm on track for something. They have all my business information. They have all this stuff. I'm hitting certain benchmarks, but there's things that I haven't been hitting, and the Bugapaloozas boost that up over that threshold, and then it kind of trickles and falls back behind that since I'm not doing the wiggles anymore. But still, Charlie Bug says Circa woke up and chose violence. Eric Matthews says, if you want more viewers, not necessarily bidders, show more bugs on video. At least screen share photo of what's for sale or the Discord thread. That is a very important point. It's tough. We're at. Thank you, PZ, for a $5 donation to our super chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are just a couple away from me bidding more plants. In fact, I'll say we'll bid off both of these bags once we hit the super chat thing. We'll just stop and do it right then and there. Yeah, I don't really want to become a YouTuber for a living, and I'm very satisfied with the engagement and the number of subscribers and all this stuff as it is. But in the future, you know, this is just kind of the foundation for potential stuff in the future. All right, let's wrap this up on the sinuata, because we have 2 more beetles after that, short of grain pests, and then we are going right into millipedes. And I feel like I've got some good millipedes for you guys. I feel like my millipedes in the last year and a half have been doing phenomenal. Couple of tragic losses, like or almost tragic, like my Asbolus from Cottonwood, California. They were doing well in a setup, and I was like, okay, time to put you in a new setup and pull you all out of here, because the tank was just a 10-gallon tank just filled with years of substrate. Take them out, move them to a new one, start having heavy die-offs. And I'm like, what am I doing? And I think the soil pH was wrong because I was using the limestone powder instead of the pelletized, the prilled dolomite. I'll go into this in a second. We'll wrap up the sinuata here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To thylacine does have a period after the. Oh no, it's Peasy actually. Peasy with a winning bid of 55. Congrats on your first blood this auction as well, Peasy. Now, hey guys, I'm gonna leave this up to you. Did I say sinuata there? Sorry. wrote on the marginata container. It should have been the sinuata. There we go. Gotta fix that right quick. All right, perfect. I'm gonna give you guys a choice. We're gonna do the blue death fainers next, or marginata peregrina larvae. Let me know. Tennessee talking about a slot canyon hike I go on occasionally that has catalpa in spring, fall, so I'll keep an eye out. Sweet. What I was talking about was I was using just garden limestone bags, and it works well for large batches of substrate, especially if you mix it in as a base layer. It really seems to help buffer conditions. The problem is a lot of bugs don't seem to like it. Something about it, maybe they add more than just whatever's in those bags that I got of it. But a lot of stuff just did not do as well on it. Then I switched back to this pearl dolomite stuff, and everything is doing phenomenal. And I think with the Tylobolus, because I mixed the garden limestone pulver, the powdered stuff into the substrate, they ate it, it altered their gut chemistry, and it was not good for them. And so basically the ones that survived through that are now doing well because I changed the enclosure and I changed the enclosure, and I used different wood that's more palatable to millipede. So now they're on the road to recovery, but it's going to be a hot minute before I have them available as good as I did before. If nobody has strong feelings about the what one we're going to do next, we'll just do the marginata then, because we started with blue death fainers, and we will, God willing, we will end with blue death fainers. But this is a group of 15 larvae, not like the 10 we had before. Starting bid of $1. Again, gone are the days of minimum starting bids. We are past that. It is an evolution of things. And it looks like we got some millipede giveaways coming up too. This will be a very giveaway heavy auction, as I have noticed while packing stuff up. All right, we got some interest. People are being quick. People are being quick with this, so maybe we'll put an X here, because maybe you guys are fixing to start millipedes. I'll do another at everyone to say we're starting millipedes as well. Going once on the Pachnoda marginata. Going twice. Sold. For the Roaches with a winning bid of 55. I'm not even going to write Roaches on your stuff. I'm just putting on your actual cups. 55 was the winning bid for the Roaches. All right, and we are on to our last item, which is a final wild-caught group of 10 adult Asbolus verrucosus with $1 starting bid. And while those are up, I'm going to run and use the bathroom really quick. And also let me know if I'm muted now. Again, I'm pressing the button, but we'll see if it actually listens.
She's having a party? Oh, I didn't even see that. Maybe I'll do that. Dude, my life is consumed by this right now. I have a clue. And thank you. What is that thing that just landed right there? You see that? Is it a beetle? I think I have those going in some of my containers, by the way. More like probably next week. Or what? Next Saturday.
All right, howdy doody, everybody. I grabbed some more plants for everybody too. Let's see, is it frozen again? Isn't this just delightful? I love technology. Well, I still got bars for internet, so must still be. Yeah, we're still live. Perfect. We're still. Kyle back. We can still hear everything. Is that Mike picking up Will and I's conversations too? Not muted, not even a little bit. I wonder if my mute function is ruined. The temptation to unplug the mic and ask if it's fine is very strong. But I don't want the stream to just die. Oh well. Okay. Here's an X for the Asbolus, finally. Weird noises, the thing read. Oh, Will and I saw a really cool bug. Also, it looked like a mellow, like the fall oil beetles, but it had red legs and sort of an olive gray body. It was about an inch long. Probably the same family at least, but it was pretty cool. All right, going once on the Blue Death Feigners. Going twice. Sold. To Keen the Snake with a winning bid of $66 and definitely Keen's first blood at this auction. $66. All right. Okay, time for the public announcement that we are moving into Millipedes. Starting Millipedes. I hope you all love having spam both in the bid central as well as in general. Green Powerful has returned. People are Charlie Bug enjoying some Nazatum that he caught. Yeah, they are pleasant to see. I still can't forget when I found the first whiteout while I was doing yard work in the front yard, and I was like, I immediately started like digging around to see if there were more. Because usually when you find one mutant in the wild, like most of these populations, there's some degree of inbreeding going on. So if you find one, you're likely to find another very close to it, or they will be in a cohort, so there'll be siblings in a litter. So if you find one, there's usually litter mates nearby of that same morph. So I started looking. I think I found 2 or 3 more of them while I was digging around out there, and then it was all history from there. Maybe the mic you mute is not the mic you are streaming with. But if I'm coming through like loud and clear, it should be my streaming mic. That is a good point, though, Jojo. I'm going to just check something really quick here and hopefully not mess anything up in the background. It's not prompting me for anything. No, it's using the right microphone. Maybe the volume, the mute thing is broken. Oh well. I'll try unplugging it. It should be fine, right? Right? Nothing could go wrong. Let's start with something good. We have a group of 15 Desmosides planata, starting bid of $1. The purple dragon, I am so tired of all this purple dragon, yellow dragon, orange dragon, good dragon, all this stuff going on with the labeling for the common names of these things. Whoops. I'm going to just delete that there. Thank you for telling me it's in the wrong channel. I'm far too enthusiastic. Can you blame me? I'm just so happy to be here. There we go. We got people going already. We don't need to do it. That's it. Tweak your gear midstream, says Unlucky. Charlie wondering how many different types of Nazatums there are. We are also 3 super chat thingies away from doing our little mini plant section also. And I guess it's kind of good I waited to do this auction at the end of April because there's lots of stuff up. So people going crazy for these right now. I can only imagine what it's going to be like when I bring out some of the other stuff that's here. Going once on the Desmosides. Going twice. Sold. To Iden S with a winning. Let's see, I got to control R. It might be EDC Geek, actually. You guys really wanted some Planata, huh? I'm glad I caught them when they were having a boom of population and not a bust. Iden S with a winning bid of 102. Splendid. And congrats on your first auction win at this Bugapalooza. Trying to keep it up, trying to congratulate everybody on your first wins. And we have a giveaway here. We'll do this giveaway. What are we going to ask? I'm going to go get some obscure knowledge from Will. Do we still have the over 100 you take a chug rules? That might come into play with the grain pass, actually. I'm going to go see Will and ask him for some obscure historical something for our trivia. The giveaway is for 15 Orthomorpha subcartii. Let me go get a question from him. times. Yep. Fascinating. Thank you for the answer. All right, we've got some esoteric knowledge here. Might be biased towards people of certain. Did it just mute? Can you guys hear me? Let me know. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Yes? No? How about now? Okay. Surely you guys didn't hear what Will and I were talking about. Surely. I don't think that mic cannot be that good. Absolutely cannot be that good. And if it is that scary, it makes me afraid of what all my various devices are listening to day in and day out. Anyways, we have our giveaway for the 15 Orthomorphous subcarsi, and the question is, who was the only pope to try and sell the papacy? I don't care about syntax or spelling or whatever. I'm looking for the raw information being transmitted here. And this is coming from Will. Again, we got weird historical stuff going on. Francis. Calamacow. Calamacow 1203. I'm going to take the picture here for posterity and slap it in the Discord. Calamacow, you have won the giveaway. It is Benedict the Ninth. Again, courtesy of Will. Also, I tried to listen to you guys with, the sizes of groups you wanted for things. And for isopods, most people wanted like groups of 20. So for kind of general stuff, I try to go with at least groups of 20 for isopods. For millipedes, it's like 10 plus, 10 to 20, depending on a bunch of things. He tried right after. How many more little giveaways are there? A bunch. They're worked through all the other stuff that we're going through. And with that being said, so we had a giveaway for them. Let's put some up for grabs now. We have 15 Orthomorphous subcarsi, starting bid of $1. Probably the easiest flat millipede to raise, and I love them. And last spring, I had a bunch, and I tried to auction them off, and then all of a sudden, all my babies just disappeared, and then I was left scrambling. And then over the summer, the colony picked up, rejuvenated, and now I have a bunch of them. They're doing really well. So happy to share them now that there's a lot of them. You can see some of them in there. It's a large flat millipede, super easy to. I haven't tried a black light on them. I don't think they do. Maybe I think I would have tried that maybe. So I don't think they fluoresce, but they're really cool. Just if you like millipedes, you need this species at some point. You can keep them with other millipedes too. One of my colonies of Narcissus americanus albino is actually in with the subcarsi, and they're both doing really, really well together, and that makes me very happy. So you can keep that in mind. A lot of other people commenting. Laura Udesky saying, yeah, they are great. Here's an X for the subcarsi. Reflect on it. Everybody's getting all worked up. Now this is some real Bugapalooza here. I guess people aren't the biggest fans of beetles other than the Cyanochlora, but here, this is a Bugapalooza going on right here. Going once on the subcarsi. Going twice. Sold. To EDC Geek with a winning bid of 82. EDC Geek. Now, you guys don't have to get disappointed, because there will be a couple more groups of subcarsi coming up. So don't be too flustered, but I think there's either 2 or 3 more groups. Let's do these guys. I did a short of these the other day. We have 10. Macrolenostreptus brachyceras, or in stock / bugs in cyberspace stock starting bid of $1. The Tanzanian earthworm millipede, really liking these guys. They've started doing really well for me. I believe it was thought that they were parthenogenetic, but I'm pretty sure the colony has both males and females. So, but it is the same stock that people were saying was parthenogenetic. Calamicow says, I'll find out if they are phosphorescent. They are UV reactive. Yes, interesting how reactive, in all honesty. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you'll find out and report back. That'd be pretty nifty to find out. The yellow reacts. Okay. Very interesting. You know what? That's a word I need to add to my vocabulary. Phosphorescent. Like, I know what it means, but okay, it's giving me a band. Oh, so kind of like those glow-in-the-dark things. So they're phosphorescent. Does that mean that if you expose them to UV, they will then residually glow for some time afterwards? Is that how that's working from the people who know more about this than me? Curious, very curious. Yeah, I like these Brachyceras. They're pretty nifty things. That's a pretty representative picture. They are kind of more bubblegummy in person, but you know, it's a photo. Everything's gonna feel and be different in the real worlds. Here's an X for the Brachyceras. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, let's see, it could be Pachnoda's bid could have snuck in there. It is Pachnoda's. It's just so hard to say that with a winning bid of 50. Good show, everybody. Good show. Pachnoda's. I don't even know if I spelled that properly. That's okay. All right. Next up, we have a group of 15 Narcissus woodruffi, Gainesville, Florida, starting bid of $1. Just a neat little millipede. I'm not gonna make them sound more superb than they are in terms of how they look, but neat little guys, reliable, consistent, like high humidity. One of 3 described Narcissus species. 4 described. Americanus / annularis, which is such a meme. Gordonus and woodruffi. And it's just kind of weird that the woodruffi are just hanging out in just hanging out. You know, I'm having a weird idea that Narcissus woodruffi kind of look like those unidentified Pina Blanca millipedes. I almost wonder if those unidentified ones could be a sister taxon to Narcissus, like part of that scrub band of stuff. I don't know. I could be crazy. Calamicow says, I documented that Zysochire in some cases actually do test in the lab I work at. That's interesting. Yeah, Zysochire. Yeah, so once I figure out some more of these eastern flats, I'll really put some effort into the western ones. DD Mark Morka says the woodruffi tend to prefer flake soil. Alan says the un-ID'd ones are in a different order. Okay, thank you, Alan, for squashing that. Thank you for the hard slap in the face here. Though we don't know what they are. Oh, people really want these woodruffi, apparently. Here's an X for the woodruffi. I mean, they're neat. They're reliable breeders. It's just well-rotted wood and high moisture and like nothing else. They don't really like or want anything other than well-rotted wood. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 65. Congrats, Circa. Circa woke up and is now out for blood. All right, next up we have a group of Hopefully this will get your blood running. 15 Centrobolus splendidus, starting bid of $1. The red fire Millipedes. There are a couple of groups of splendidus going up today. I can't remember how many though. Grility Perkilicow, welcome back again. Finally made it to a live stream. Kalamacow says, I have some vids I can send at some point. I would like to see those once I get past the auction stuff, honestly. Get me past this. It's consumed my life for the last week, and it's always on my mind. And, I am, with the knowledge of this new, how long it takes me to pack stuff and kind of not having a Florida trip and stuff to worry about for the fall, I think I got some ideas for how I can make the fall Bugapalooza even bigger than this one. So I'm going to work on that. Roach Crossing has a picture of Splendidus. Let me go pull it off of the site. But these are one of those just people pleasers. Everybody loves these guys. You can't find somebody who doesn't like Centrobolus Splendidus. Come on. Didi says that their colony has exploded. So lovely and easy. They're like, I think, I can't show this without all the substrate coming out. They're like what people wish the rusty millipedes were, basically, in terms of size and color. Here's an X for the Splendidus group. Somebody's getting a good deal on these. I can feel it. Unless you guys go crazy over it, that's a different story. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To it's either Doom Turtle or Dr. Hemorrhoid. I gotta do a print screen and see who was actually first, and I must respect what I see on my screen because it's what I'm gonna pull up when I look back on past auctions. My fan is not on. There we go. Can you guys hear my computer fan? I just turned it on because things were getting a little toasty over here. And it is copy pasting for posterity. Dr. Hemorrhoid with a winning bid of 100 from the good doctor. Again, if you didn't get these, don't lose all hope because there will be more later. 20. Next up, we have 20 Spirobolellus immigrants, Maui, Hawaii. It's probably more than 20, honestly, but I wanted to be conservative with that because a lot of them are on the tinier side. I just started grabbing handfuls of substrate at some point, so it's probably more like 20 plus of the immigrants, Maui. Windy, that's funny. Yeah, I just turned it on and it's like all of a sudden it's just like, let's try moving this over here. And okay, I didn't touch any cables. I didn't shoot myself in the foot, fortunately. Maybe we'll try turning it off. Turn it down. Okay, that was turning it on more. We're just gonna hope that my computer doesn't explode. Okay, somebody really wants these. Here's an X for the immigrants. Oh boy, going once, going twice, sold. To Sleeve McDykel with first blood and a winning bid of $75. Whoa, Nelly, Sleeve. Sleeve McD, I think, is how I should really be abbreviating that. We have 5 more millipedes left here before I go get another stack of stuff. And, oh, I don't have my whiteboard. I might have to actually like tape a note to my chair or something. What I'm thinking is when I finish this stack, I might have Will order food. And then we'll go through the other millipedes, and then I will take a break once millipedes are done to start on isopods. Ben Davis asked me how much shipping is in addition. Shipping is free if you win over $100 of stuff. And if you didn't win $100 of stuff, it's usually somewhere in the $25 to $30 range. Circa, sorry, I didn't see your comment on the woodruff eye. The max size is like a little over 2 inches, I think. Ooh, what are we gonna fight over here? And a couple of repeats. We'll do a repeat. We'll do another group of the Brachyceras first, just to pace things out. Keep a good pace here. So we have another group of Tanzanian worm millipedes going up, and this might be the last group, but I'm not sure. I think I only had 2. Think I only had 2 groups of these, but I'm not 100% sure. Could be wrong. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for being quick. And yeah, you can do a small bin for the woodruff eye. I think that's how Alan was keeping them, was a very small container, if I recall correctly. Also, I'd like to point out we are at 7 out of 10 for super chat thingies. If you want me to start bidding on some of these plants I got all bagged up right here, we got to hit 10 out of 10 of those. Just reminding you, I think it's a minimum of $2 super chats, I want to say. So I think we also have, we're flirting with 60 concurrent watchers as well. Orang Mango, good to see you. With bins like these, the possibility of Macropenestia rhinoceros slips further through my hypothetical fingers. Did you bid on that? Oh yeah, the so no spoilers, but everything that has been shown on the advertisement will be auctioned at some point. That includes Macropenestia, but I think we all know when those are going to be auctioned, but I don't think you guys exactly know what's going to happen with the Macropenestia. So do keep such things in mind. YouTube crashed, somebody said. Thanks for sending the vids. I won't be able to look at them for a hot minute now, but here's an X for the Macrolenostreptus, the Tanzanian worms. I feel like Oren had more species of millipedes at one point. There are a couple I need to pester him about, actually, like the pink legs. I think I'd like to try those. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, could be Kuvrik, could be, I think it might be Kuvrik, actually. No, it's Touchable Hat 45. Touchable Hat 45 with a winning bid of 56. An upset to anybody who's not Touchable Hat. We're going to put you down as touchable. And congrats on your first. I feel like I'm saying that every couple of bids, somebody's winning something for the first time. That's fun. That's good engagement as long as everybody's getting what they want. All right, what are we going to do next? Let's do another group of Splendidus, actually. We'll do another group of 15 Splendidus. Again, this is, I think I packed 3 or 4 groups of these, but I'm not absolutely certain. So I think you have, after this, at least one more chance, but after that, I'm not sure if there is or is not an additional chance. Thank you, Photo Gallery, with the quick draw. Dat Boy says, I really hate that I missed Lucanus elephantus. Actually, there were no elaphus up for grabs. It was cervus. Did I write? I don't think I wrote elaphus. Pretty sure I wrote cervus. Yeah, it was cervus. Yeah, there's a certain somebody who hogs all the elaphus that I get in. So, Orang Mango says, good money for you, though. Yes, I appreciate that. How do I bid for plants? I Lock Noise says, where is the list? Which list? And John Doe says, just post a low-quality pic of Subcarti in general, showing them under 366 nanometer UV. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. So they do fluoresce or phosphoresce or whatever you described it as. And I think Dr. Hemorrhoid is probably getting this group. How do I bid for plants, says Circa. Can you give a hint of what kind of reptiles you'll have on Sunday? Did I put reptiles in the list? It's just kind of a misc. I did put reptiles. Probably just going to be a couple of eastern rat snakes, a couple of Wake counties will probably be what will be up for grabs in the reptiles section, actually. Here's an X for the Splendidus. I feel like I should already start writing the little things on the cup for Dr. Hemorrhoid, but we'll give everybody a sporting chance. Going once on the Splendidus. Going twice. Somebody could do 101. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid with a winning bid of 100. Dr. H. You know who hasn't reared their head yet is Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel has not popped up yet. All right, we're going to tread some ground we already trotted on before. And see how this goes, because you guys are very hungry for this species, and I'm glad that I packed up as many as I did. We have a group of 15 Desmosites, Planata, Purple Dragon, Millipedes, etc. Ilocnoid, there's no definitive list, like item by item for the bugs. It's just general categories, but you can find those on the roachcrossing.com page in the blog post. Basically, after Millipedes, we're doing isopods. Some isopods tonight. Saturday is all day roaches, and then Sunday's literally everything else. Eric Matthews says sometimes it's just time to do 101 to see if they will go higher. Yeah. Hyper being asked about how my shovel nose snakes are doing. They're not. They're not. They deceased. They did not do well, and I'm wondering why. Some of this desert stuff is weird because if you keep it dry, they don't seem to do well. But if you keep them moist, then they have problems too. I feel like maybe I need to, if I try something like that again, I need to have a larger area with more microclimates, and I just need to bombard it with food. I'm not even sure if it was eating the Arenovega, but I feel like they have to eat those or darkling larvae. So basically, if I try something like that again, the plan would be a 10-gallon tank with a breeding population of Arenovega and Eleodes in it. And if I could, just to be sure, termites too. Because I can't imagine anything else they could possibly be eating out there other than that list of stuff. Braden asking about any cedar eaters. No, mine, they have completely died out. But the person who gave them to me still has them and is going to send me some more. Any mantis pairs. We're in a dearth of mantids time right now. There are no mantids available, but hopefully in May and for sure by June I'll have some more mantids. Let's see. Here's an X for the Desmosites. Somebody in Nevada said theirs would feed on crickets. Like I could try crickets too, just Grylodes or something, and just get a general like deserty thing enclosure going. The problem is I have other things I should really be focusing on right now, so that probably won't happen. On top of that, if I'm going to do a desert something, I think I want to work with horned toads again. I think I can do well with them with another opportunity. Charlie Bug says the bids are starting to get really higher. Yeah, more people are waking up. West Coast folks are joining in. You know, the competition starts to get steep. I think it's going to be crazy when we get to isopods, honestly. Going once on the Desmosites. Going twice. Sold to EDC Geek with a winning bid of 101. You guys really, really want Desmosites today, I'm noticing. EDC Geek. Starting to get a little hungry, guys. Starting to feel a little hungry in my belly. Okay, we have 15 Binoitolus species cow sock, starting bid of $1. These definitely glow under black light. KM2 says paying over full price in an auction is diabolical. Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're getting them from, but apparently people really want the stock. I mean, they're also, a lot of these are big and good size, and with the cups that you're getting, they're laying eggs in here too. So you're getting more than just the 15. It's kind of how that works out. Oh, they are lovely little fellows. I like them. They make me happy. I hope we get more easy Desmosites. Did anybody get any of those pink ones that Underground Reptiles had in for a while? They were charging something stupid each, like $100, and then I bet that they started dying and they started slashing the price. So, yeah, anybody hear anything about that? That pink, the pink, really leggy looking millipedes? Here's an X. I have a short showing these glowing under black light as well. So they do that too. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, could be Calamicow, could be Reptipets. Control R-ing to see who will win the dominance struggle. Calamicow with a winning bid of 70. All right, I saved the best for last for our last one before I get the next stacks. We have a group of 10 Narcissus americanus albino, starting bid of $1. This is the only group of these up for auction, so do keep that in mind. Here you go. This is stock straight from Oren as well. Desmosites purpurea. Let's see. DD said, I set my Washington State butt alarm for 5 a.m. today to not miss millipedes. That's funny. Stella's saying Isopods is going to be nuts. Isopods is going to be nuts. When that happens, it's going to be insane. Eric Matthews says, not even 10 p.m. here. Eric Matthews also bringing not to feed crickets to pets. Store-bought crickets are usually full of all kinds of stuff. But, I mean, the best way you can know that something's going to be healthy and good for stuff you're feeding it to is to raise it yourself, has been my opinion for a long time. Charlie Bug's trying to get to $100 for the free shipping, but every one item now would wipe out everything. Didi says, Binoitolus, also pretty easy. Yeah, mine were doing extremely well, and then they kind of petered off over this winter, and I don't think it's a humidity thing. I think it's the substrate composition thing, but they're still doing fine. Just last fall, I just had them coming out of my ears, I feel. Shocking pink dragons. I think Terrarium Station got them. Desmosites purpurea. Yeah, I'm not sure. Size on the Americanus. They're actually pretty well started. It's like a little smaller than dime to like nickel size. I know that doesn't mean much to you, Jojo, but that's kind of how that is. Didi saying your grylus species, Marina California, have been amazing feeders. I actually need those back. I lost pretty much all of my crickets except for a handful over the winter. Crickets, just in the setups I have them in, just disease, a fungus will run rampant and destroy hundreds of them. I found a way around this. I found that keeping grylus with roaches, especially with hissing cockroaches, the colonies you know, I don't ever get like billions of them when I keep them solo, but I get actual consistent colonies that don't just disappear from the planet. So I like the way asking about ants. So we'll get back to that on Sunday. Thank you, Dee Dee, for DMing me. Now, that's my Grylus crickets. The Pseudophilus are doing amazing. Like all of my Pseudophilus except for the new park ones are doing amazing. So the Chiricahweas are fine, actually. They did really well all through the winter. Whoa, look at this here. Here's an X. Wasn't even looking at the bidding, guys. He was taking this to the next level. It makes me want to do another group of these. Maybe I could be convinced because basically I'm going to let you in on what's going on here. I started with the albinos in with the orthomorpha when I got both from Oren, and eventually the orthomorpha took over, and I felt like I needed to pull the Americanus out because I felt like they were getting overwhelmed. So I moved a bunch of the Americanus, including the adults, to a new enclosure. Then months later, I realized that the Americanus were still doing really well in with the subcartii, but to get to the Americanus, which are buried under, you know, an inch or two of substrate, I have to crush subcartii because there's just so many in there. I can't move into the substrate without breaking through like 10 pupil cells with every like square 2 inches. So I don't like doing that. I will justify the ends justifying the means, but I don't like doing that. So anyways, let's wrap this up. Going once on the Americanus albino. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like EDC Geek. And I will do one more group of these, but I'll save it for the next lot of isopods. EDC Geek with a winning bid of 166. Again, guys, I'll do one more of these in the next groups of millipedes, but I just know that many orthomorpha subcartii lives are being sacrificed to make it happen. So be thankful for that. All right, I'm gonna go take this haul to the other room, sort it out, and get the next batch of stuff. Again, we're 7 out of 10 super chats. If you guys could do something about that, I'd be oh so grateful. And yeah, Charlie Bug saying I'm surprised I won the bid against Lena for the best beetles. Yeah, I would be surprised. Eric Matthews asked about what do you keep with crickets and hissers? I keep crickets and hissers, and there's usually springtails, and there's also isopods typically. It's a whole ecosystem. So, all right, I'll be back.
looks fine. Yeah, it really does scratch stuff. I'm thinking if there's a practical purpose for that in the future. That soil sequestration, like heat suppression or something like that. Basically what it's doing there. Problem is not necessarily that, it's that repeated mulching of the path in the soil is building up around there. And the worms, it's twofold with them being buried from the top by mulch and brought into the earth by the worms below them. Oh. I remember that one quote you said, like, are we sure that we will one day or not? Oh, I bet send that to you, by the way. Also, the mic is hot, so you know. These some words. Okay. Probably take them about 15-20 minutes to make the food, which will probably take me about a half an hour, 45 minutes to go through the rest of the stuff. What's the roaster called? It's all on the board, including the number. I thought of that. Oh, Isopod. So. All right, here I go selling bugs. Oh boy. All right, everybody, I got the next batch of millipede meat here for y'all. And we got even more goodies coming up, including some stuff I'm not sure how none of it was in the first wave. I really did try to scatter good stuff and just generally mix up things as they're being presented for sale, but apparently sometimes things get sandwiched. Let's see. Sorry, Reptipets, nothing personal. All right, next up we have 20 Leptogoniulus sorornis. No locality, these are from Oren. Starting bid of, wait, no, these are from Alan. I think Alan actually got them from Oren originally. I do have locality Leptogoniulus now. So I will, once I'm sure those are taking off, I will gradually phase out the non-locality stocks. Somebody who wants just the species might get a good deal on just a big old chunk of it at some point. For those of us who are not locality sticklers, which I know there are some of you out there in this very audience right now. I should also say we're doing pretty good for the auction, just being a handful of hours in. And anybody got some super chats? Anybody? Can I super chat myself? I think I can. Like I want to see these plants go up, but I want to hold my audience accountable for such things. I want to hold you accountable. I lock no ice about the ant species available for Sunday. I might, but I might just keep it a little secret for me, just for me to know for now. I feel I may do that. So these are more of a practical species for like vivariums. The sorornis are. They're pretty cool. The legs are quite eye-catching. But I mean, going up against Desmosites and Centrobolus and stuff like that, it's obviously not going to be the same. All right, going once on the sorornis. Going twice. Sold. to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 35. You guys really held out for the end there. Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 35.
What level of spice do you want?
The lowest one. Same. I don't think any of the stuff actually has spice on it.
I just figured I'd double check.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not in a, I don't want to, I would love to punish myself with spicy food right now. There we go. There's some good donations. We are so close to 10 out of 10 for our plant bidding here. People saying this is quite fun, actually. I'm glad you're having a good time. That's part of the reason I do this, is so that we can all have a nice, good time. And audience engagement. We're going to hear Will make an order on the phone, so it would seem. Here's an oddball. We've got 15 Pergodesmidae species Cota Kinabalu, starting bid of $1. Pergodesmids are really cool, weird little millipedes. I tend to do best keeping them in with other species of stuff. So my Beanoitolus actually have the colony of Cota Kinabalus in them. And there it is. We got all the super chat thingies that we needed. Thank you so much, EDC Geek, with the last one. Thanks for a great start to the auction, Kyle. Jay Vanna saying more plants. Stella's just staring at me with them big ol' eyes. And I can't scroll up to see more, apparently. I can't. It won't let me scroll up to see the other ones for some reason. It won't let me see this is top chat. Live chat, that's why. Okay, we want live chat. You guys are still won't let me scroll up all the way. So I think I pointed out the other super chats before, but thank you everybody who's donated this and just making this more of a spectacle. We'll do those plants to get through the millipedes. We'll do some plants, and maybe we'll do some plants scattered in, mix it up a little bit, keep everybody engaged. Here's an X for the Pergodesmidae. Also, this is probably implied from the picture, but these things are very tiny. So, but you can just toss them in with another millipede and they do quite well. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Chinops with a winning bid of 51. Chinops, that's your first blood here. You really wanted these guys, huh? The Cota Kinabalus. I'm waiting on a species from Alabama to get established too. Got to make sure everybody's in here also. That was a weird springtail that I just saw. It was very weird. Oh, it's not a springtail. That's why it was a fungus gnat road beetle larva. So, okay. Next up, we have one of my top recommended pet millipede. You must have them. You must breed them, etc. Oh. Yeah, I think you forgot to write my name here, says Circa. Hilarious, you chancer. 10 Spirostreptus species 1, the olive bandids. Again, I'm recommending these to everybody. I am strongly considering stocking Orthoporus in exchange for recommending species 1 because they're longer lived, they're hardier, they're easier to breed, they're just better than Orthoporus in general, other than you can argue the aesthetics. So Double Z asking, when does the drinking start? That'll be, we're gonna try and reserve that for Sunday. I might do a little bit tonight too. Actually, maybe I'll send Will on a booze run. The problem is I'm really trying to avoid sugars, artificial sugars or supplemental sugars. So fruit and stuff is fine, but anything with sugar in it and so much alcohol has so much back sweetener in it. But the local store, their beer cave does have some ciders that have 1 or 2 grams of just natural sugars not added. So if I was gonna drink, I'd probably drink those because I really gotta watch that stuff. I gotta get rid of this pooch. I gotta just, it's not much, but Well, gotta look good. You gotta get that beach bod ready for all the time I spend at the beach. EDC Geek saying, start with about 10 Pergodesmides species Kinabalu, and they've just exploded. That's great. Size of this batch. The size of these species, one varies from when curled up about when curled up and in a circle about 6 millimeters across, all the way up to about nickel or dime size. It's hard to say because when they curl up, they loop over on themselves. It's not a perfect curl like a lot of other spirobolids do. And I'm also noticing that in this container, my friend, one of my friends, the ant species that's going up for grabs on Sunday is present. And I'm not concerned because this species of ant has gotten along with every other invertebrate it's popped up with, but I don't know if other people are going to like it as much as I do, but as long as it's not harmful. Everyone instantly going for $50 help. My adults of species one basically never go underground. Is that normal? Yep, that sounds right. They're just cool like that. Like they're really cool. We need more Spirostreptus in culture because they're just super cool and super easy. Here's an X for those guys. Picture doesn't do them justice. They're even more beautiful in person. I hope one day a morph spelled Moarph or Moarf pops up and we get a little more color variation on just these guys as they are. They're beautiful millipedes. And again, my number one recommended pet millipede for size, longevity, blah, blah, blah. And Orthomorphus of Karshai is kind of getting on that list too with how easy they've been. Okay, going once on the species one. Going twice. Sold to Hatted Tenacity with a winning bid of $80. Hatted Tenacity. Now that's an upset if I ever seen one. And Hatted Tenacity, that's your first win this auction. So congrats. So it seems. Okay, we next have a group of one adult pair Chicobulus spinigurus, Miami, Florida, starting bid $1, captive bred. This is one of the easiest localities of Chicobulus to breed in captivity, and I'm working on breeding as many as possible in captivity because they can't be that hard. They are very rugged millipedes in the wild. There's got to be something. There's always a catch. There's always a little something. So, but Cervaceous superiority. I found a single earthworm in my Cervaceous colony, and now I'm like, well, time to burn the whole thing. So that's what I got. One of the things I got to do next time I do work on them is start pulling everything out of there and figure out how the freaking earthworms got in. I almost wonder if when I had some seepage in the basement when we had the spring thaw, I almost wonder if it flooded some in. They crawled up the side of the wall and into there or something. It's just crazy. I found centipedes in with my Tilobulus. Yeah, that's not fun either. That's on it. Hard to see if that's actually worse now that I think about it. Worms are pretty destructive to captive millipede cultures. Here's an X for the Chicobulus Miamis. Sometimes produce some more whitish individuals instead of the more big pine key looking ones as pictured, but you'll have to see over time in your colony. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Bandensis with a winning bid of 35. Congrats. That is definitely your first win at this auction and maybe your first win at any Bugapalooza or any Roach Crossing auction. So congrats. I'll also take this time to remind people that you do need to email me when you have won your auction stuff so we can coordinate that process. Obviously, this is day one, so there's no rush or anything like that. But I'm just letting everybody know so that everybody does it and everybody's happy. Yay! We can all hold hands and live forever and all that other jazz. Oh, there is more immigrants. Okay, I'll do those now. Have another group of the Spirobolellus immigrants. From Hawaii. There we are. Starting bid of $1. Charlie Bug says prices are more normal now. Why did everyone go insane for a bit? Well, there's stuff people wanted, and there's more stuff people are going to want coming up here too. Also, so it's not the end of that. It's a very well curated presentation of millipedes. Notice there's no bumblebees. I have locality ones from Puerto Rico now, so that kind of, and I have locality ones from the Keys too. So I want to get stuff captive bred before I make it available for things like that for the most part. So it's just how it is. Dragging Rivers, find a way until after day 3 email. Yeah, it is just basically, I think I said 24 or 48 hours after the auction, but the sooner is better because we can organize payment and shipping, and some people are going to say, well, I need this to go to this address and not that one, and I need this held for pickup. And is that? Hey, Will, really quick, can you go in my bedroom window? There's a larder beetle on the window screen, and I need it because I keep trying to breed this species. Over here, Will.
What is it?
No, I mean on the outside. What are we gonna do if you're on the inside here?
I don't know. I thought you had something else to do.
No, I need the beetle. We have an upset here, bro. Right here, catch this larder beetle. And I will meet you inside with it. Watch out because they'll drop. Yeah, there you go. All right, perfect. All right, turn the camera. I would, but I don't want to risk like screwing up the rig and causing irreparable damage. Melon Cat collects says, oh gosh, the post-Palooza shipping is going to be crazy. I do not envy you for that. It's not going to be as bad as it could be. Like I've got supplies ready. I've got a system. The biggest thing is usually the physically packing bugs into cups, and that's all done for the most part. So here's an X. I'll start the countdown when I get back from getting the larder beetle. Yes, yes, yes. Green pest, green pest. I love my job. I'm so ready for food. It's gonna be so good.
Well, I got an alarm set one. The order's ready.
Oh, just take money out of my wallet or take my credit card. Whatever you gotta do. If there's money there for that.
Hey, where's your wallet?
Right there. All right, back to business. Bug business, bug finds, all kinds of stuff. All right, going once on the immigrants. Going twice. Sold. To Touchable Hat. 45 with a winning bid of the namesake 45. All right, thank you, Will. Okay, let me just get that all recorded down. Touchable Hat. Where is this? Spirobolellus. There we are. Okay. Next up, we got a good one. I'm expecting a fight over these, everybody. 15 Anadenobolus arboreus red. Starting bid of $1. This is the only Anodinobolus arboreus that I have done well with long term, and I like them a lot. And I am spiteful at the person who ghosted me on sending me Morgan Lockeye and other stuff when they mixed up species that they sent me. I will not mention the name publicly, but maybe I will make an announcement at some point about that. Everybody asking, well, where is it? The beetle. It is in a container with its comrades because that is the third one I've found in the last couple of days. So if you look up the range for Dermestes lardarius, it's a temperate species. Basically, it doesn't range consistently south of like Alabama, anywhere on the planet, like that latitude. So I've noticed that they seem to need cooling to get pupation. And that also makes sense why they're found in like people's houses too, in like temperate regions. Like there's still a temperature fluctuation in the wintertime, but oh wow, yeah, there's there's a couple that's a larva, so that might not be a good report. Wow, it's crazy. They aren't even really found south of Tennessee in the United States, and there's a lot of reports basically going north and east, and yeah. So I suspect that they need some sort of cooling to get them to pupate or whatever. And photo gallery. That's like the least flattering picture of Arboreus red to ever exist, but that's okay. It's okay. I'm wondering if iNet has pictures of them in the wild. I'm hesitant to put a locality or anything to that, although there's only so many places these can come from since Arboreus is supposedly endemic to like Puerto Rico and like a couple surrounding places. But yeah, hesitant to. Let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, it's kind of looking like the ones from like the more northeastern. They're definitely more of a salmon color in person. And are there Arboreus that look like Monilicornis? I wonder. Interesting. Anyways, we'll wrap this up then since you guys aren't quite eating it up as much as possible. Isn't there another good picture of Arboreus red? Do I have to be the one to take the best picture in the world? Somebody's got a bin just loaded with them in one of these pictures. Let's see if it's somebody that I have a high opinion of, though. Never heard of whoever this is, but geez, they got a lot of them in this setup. Anyways. All right, there's more of the enthusiasm I was hoping for. Going once on the Arboreus. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. Maybe you guys were just all waiting to pounce. Cambo with a winning bid of 120. Alan definitely put a better picture there. I feel like most of mine are that lighter color, not the darker. Cambo, congrats on your first auction win and for such a cool species as well. Now that's the spirit I'm talking about here. Let's put something else fun up. Here we go. Not often offered. I didn't have these for years. And finally, I'm doing well with them. We have 10 Narcissus americanus, Wetumpka, Alabama. I'm really looking forward to getting some of the different Narcissus americanus localities going and figuring them out. That the species complex really needs an examining. Let's see. Somebody said, we don't get to see what made you jump out of your seat in the middle of the bid. Okay, I guess I'll go get the larder beetles in their temporary container. Jordan Henderson says, Kyle, how much did I miss? Well, you missed all beetles, and we're winding down millipedes now. Austin Ryder says, if you want larders, y'all can come to my house. We have so many. Yeah, I mean, I would, but it's also special that they're from, like, my house. Is that another one? No, that's a bagworm on this window screen. What's the highest bid you've ever seen in your auctions? I feel like something got to like $500 once. I have a feeling like there's going to be something even more than that in this auction, but we're going to see. Kyle, you're taking all of my money before the isopods get here. That's funny. The isopods are going to be crazy too. Here's an X for the Wetumpka. Don't sleep on these guys. People were pestering me for them for years when I had them, and now I didn't have them, and now I have them again. Get them, get them, get them. Cries and budget. I love Narcissus, but I'm saving in case there's a Gigas. I got to rip that Band-Aid off, Charlie. There will not be any Gigas available, unfortunately. All right. Potential spam. Thank you for interrupting my groove. Going once for the Americanus Wetumpka. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 66. Not surprising, and this I feel is another one of the steals from this auction, is this very purchase right here. All right, with the last of the Millipedes laid out in front of me, I can see and say that we only have one more group of Centrobolus splendidus. So if you want splendidus, here's your opportunity. This is the last group available. So we have a group of 15 Centrobolus splendidus, starting bid of $1. We will do one more Millipede after this, and then we'll do a couple plants. We'll do one or two of these plant baggies, and we'll go from there. I think you guys should count your lucky stars that Dr. Hemorrhoid doesn't seem to be present right now, because you might actually get the splendidus for a really good deal. Melon Cat says, I'm excited and afraid for pods. You should be. Roaches has some good stuff. Roach people will be eating good tomorrow. Isopod people are going to be eating really good, but man, is the fighting going to be real, I imagine. You already see we got 3 headlining pods on the advertisement, and fairly good quantities of all 3 of them at that. So the price on wild-caught Gigas is pretty low right now, honestly. It will probably continue to go down over time. Captive bred stuff will always be more pricey, especially people get the wild-caught stuff. I had one. I had it for 3 months, and it died. Same story. Tail as old as time. You get a little baby captive bred one, then you have it for years, and it's fine. So, all right, here's the X for the Splendidus. I see a couple of people really getting involved here. We'll see if any of the heavy hitters step in. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of 78. Double Z getting the deal here in the absence of Dr. Hemorrhoid. So you gotta just look out, watch out, make sure there's no predator nearby, and then you can get the kill for yourself. You can steal it. All right, and our last thing. This is something interesting, something unique. We have 5 Tylobolus species, Decor, California, starting bid $1. These are wild caught. This is a very pretty Tylobolus from Decor, California, from the agricultural fields. I think I have a good size one in here. I wanted to send off the smaller ones because I've had some losses in the adults, but let's see here if I can show this. Honestly, kind of looks like the Narcissus americanus Wetumpka picture, but this is not full grown. These are getting like 3-4 inches long, so it's a good sized Tylobolus. And again, you can't really see it as well, but there is like orangish brownish banding here. It's kind of Halloween-y looking. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. So just in case somebody wants to try these, I would also like to get them in other people's hands in case I fail with them, because that could happen. It's not always guaranteed, especially Tylobolus for me. Probably breedable. They were like growing, breeding, and living on like debris under boards and cover off to the side of an agricultural field. So Lizard Bean's asking, since I cannot attend tomorrow, am I going to be missing out on any Westwood Eye? You know, Eucharidia fans are going to be eating good tomorrow, so that's all I can say. Kyle, I genuinely think you forgot to write my name on the Cave Creek Canyon D. Granti. Let me see. The last ones. The last ones were from Reptipets. Oh, no, the first ones were from Reptipets. The second ones went to Fushiguro. And the last ones went to Circa. Yes, I did forget to do that. I'm going to put edit Circa winner. All right. Edited it, and now it's in the chat that you are put down as the winner there. I believe people have bred the genus in general on pure flake soil and with a clay soil substrate for egg laying. Yeah, I think I started putting my Tylobolus unsigerus from Cottonwood. I didn't do clay or anything like that for, and they did fine. But you know, that could end up being it. I'm noticing some millipedes really like clay or sand as an underlayer, and it might be a reason why some of them breed well and some of them don't, is they're looking for something for protecting their eggs with the little globule they form around them or something. I don't know. All right, here's an X for the Tylobolus. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Doom's Darling for a winning bid of $32. 5 Tylobolus. We've got Doom Turtle and we got Doom's Darling. Are you guys together in some capacity, or is it entirely a coincidence we've got two Dooms here? All right, we're going to do some plants. We're going to do some plants. First, we got 5. I got to look up the Latin for this. And all right. Five Lysomachia ciliata, purple leaf form, unsure of cultivar. Starting bid of $1. You got a moist or like a mid, like average garden soil, the moist spot, and you can't find anything to grow there, and you want some good consistent color. Get yourself some Lysomachia ciliata, everybody. It's lots of fun and bright color in July through August. Beautiful native plant, sturdy native plant. There you go. Not the last of our Lysomachia, I will also say. Will there be any dry supplies like lobster compost? Yes, we will have dry good stuff on Sunday. Will they do good as a terrarium plant? I think I kept one in a terrarium once and it did okay, but it's definitely more of an outdoor plant. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for pulling up a photo. They also have beautiful little yellow flowers. We won't take too long on this. We'll just put an X here in case somebody wants these. Everything's bare root also. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Double Z. Doom's Darling, you were so close. All right. I'll write that on here for Double Z. Double Z, Double Z. There's some cat shenanigans going on behind me. All right, next we've got a goodie grab bag with a couple of nifty things in it. We have 5+, like poorly pulled up little DLC, the shade, Tradescantia bracteata, one Lactuca floridana, and one, it's like a cluster, good clump, Viola sororia freckles. Starting bid of $1. So this is just a mixture of a couple of things I grabbed and went with. You got just a couple of nifty little native plants. You got one of them's a cultivar. I really like the freckles. It breeds true. It's nifty. Just a nice little couple things. The Florida wild lettuce is kind of more of an oddity. It's a threatened species in Michigan, and I have it all over. As I understand it, in some states it's a lot more common, but it is edible, so you could try propagating it for that. Kirkland signature Ziploc bags, man of culture. Thank you, Comet. Wandering X Low says, thank you for doing this. When will Isopod start coming up in the auction? So we have one more plant after this and 7 more millipedes. Once we have finished the, once we finish that, I will be taking a break to eat and get my face back on. And then I will be back and we will do isopods the rest of the night. What's the care on the plants? Bracteata likes full sun, dry soil. Viola sororia, it's basically a weed. You can grow it pretty much anywhere. And the Lactuca floridana is from like mid-mesic to dry forests and shade, like forest edges type stuff. So yeah, just a little something. Here's an X. That's a beautiful picture of the bracteata, by the way. Like I have no doubt if you potted up these pieces of the bracteata in moist potting soil, moist, well-draining potting soil in the shade, they'll all take. Like that's guaranteed. And the other things are rooted. So, all right, going once, going twice, sold. 2 could be smuggler, could be circa. I also have a pretty good collection of violets too. They do just kind of run all over the place, but I have a good collection of different colors and petal patterns. Smuggler with a winning bid of 19. Put you down as Smugger. Okay, and our last plant is more Lysomachia ciliata. Lysomachia ciliata, special Michigan genotype. Has bronze foliage that turns solid green in summer. Starting bid of $1. So this is a selection I made in Dearborn, Michigan, where I found one plant. This is, I don't know, years ago in April or May that still had bronze or purple leaves, and I was hoping that it would stay that way and be like a local genotype of the commercial variety that has the purple leaves, but it didn't. But it's noticeable enough that, again, you'll notice all spring the leaves are bronzed or purple, and then all of a sudden at some point during the summertime, right around flowering, they'll turn solid green again. So I just thought it was cool. And yes, we are getting back to millipedes. Lysomachia ciliata does great in full sun, full shade, regular garden soil, or moist, like high moisture, like it is a wetland plant. But it's pretty adaptable. Oh, there's a annual honesty that snuck in here. I gotta get rid of that. Well, somebody might like this, but I don't want it. It is a weed and not native, and it's causing me strife, thus I must be rid of it. All right, here's an X for the Lysomachia. Could really get into doing some more plant auctions. Maybe I'll do an all plants auction at some point. That could be kind of cool. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Joy with a winning bid of 11. Well, that was fun. We have some fun here sometimes. Now back to the brutalizing. Let's do a species we haven't done before. We have 15 Asbolus, Ocraceus, Panama City, Panama, starting bid of $1. This is the only group of Ocraceus that will be going up for grabs. I think the Ocraceus in the species name is because when you touch them, the staining they do to your hands is ochre colored, not like it's usually more like, can be more brownish or more yellowish or more purplish depending on the millipede species. And with this, it looks more like actual, like the color ochre. Charlie's saying he's not good at keeping plants. Oh, I didn't even see the would it survive in California? You can find out with enough moisture. It's probably good. Ciliata, it ranges all the way from Canada all the way down to Florida. I'm pretty sure. So as long as there's some seasonality, it should be okay. Should be. Don't quote me on that though. All right, we're gonna go through these guys with a bit more speed. I'm gonna just tell you guys straight up. The next thing we're gonna do is Orthomorpha subcartii. So we have 2 groups of subcartii left, and everything else we're doing, there's only 1 group. So just saying that. All right, going once on the Ocraceus. I've seen these eat coconut fiber, by the way. If you have enough of them and the coconut fiber is moist enough, they do eat coconut fiber. Going twice. Sold to Sleeve McD with a winning bid of $35. Thank you, Sleeve McD. Smooth McGroove, Sleeve McD. All right, and here you go. You guys, I already brought it up. We're doing a group of subcartii. We have 1 more group of subcartii after this. So this is the second to last group of Orthomorpha subcartii, if you are fixing for them. Also, you think you post whether or not people can wait until after day 3 to email you about winnings in Discord for reference? It is in the rules, I'm pretty sure, that you have basically 48 hours from the end of the auction to contact me. I am not an evil warlord. I understand things came up. We had something happen with the last auction where somebody had a family tragedy. I understand. That's 100% fine. But there have been some people where they place bids and do not follow up, do not say anything, do not anything, and that's not okay. So, these need to go out this week. I need to be contacted as soon as possible, basically. So that's just how it works. You guys get bugs hopefully for deals. And, oh, hey, there's my Orthomorpha subcartii enclosure picture. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for finding that. You guys get bugs hopefully for good deals, and my part of that is I got to get stuff shipped out as fast as possible when you pay. And we're gonna try not to do that. It's 4+ months out from the auction, and stuff isn't shipped because I'm busy and blah blah blah. Now everything's pretty much pre-packed, so we get to work real quick. All right, speed it up, guys. Here's an X for the Orthomorpha subcartii. See anybody comment anything in the live stream? What's the size on these again? Adults are about 2 inches. You could probably get them bigger if you kept them cooler and low density, but mine are very high density right now. Which, according to Oren, if I don't keep them well fed, could be disastrous. So, all right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To EDC Geek with a winning bid of 58. I would also like to remind everybody that if you are experiencing delays, to refresh your live stream so that it does not happen. EDC Geek. Winning bid of 58. Okay. I'm wondering what I saved for last here. We'll do another group of species 1. I can taste that food already. It's going to be so good. Okay, jump to present. Here we have a group of, again, same thing as before, 10 Spirostreptus species 1, starting bid of $1. I'm also going to run to the bathroom in a second. Yeah, we got 55 people watching, 50 likes. I like what I'm seeing, and I'm going to go to the bathroom and like what I'm doing. Hello again, Mom. Okay, here we are. Hopefully not producing a mystery item for the auction in there. No, I have to be pretty desperate, honestly. Here's an X for the Spirostreptus species 1s. I'm trying to think about what item I could possibly do for the weird item, because Angela really likes my hair, so I'm not going to cut my hair. So I have to think, like, beard stubble? Like, what can I possibly think of? The Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch? I don't know. So, all right, going once on the species 1. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, finally, with a winning bid of $60. Congrats on your first bid, I think, actually, at this Bugapalooza. Carefully choosing what you wanted to bid on, I assume. All right, we're getting into some good stuff again now here. We're going to be at the Holy Triumvirate, I think, of what Kyle would think is really super duper good stuff. All right, so we have our last group of Orthomorpha subcarci. Last group. Armpit hair? I need that. I get horrible chafing from lifting stuff all day in just this armpit. Like, the only thing stopping this from becoming a like, what's it called, Cisco disaster site is the armpit hair providing like the glide and the friction and not the skin rubbing against skin fully. Weird has to be something a bidded item could eat. Yeah, I'm wondering, because the dogs are in Holly, so I actually don't have an abundance of hair. I have eggs. I can always do eggs. I just don't have an egg pile. Well, no, I can't. I can do duck eggs because the roosters are all in Holly, so the chickens aren't laying fertilized eggs. How Hyper being relishing bringing up the armpit pit hair scenario. All right, here's an X for the subcarsi. I gotta start thinking about how to put my away message. Just keep it simple. We'll probably do an hour. Kyle will be back at blah blah. Next up. Isopods. All right. Okay, going once on the subcarsi. Going twice. Sold to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 60. Congrats. Congrats. A lot of $60 bids is what I'm noticing. It's kind of things are settling around that sort of number. All right, here we go. We're going through our holy grails here. We're going to do another group of the Anodonobulus arboreus. See who comes out of the woodwork for this one, for this time. This is the last group of arboreus red. Double Z is already jumping into the fray with a $10 bid before anything's even posted. These $1 I'm attaching in the Excel sheet. I am annoyed by. Got to get rid of those. There we go. Clean numbers. And I must say, we are doing pretty darn well with this auction at this pace. And I'm wondering if it's going to even ramp up with isopods. Honestly, beetles were a little bit disappointing other than the cyanochlora, but millipedes are doing pretty well, and I think isopods is going to go crazy. I might give, I would see if I'm like, hey guys, tell all your friends we're doing isopods next. I don't know if you guys are going to run out and do that because that means more competition for stuff. So I don't know if that's, it's, oh yeah, that's a good picture photo gallery. That really catches the color, I feel. It's kind of counterproductive for you as an individual. Auction some emus, may take them again. Oh, hi, Cameron. Angela VD says, I'm going to go crazy for isopods. It's going to be bad. Beetles seem harder to take care of and so short-lived as adults. You say that. Niscum are pretty long-lived. I've been enjoying my Dynastes granti. I'm kind of filtering down to stuff that is easy to breed and keep multiple generations going of with less work. I think I'm doing a pretty good job getting there. That's why I want more Pachnoda so bad. I feel like a lot of people have sort of gateway drugged into millipedes from pods, or maybe I'm just biased. Yeah, that honestly is how it goes. Millipedes they do require a bit better understanding of just general bug care than isopods do in general. Cameron says, can I just run to your house to get what I win? Maybe not. Any centipedes? We are lacking in centipedes at the moment. I did the bare minimum to take care of my rhysidas before I started the auction, but I think my longipedes need to do some recovering. I am working on some more communal centipede species. We're going to see how that goes. I think Florida blues have potential, honestly. I had a bunch of them together in a small cup, and they didn't eat each other after being in the cup after being collected for like 3 weeks. So that's a pretty good sign for me. So I'm gonna see how that goes. All right, last calls for the arboreus reds. Going once, going twice. Sold to Thylacine with a winning bid of 76. Thylacine getting a very good deal here on these arboreus reds. DeJasperus Probenclux III. Okay, our last two things here, everybody. I'm not going to give away what one of them is, but do you guys, what do you think in the, let's get some engagement here. Let me do a poll really quick. Start a poll. Do you want mystery spin first or albino first? All right, everybody, quick. You have a couple seconds to vote in the chat. Should I do the mystery species that is unrevealed yet first, or should we do the Narcissus americanus albinos first? Let's get a little engagement here over a couple of seconds. People are really going all over the place. I don't know if you're trying to see how much you're going to be able to save or spend or what have you. Hey, termites this auction. I almost did some Aranicola, but I don't think I packed up any termites. We have some termite adjacent things that may be of interest to people. Can I be the mystery prize, Kyle? I don't know. It depends on how much you consider a reasonable bid for such a prize. People are saying the mystery species first out of 21 votes up. It's declining. Okay, we're going to do that. And I guess we want to see bloodshed at the very end. So we're going to do the mystery species first. I think this was actually spoiled. What is the genus on this again? There we go. I think this was actually spoiled in the image I put on Discord if you were paying really close attention. But all right, here we go. 10 Atopochetus species tie. Starting bid of $1. I really like these. I think they're absolutely beautiful millipedes. And they've been a little inconsistent for me. They were producing well for a while and then just kind of stopped. And then they picked up again. And we're going to need to borrow this. It seems they're also called species orange dot. I'm going to, this picture from Reddit, I feel really shows them off the best. I also, I need to get some actual tie rainbows. Those might actually be tie. I'm going to delete that picture because that's not what these are. I'm sorry, photo gallery. I'm going to delete message. There we go. I need to get some actual tie rainbows again. Actually, Reptipeds, don't you have tie rainbows breeding? Like reliably? Am I misremembering or thinking of somebody else? Somebody I thought had tie rainbows going. What's the care like, says Circa. It's just high humidity millipede care with lots of rotting wood. Again, I can't really explain why the population, why they were producing, and they didn't die, but they just sort of stopped producing for a while, and then they started up again. Cameron says, I got hundreds of false tie. I think, what is that? What is that species? Anyone told me what that other one is. It used to be, was it Spirostreptus or Spirobolus caudulans or something? I will. And I have those going too, but I had to rescue the colony from my own poor husbandry, and I'm waiting for them to recover. They've started breeding, but I don't have a pile of them at the moment. Here's an X for the species tie. Again, they also get good size, like smaller than Narcissus americanus, but larger than the Spinamargos. Although my Spinamargos supposedly aren't mature yet. Even after I've had them for like a year and a half now. And they still are taking their time for some reason. Yeah, maybe I screwed up something, and that's why it's happening that way. All right, going once on the species tie. Going twice. Sold to, it's either, I think it's Cambo, but Behigiger didn't put a period. I think it's Cambo. Cambo with a winning bid of 105. Behigiger with a rookie mistake. How could this happen? The madness. The madness. All right, congrats, Cambo. You beat out a legend here, kind of, my boy. All right. We got our last thing, which we all know what it is. We have 10 Narcissus Americanus albino. Starting bid of $1. This is our last Millipede here. Thank you for queuing that up, Photo Gallery. And I got to copy this info before it gets swamped under all these responses. And we're doing so good on time. Could I actually be in bed at a reasonable hour tonight? Well, isopods are going to take up lots of time. I might try to do half isopods today and then half on Sunday. I might do split it very down the middle. I got to see what's out there when I get back out there, because that might be the move for Sunday, is to go the bulk being isopods before grain pest hours and such. Grain pet hours, sorry. Some very interesting chat going on here. I'm going to try unplugging the microphone and then plugging it back in again and seeing what that does, seeing if that causes a catastrophic failure or not. We're going to see how that goes. But only after these the bidding wars are over. Okay, here's an X for the Americanus albino. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Our last Millipede to, looks like Ice Beam or Bob Harrison. I'm control R-ing, everybody. I'm control R-ing so hard. It is Ice Beam. Ice Beam with a winning bid of 145 is what it shows on here. And I have to go with what it says, even if other people's screens say that it was Bob Harrison. I have to go with Ice Beam because that's what it shows on my refreshed. So Ice Beam with a winning bid of 145 for our last Millipedes. Congratulations. So I just watched 10 bids go up at once. It's funny. Watch his mic not even mute after unplugging it. That would be the hugest plot twist. So, what we're going to do now, Bob Harrison, I'm sorry, Bob Harrison with just a simple frowny face. I'm going to put a note in here saying, everyone, I'm going to do an hour break, everyone. Time for a break. Be back in an hour, 3:10 Eastern time. So I'm going to eat, maybe take a stroll, and we'll hop back into isopods. Now let's try this. Let's try the unplugging this. Obviously, you guys can't hear me. Obviously, you guys can't hear me. So, you can hear me? Is it my computer mic that's picking stuff up?
It's probably the computer mic.
That's weird because it's not saying that it is. It's saying that the source for this is, it's said it was this microphone. So, well, let's try, there's got to be a mute button here somewhere. Let's try. perfect. Okay. I think you guys should be able to hear me now. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, there's a little toggle I had to find, and it's hidden away in a bunch of stuff. So, and we'll test it one more time. All right, everybody, I'm going to make sure that... Perfect, okay. I think you guys should be able to hear me now. I'm hearing myself and I don't like it. Perfect.
I said I hate my voice.
I said I hate my voice. All right. The stream is really delayed on my computer. There we go. That's perfect. Okay, everybody, I will be back at 3:10. We'll hop into Isopods. I will see you all then, and we are muted. Hey, there we go. Eventually I will hear my voice. Bugs, 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 lots of bugs. People saying there's almost always panda kings. All right, good. Am I here? Everybody here? Can you hear me? We're all good. It's pot o'clock. And then I ripped down the door and said, it's potting time. And that's what happened. Actually, I have to ask somebody a question pertinent to pods now that I think about it. It's a very important questions being asked about isopods right now, actually. About some old world vulgare, actually, perhaps entering my possession at some point. Woohoo. All right. Hopefully, perhaps within a couple of weeks or something, some old world vulgare will be in my hands, in my precious grasp. Let's see. Tennyson just had his colony of special Anodonobulus get obliterated. Will there be Berulina? I will actually have for the first time some Ardentiella that I've produced myself. So, so let's see. Oh, great! Mention Magic Potion. Get Kyle worked up. I have both lines, by the way. Somebody was really demanding I bring the Japanese ones, the Japanese Dalmatians, but they're not there yet. I'm actually shocked that I saved the colony in the first place, because I thought they were dead. I thought they were all gone, and then I found some tiny babies, and here we are a year later, and they're finally looking like they're going to start reproducing. God, I wish that were me. Anyways, so I'm going to post to everyone. Isopod bidding begins now. All right, I have to. Daddy has to be loud and clear in the chat. We gotta clear the chatter out. There we go. Everybody, see, people respond to force. This is how you get respect in this world. And I show force by screaming in Discord. All right, let's kick this off. Again, things are scrambled. I have no idea where giveaways are. I have no idea where anything that I packed is. We could go this whole evening without even getting to anything cool technically, but I did try to grab some stuff that had cool stuff, at least on the top. So let's just jump right into things with 30 Armadillidium gastroi starting bid of $1. Telling everyone their exploit identification is wrong and correcting it, jar. I don't understand what just happened here, but you know what? You guys, makes you feel good to bid on the gastroi so viciously. You go right ahead. I won't say anything more. I can't complain. Let's see. I think free pods for everyone who was here at 310 and now have PTSD for waiting. Yeah, I was getting the stuff. I forgot I left the things in here, etc. Believe me, we got a full evening ahead of us, especially if I'm going to get to the Stella's stuff sub auction. So we're going to see. We're going to try and keep this moving at a brisk pace, too. Here's an X. Somebody, you guys really want some gastroi. That's good. I'm not going to protest. Now, I tried to give the fellows a nice little perfect environment. You got some paper towel that's moistened, substrate of their preference or choosing here. Even added some fresh mushroom compost, some fish flakes, really trying to accommodate them for as long as possible in the cups. I think it's working out. Going once on the Gastroi. Going twice. Sold. To Smuggler, who I think you changed your thing and it's throwing me off. Winning bid of $50. Smuggler, I think you changed it and it's really making me uncomfortable because I was so used to, I think it was a little elf or something. Or maybe that was just on the YouTube, maybe. Well, let's have a little whiplash here. We're gonna do a group of 15, just my PFPIC. Troglodilo species, green spots. I don't think anybody ever told me if it was spot or spots. So I'm gonna put spots here, maybe go back and forth. Traditionally, this has been an auction breaker. I don't know if the world has changed, but I can say I have a good number of green spots up for grabbies now. What up, boys? How was your birding, Satchel? How'd everybody do while I was gone? Will and I walked up to the liquor store and I bought some of those ciders I was talking about so that I can indulge perhaps this evening and definitely Sunday. You know, real grain pet hours has to be legit. So, well, that escalated very quickly. Put the X here and yeah, guys. Yeah. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to, do I have to call you Blatto Beans? I'm so used to lizard beans. I'll put Blatto Beans though, with a winning bid of a lot of monies, $160. Blatto Beans. Blatto. All right. Now I'm liking where this is going. If this is the pace for the rest of the auction, this is going to be awesome for me. Mr. Beans or Ms. Beans. Green spots on my wish list, but ain't no way. Not great, says Tennyson. You saw my first Mrs. B kites of the year. That's interesting, Satchel. Lots. Yeah. I think some people's wallets are going to be hurting after this. Ooh, do I go right into this next? I want to make sure we have enough people to fight. We got 65 people here. I want this to be like Waffle House after hours is what I'm kind of going for with some of these things. We gotta let the word get out that we're. Well, didn't even put in general. We were doing. No, I did. Isopod bidding begins now. Okay. All right. Next up, we have 30 Propomacrus Volcanius, spelled correctly. Glen Rose, Texas, starting bid of $1. I like these guys. They're weird. They're weird little dudes. I'm pretty sure they're introduced to the U.S. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Maybe Tennyson, maybe Photobot knows more about the natural history of Propomacrus Volcanius, maybe. Perhaps. Blatto Beans. I want to be Blatto for Blatodia. I appreciate that. I'm so used to calling you lizard beans is the problem. Shane says, I found a bunch of Narcissus americanus while mushroom hunting. Where did you find them? The americanus from like Texas east to Georgia and south into Florida. There's a bunch of clades to be found in there. Those things are very nifty. All right, here's an X for the Propomacrus. This is gonna go fast. This is crazy, guys. Going once, going twice. Sold to Cambo with a winning bid of 60. We have somebody who's not using periods. That is of no fault of mine. It's in the rules. We have a culture here where we must do these things. I got a giveaway, but I want something for that. I gotta have a good question for that. So we're gonna go to fairly certain the name range is around Turkey area. Did you mean historical Armenia area, perhaps? All right. Next up is a group of 25 Cynodillo species, Vietnam. Starting bid of $1. These are the redheads. I don't even bother with trying to come up with a common name for any of these things. It's already a poo show with isopods as it is. $3.30 already. That's nuts. Exotic Wilderness asking the real question: where the heck is Kyle Jr.? Kyle Jr. is deflated out in Holly. I haven't been able to get out there to retrieve him, and so are all the lights and other fancy stuff packed away. So country boys will survive. We will make do with this current setup. I kind of like that it's so spacious, honestly. It makes me feel kind of, like I got some elbow rooms. People really loving the pods today. I gotta say that makes me quite happy. Here's an X for the species Vietnams. Boy, this is gonna be nuts, I feel. Devin says, just stopping in to say hi. Good luck, Kyle. Got an expo this weekend, so I'll be busy slinging bugs and unfortunately can't watch the auction. Well, thank you for at least popping in. I appreciate you coming in to say hi. Going once on the Cynodillo. Going twice. Sold to Digsja with a winning bid of 50. DGSJ. Congrats. I think that's your first auction win. Congrats on the first blood at the Bugapalooza for you. There we go. Well, we got a nice pace going here. This might go faster than I had anticipated. I'm also not like flapping my yap a lot. Okay, here we go. This is another good one. We have a group of 50 Armadillidium maculatum, original 2014 import, starting bid of $1. Is this a Cubaris? Thank you for that meme. That's pretty good. Cubaris or Cubaris? That's a good poll question, maybe. Is it Cubaris or Cubaris? Or Cubaris? Let's see. Which way do you say it? How do I write Q? How do you write Q without using the letter Q? Q bar is Q. Let's see what you guys say about all this. How you pronounce Cubaris? Everybody says Cubaris. I wonder if I had a role in that. Here's an X for the maculatum. Maculatum is pretty straightforward. Using maculatum, I guess, too. Like the most straightforward Latin names, the ones that just became common names, like alligator or gorilla. Trying to think of another one. If anybody can think of any other ones, let me know. All right, going once. Put an X, okay. Going twice. Sold to Circa with a winning bid of 55. Perfection. Oh yeah, we got a good pace going on here. We're going to get to some really tasty stuff in a second here. I think I'm going to toss one in maybe after one more. What's on the top here? Okay. We'll go with this. We got 15 Porcelio Hasai High Yellow, starting bid of $1. Boy, I really hope I get some just generic wild type old world Vulgari. I feel like they're more common in their introduced range than they are in their natural range. Didi says, to be honest, you were probably the first person I ever heard say Cubaris out loud. Meloncat says, I tend to just use the colloquial names. Yeah, it's the problem is the blurred lines between a lot of these things with the common names and the names given to stuff that should have a locality associated with it but doesn't. It's all so tiresome. So I'm fascinated that there's some people that call it Cabaris, and I'm surprised that Cubaris is not more popular, but Cubaris seems to be the predominant way. Again, maybe I had a role in that. Here's an X for the Hasai. You guys are really bringing the heat to these Isopod auctions, guys. I am just in awe of it, honestly. All right, going once on the high yellows. Going twice. Sold. To touchable hat with a snipe of $51. Touchable hat, $51, sliding in for the Hasai. Amazing. Like, geez, this pace is, I feel like the best pace I've had in a while. Okay. Now we're going to watch some blood. We're going to look out for lethal damage. And I think this is the name. This is what I was sold them as. We have 6 Loriola species, white stripe, starting bid of $1. I think you guys know this is not going to, this is going to go a bit. Stella's, I don't even know why you're doing that. Just right out the gate, thank you, Photo Gallery. These are also captive bred and not wild caught. I did not produce these, but I am working on producing them, and they seem to be pretty easy, just high humidity and not soaking wet conditions. I have bad problems, man, says Stella's Springtails. I like them. I think they're pretty neat. They're large enough to not be a tiny speck. They're not like pseudo armadillo good size though, but I like them. All right. Here's an X for the white stripes. I'm discouraged by that price tag. That's just how this is going to go for people. That's just the world that we live in. And believe me, there's going to be more of this too, because there's more good stuff too. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. And who is the lucky winner? It is DGSG with a winning bid of $262. DGSJ, I'm thinking, is going to end up being a powerhouse here, perhaps with their taste in isopods thus far. Y'all gotta watch out. Let's do a poor man's Loriola, a financially disabled man's Loriola. Basically, we're gonna do 30 Cristarmadillidium miracatum. I know somebody who has a white mutant of these that they're working on, and I really, really, really want it badly. All right, these are the spiky pineapples, crystal ball, something, blah, blah, blah. Something. I don't know, man. Just use the Latin when you have it. Cabarus. Cute Barris. I like Cute Barris. That would be, honestly, that would be a better Latin to be memorable. Cute Barris. Everybody says, I want to see blood. A Officinalis Israel. Oh, the Israel may be Israel. I like the financially disabled. You know, when I was growing up, there was a certain term that you could use for people who you felt were of low brain intellectual standing that is no longer in use. But honestly, that just kind of makes you find out workarounds, and it ends up making you a more well-learned and more capable of articulating yourself person. And my workaround was for that is instead of using the outdated mean term, now I just call people mentally depauperate, and it feels a lot better. It's very empowering for me, I have to say, to call somebody mentally depauperate. So, oh, that's a beautiful picture there of those guys. Thank you, Nikki Bay. Really captures all the details. This is abridged for my pleasure for sure, right there. Here's an X for the Miracatum. Yeah, bonus points because they might not understand what it means. That's the best part, calling something mentally depauperate. Nikki Bay has the best Isopod photos for sure. I need to finally get JoJo's photos up. It's been a year and a half in the site and blah, blah, blah. It's okay. Focus. Focus. You're getting people cool bugs right now. It's okay. You don't have to worry about the billion other things. Focus on the cool bugs. All right. Going once on the Cristarmadillidium. Going twice. Sold. To Comrade with a winning bid of 84. Greetings, Comrade. I don't even know if that was a snipe proper because I still had my eyes closed. And Comrade, I think that's your first auction win. If so, congratulations on that. That's a good win right there. Pretty reasonable price for those. All right, we got something more utilitarian coming up now. We got 60 Porcelionites, Prunosis, Orange Cream of my own creation. Starting bid of $1. And by my own creation, I mean I took the cookies and cream that John Apple sold me years ago and crossed them to the oranges I'd already had for like a decade, and that was just how that happened. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it do be like that. Melon Cat says there's a person, Eddie Server, who takes absolutely insane macro shots. JoJo's one of our resident macro photographers. I don't even know what his username is, like Mixotic or some Mixolic or something. Ben Groover also produces some very good macro photography. Ben's actually the one who did the photography for the Roach Crossing logo, so I'll just be chilling with the 15-inch creams I bought myself. Yeah, let's see where we're at here. You guys are got some good agitation over getting some orange creams right from the OG source too. And I feel like the number's going to go up while they're sitting in this cup because there's a lot of gravid females. So, all right, going once, going twice, sold. To could be Tragic Hero 1 or could be this other person whose name I don't recognize. It is J.S. Vanna with a winning bid of 80. J.S. Vanna, congrats on your auction win. Your first Bugapalooza win, actually, with a winning bid of a solid 80. $5 increments people have been doing, which need I remind you guys, you don't actually have to do $5 increments. You can do dollar increments. But if you want the competitive advantage over somebody, that's one of the ways to do it is $5 increments, or just go to like 100 right away. Okay, we have 40 Cubaris, Narina Citrus, starting bid at $1, straight from the person who actually isolated them. Sent me a box of them, and when I got them, they were still a little unrefined, but it didn't really take much, honestly. So this is actually from a locality in Florida, which the person, I don't think they got back to me, or it might be in my big PDF of the actual locality. Eric Matthews says, I'm mostly $11 increments. Yeah, that works too, because then you jump over somebody who bids to a solid number by one and not a more significant margin. Oh. Man, I would love to have a salad tonight. I gotta have a salad tonight. I gotta treat myself with a salad. Oh, baby. Here's an X for the Murina citrus. A lot of people here really clamoring. Picture. It's basically, it's just the orange mutation in Murina. So they're similar to papayas, but definitively orange. And then the adults kind of end up converging on looking like papayas, but darker. It's been hard sometimes to tell. When I have adults in the colony, they are significantly darker than any of the immature and not full size ones. So, but this is definitely not the same genetic trait as the papayas, which we will not have available. That's a pretty good picture from the photo gallery. The thing is, I'll talk about Tennyson's thing here. The person named them citrus, so the line's name is citrus. Just talking about the mutation in general, usually orange has been done. In publications, they just call it orange, the orange mutation. Going once, going twice, sold. To Stella's Springtails for 100. Okay. Stella's, congrats on your win, I guess. Stella's. Okay, what we got next? Let's do some of these guys. We've got a group of 30 Venezillo, Pisum, Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $1, not Evergaldies, Everglades. The person who sent them to me was calling them citrus, so I'm obliged to do that as well if I want to keep the line information straight. But I can always contact them. It's possible that after they started distributing them, they decided to change the name, but that's not really a smart thing to do because then you run into these very situations. So somebody jumped the shark already. Exotic Wilderness really wants these. Look at all these. Not another orange strain of Marinas. This photo gallery. There's orange mandarin, mangy, tangy, and these apparently. Yeah, these are from, I want to say 2021 or 2022. Derek Niehaus was the person who got me in touch with the person who isolated these, and then they sent me them. So these might predate all those other ones. It's also possible some of those other ones, like maybe mangy and tangy, might be from like Southeast Asian stock and not mainland Florida stock, which should explain the different strain names, as the strain name should. But at the same time, that information has to be somewhere. Somebody has to know that and be able to convey it. Here's an X for the Pisum. I think we're going to do a giveaway after this, actually. I got to go get some more ridiculous trivia from Will, is what I think I'm going to do. Chris Sniper hopping in the ring. Okay, here we go. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of $45. Chris Sniper is still here and still warranting of being feared. Do not underestimate the sniper. So we're going to do a giveaway next. And the giveaway is for 20 Hilaria brevicornis, whatever locale TJ has. It's like what do they call? It's so long. It's like Provence de Côte. I think it's Provence de Côte d'Azur, France. I'm not gonna type that out, but it's the main one that's in the U.S. I don't think the other ones ever made here. The ones from the Napoleon Exile Island. I think they're from Elba, which I do really want because what I mean. It's the France thing, right? Yeah, Circa, it's the France thing. Okay, I'm going to go find Will and get our next trivia. All right, we have our question, and it's way out in left field. It is, what was the first passenger liner ship to exceed 1,000 feet in length? And this doesn't have to be properly capitalized or anything like that, but it does have to be spelled properly. And what am I giving away? Giveaways for 20 Hilaria brevicornis Côte de Provence de Côte d'Azur, France locality. Melon Cat, right on top of it. Melon Cat wins with the SS Normandy spelled correctly. Congrats, Melon Cat, on winning your some Hilaria brevicornis. Hilaria brevicornis. Now, did you know that, or did you look that up? Like, I'm quite curious, because I just went out to Will and asked him for trivia, and he just had it on the top of his head. Are there any other? Are we got a passenger liner like enthusiast base forming within the roach culture? Is it a subculture? I'm curious. Yeah, it was the SS Normandy right away. Yeah, you won. Congrats. You had to look it up. Emily, I also play the weird horny boat mobile game. What? Fascinating. As stated in the rules, the answers must be given in the YouTube, and I'm fascinated. I never knew that existed, but I feel like part of me felt like it could exist, that it did exist, such a thing. All right, well, now that we've taken care of that, we have 25 Porcello Levis. How now? Starting bid of $1. Another Roach Crossing original out of my caramels, which I've also been working on for, oh geez, the caramels have been working on for maybe a decade and a half at this point. I love the don't worry, but don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about the implications of this post or what have you. Very amusing. Let's see what we're gonna do next. Oh yeah, we got some good stuff here. Oh, we'll go right down this this row here. We'll throw this in for a little bit of flavor up top, and what do you know? We got a whole something right here. All right, here's an X for my precious how nows, my Porcello Levis how nows. Going once, going twice. Sold. To JoJo or Tragic Hero. Let's see. And again, these are not dairy cows. They're completely unrelated to them. Different species. JoJo with a winning bid of 41. JoJo, I know you're going to be bulking out some of these things pretty soon. I have not forgotten about that. All right, we're going to keep on moving. We got to do... where is it? I'm going to have to do it for this. TJ, thank you for typing all this out. All right, 20, Hilaria, Brevicornis, Provence, Alpes, Côte d'Azur, France, starting bid of $1. I really don't dislike how long that locality is. Alas, I have to type it, but still, I have to include the info, but still, don't mean I'm happy about it. You guys got awfully quiet in the chat after the boat dating simulator situation. Guys aren't beating the boat sexual allegations, I suppose. Here's an X for the Hilarias. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To DGSJ with a winning bid of 75. Also, DGSJ seems to have changed their profile picture. DGSJ. It's so difficult to type out. Really hits you right in the dyslexia is what it does. All right, next up we have, here's another good one. Let's see some infighting. 15 Cubaris species amber, starting bid of $1. I know there should be some blood over this. I will be waiting. Mouth is getting tired. I've been talking so much today. Everybody's traumatized from the boat fiasco. That boy says, my hands are busy. After I Googled the boat game, we have a I can't believe I've done this. Jacob says, I played Azure Lane as well. Provence de Côte d'Azur again. Somebody is demanding things of me. And Eric Matthews asking, is DGSJ San Jose? I don't know. Something to ask the eponymous DGSJ. Well, I really wish I had. I ran out of soothing mints. You know, I might have some mint outside I could have. Dead Rabbit Society Co. I'm scared to look it up. My FBI agent is already on overtime, and I can't help it if I love hot boat women. I'm okay. Well, now I have to look this up. Oh, okay. This is great. This is truly great. That's a long bid break for boat girls. This is great. It actually let me restore the stream, and our viewership went down. Was it because the stream crashed? Maybe did it crash for everybody? Well, somebody got who was it? Was it Bane of Fenrir? Bane of Fenrir is the winner. I mean, I called it in here. I can't go back on that. There will be more embers later. Bane of Fenrir. Congrats on your first win at the Bugapalooza. Bane of Fenrir with a winning bid of 91. All right. All right, next up we have 30 Armadillidium maculatum skull stock, starting bid of $1. Quick Kyle is gone do crime. Crime pays, but botany doesn't. And there our viewership shot back up. Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, we are back. It crashed on my side apparently, but because it didn't spin out in the little streaming thing, it apparently I was able to reconnect, which I usually did. I don't remember that option ever being there in the past, so we're good. Daniela says, I'm not leaving without pandas today. I'm not going anywhere, even if the stream crashes again. There's some pandas in all of this stuff. It's just a question of where is what are these? No photos. I'll put a description. All right. Cambo says, you want these. I've added a description. I'll work on adding descriptions for things that there aren't pictures and whatnot of. Was that the line that crashed? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a YouTube side thing, actually. It's not used to small people having this many viewers or something. I don't know. It's the YouTubes, you know. I'm going to delete that because that doesn't quite look like it. I really need to get pictures of these things. Sorry, provider of scorpions. These have sold at almost every auction, and yet nobody's taken a picture of them. I guess I'm one to talk because I haven't, but we'll just put an X here. Maybe somebody will get them and get some pictures for the I mean, I could try and show some of them off if I can. And sometimes there's some lighter ones, but they're just kind of even keel dudes. It's very consistent that they'll all be striped. They're not as good as my old stripey line. I'm working on remaking my stripey line, which had perfect crisp lines. It was so good, and I screwed it up. So, but these are, I mean, these will do you fine. All right, going once on the maculatum. Going twice. Sold to Tragic Hero 1 with a winning bid of 75. And your first win, congrats. I have to say, I lost my original Maculatum Dalmatians, and I've been looking for them for years, and nobody kept the ones that I had going. The colony did eventually, when I got their numbers up, did start throwing Dalmatians again. So I've started the original 2014 stock. So I've started pulling those out, and I'm working on getting that good, reliable Dalmatian going again. So I'm happy about that. Miracles do come true. All right, we're going to do some CF. Thank you for that old photo. Some things never change, everybody. CF Myctonistus species, Norris Dam State Park, Tennessee. Starting bid of $1. I need to put a quantity there. 40. There we go. Just a little Myctoniscus. It could be Medcalvi, but it's kind of out of range, sort of, for that. So I'm sending some specimens to Nate to identify and to look at further, but it's just a high humidity, high organic matter, little Mycto dude. So there's a bunch of them in here, and the whole colony started with 2. That's all that I could find when I was there last winter. It's okay. Again, they're probably Myctoniscus. I don't know, guys. It could end up being something unique or new, but I mean, I just don't know enough about Myctoniscus, and I guess the world doesn't either. Here's an X for them. Going once. Could be a nice feeder for moist setups. Going twice. Sold to Chinops with a winning bid of 34. Chinops desires the Myctos. That's pretty, I can respect that. I desired them too. That's why I kept digging around to find them. Okay, guys, we have a sinful container now. We have 50 plus K-Baris species white shark. But don't jump overboard yet. This is one of the bins that I used some substrate from a friend that I thought would not have any contamination in it, and it did. It did have Trichorhina tomentosa in it. So the funny thing is, the white sharks actually have been outcompeting the dwarf whites. The white sharks are such a high density in that bin that the dwarf whites are not getting a strong foothold, but they're still in there. So just know that there are some in this container. I mean, you can always raise up the white sharks, pick out the big ones, move them to a new enclosure, etc. But just know that these are compromised. And this is the only thing at auction. These white shark groups are the only thing that is compromised with dwarf whites. Everything else is completely free of them. You may get some free springtails and maybe some mites and some fungus gnats and some fungus gnat road beetles and whatnot. Satchel, it was not you. It was not thee who did this, Satchel. It was another. Here's an X for the white sharks. I don't know why they're called white sharks. They don't even look like a shark. Like they look, I don't know, they got a little like orangey face. They kind of look like a little, like a lot of like Asian deli grocery things have like the little children drawn on them. It kind of looks like the little children on the front of like the Asian groceries to me. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To JS Vana with a winning bid of 80. Just a little taste of the devil's rice in here. All right, next up we have 30 Porcelio. Here's where the real value is in these auctions. You get some nice reasonably priced Porcelio Scaber. Those are really going up in cost, as we all know. 30 Porcelio Scaber Red Edge, starting bid of $1. I like the Satchel believes it was him because half of your bins are infected. Eric Matthews wondering about what will the dwarf whites do. They tend to outcompete the babies of a lot of other isopods and just kind of turn the substrate into powder over time. And they just tend not to play nice with a lot of other isopods over time is kind of the gist of it there. They'll out-reproduce them and whatnot. And the fact that they're parthenogenetic means if you leave even one, you could have the same problem again in the future. Is there really a Cubaris species muddy panda? No, there isn't. There will be eventually, I'm sure. And not even, again, everything is species this. My panda kings that are red are now species red panda, not species panda king red, etc. Oh yeah, that's good. Was that from a past auction or from something somebody had received? Those are looking pretty good. I believe this is stock that's found in the pure stock, at least, probably from somewhere in Western France, from pictures I've seen on INAT and discussions early on in isopod keeping days, is my suspicion. They do throw oranges. I don't think that's a sign of compromised culture. I think they just do that. Oranges innate in a lot of wild populations and places. I think that's one of them. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Ryan with a winning bid of 46. Hello, Ryan, good to see you. And a good win for you. Got to make sure I write your name on here. All right, here we go. Now we have 10 Porcelio Expansus Witches Potion Smalls. Starting bid of $1. Here are the Witches Potions, folks. If you want them, get them. There's only so many groups of them, and they are smalls. Tennyson says, just because they're a locality, not a morph, isopod localities are variable. Morphs are not, other than calico mutations. Where are breed names agreed upon? Yeah, they aren't. One of the main problems is piggybacking off of people assuming that the same trait in different populations should have the same breed name or the same cultivar name, meant that a bunch of things got mixed in. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Please tell me. Can you hear me? I'm going to try and reconnect. There we go, guys. This YouTube finally in all these years did one thing right, and they made that reconnect button, and it's saving my skin. So we don't have to worry about the hisser going underneath the thing. That was such a freaking funny thing. It's like a horror film. We can hear you when you ask, but then you freeze again. All right, we're good. We're all good. All right. Did I already put an X? I didn't put an X. Here's an X for the witch's potions, everybody. Some people are not playing around here, and it is a beautiful line. I would say Oren did wonderful work, but I mean, it seems like it's just the Dalmatian mutation in orange expanses, so it's not like there was crazy work needing to be done, but it's still nice that he got them going in the first place. So, okay, going once, going twice, sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 190. Circa is being a high roller this auction, it seems. I would also like to take this time to remind you all that Austin, aka Stella's Springtails, has some merch, some exclusive merch for the auction. You can find that. I think it's in general. I love the technical difficulty standby meme. It's hilarious thing there. Parking garage did not sabotage this time. So yes, go check out the merch. Stella's, if you wanna plug it again, you go right ahead, just to remind everybody. All right, next up we're gonna do something that would have sold the way that the Expanses Witches Potions have if this was happening a couple of years ago. 15 Porcelios Sacinctus, starting bid of $1. These guys are doing so well for me now. I feel so dumb for failing with them before. Mac and Cheese says, I am truly regretting our choice to have that third child. Maybe you can trade him for bugs? Kyle likes trades. Kyle needs money right now, but in general, when Kyle doesn't need money, Kyle really likes trades also, is the thing. So, it seems Sacinctus don't need any description or any pictures. Everybody knows what Porcelios Sacinctus look like, fortunately. And I'm gonna just get the next couple things queued up here. Yeah, we really are all over the place with the stuff right now. It feels like is Kyle implying he will accept a human child in trade value? Somebody can trade a whole colony of children. Is it a wild caught colony or is it captive bred? Here's an X for the Sacinctus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taita with a winning bid of $86 from Taita. Yes, excellent. And congrats on your first auction win, Taita. Again, I feel like I'm saying that every couple times now. We've got so many people, new people participating. It really is something. Love a good suck. Who doesn't? All right, here's a group of, this is our only group of these also. If you are wanting them, get them while you can. Venezilo Arizonicus Sahuarita, Arizona, starting bid of $1. These are the glowing under black light pods. And I think that it could be bred for. I think you could theoretically get to the point where you have an isopod that completely glows underneath black light, and that would be sick. We have a lot of discussion about the cost of children, feeding them, how much to pay for them. I know you said you need an employee, but this might be too much. 15 out of 20 I got from you were female. 3 females died. I had 2 and 10 males. What are you talking about, Tennyson? Children? Alyssa says, dude, I'm so lucky. I'm looking for only new species. T on the implications. Feral, but he is domesticated nicely and can be trusted with small household tasks. Dead Rabbit said, literally have 2 Crotch goblins and OMG, it's expensive. Crotch goblins, you say? Crotch goblins, you say? All right, here's an X for the Arizona kiss. No, I don't want AI Copilot. I want just microphone access. So Kinktus, not children. Tennyson, that is an awful sex ratio. 15 out of 20. I wonder if the males, even before they're sexually mature, if they like group up, kind of like lek up. Because like when I go to pack stuff, I'll usually like flip one piece of bark and be like, oh, here's some of appropriate size. I'll just catch them all off of this. I won't go through the whole enclosure and look for, you know, oh, I want to make sure every individual is from a different piece of bark or something like that. All right, going once on the Arizona kiss. Going twice. Sold to Iden with a winning bid of $65 times 3, making how much is that? That's like $195. No, not funny, not funny. Congrats on your winning bid, Iden S. Okay. Next up, we have 50 Caribosia Christiani, Puerto Rico, starting bid of $1. I think the common name some people were using for these was Angel's Rice, perhaps. People saying I just heard children. Pretty sure they do. I've noticed males together and females frequently are solitary. Yeah, I mean, usually when I pick them, though, again, it's like I'm picking for selling Sakinctus. It's in like the 2 centimeter, less than that, yeah, like 15 millimeter to 2 centimeter range. So maybe they would start exhibiting those behaviors by then. But are we all still talking about children? We've switched topics, but barely, unfortunately. Here's an X for the Christian eye, or perhaps fortunately, I should say. Going once, going twice, sold to Tragic Hero 1 with a winning bid of $40. Tragic Hero 1. I butchered spelling that, but that's okay. Don't have to be perfect all the time. Okay. 20. Cubaris species cappuccino. Starting bid of $1. And I think I'm going to go eat a banana really quickly just to freshen up the vocal cords. And that's not an innuendo. So I will be right back. You guys can continue your children discussion, though. Don't let me get in the way of that. Guys, if you can hear me, I think I fixed it. Can you hear me? All right. Now, here's the ultimate test. All right, I figured it out. We're back to using this. We're all good. No, don't worry, guys. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. There are at least some walking sticks in the background. Get stick bugged. All right, I figured out how to reconnect it to this thing. So now we don't have to use the background situation with the hardwire doing the stuff through the computer. We got a lot of people going off on the cappuccinos. I'm going to put an X here. There we go. $90 is the best. The last bid by D Great Hyper Carry. We're going to jump right back into this and finish this up with the cappuccinos. Let's see this through, guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Iden S with a winning bid of 99. That's crazy. Is it Aiden or Iden? If you can hear me in the YouTube, please let me know. I want to say it. I want to try and say it right. It took me forever to say Joseph Tavir correctly when that was the topic. All right, here we have 20. 20 Armadillidium depressum, starting by $1. This is just the old Armadillidium depressum. I have some locality stock, which I unfortunately did not get to inventory for this. I finished about 3/5 of all my isopods, and most of the remaining 2/5 is like smaller like bins that I just redid more recently than these other ones. So there's not a lot of stuff that was going to be ready from them, so I just kind of cut the losses. But that does mean we won't be getting some things like the locality depressum. So, but we do have, this is that old stock from like 2017 or maybe even 2016, whenever they first started coming. I think it was 2017. And just your basic depressed boys. That's it. I don't know if they've fallen out of favor now because everybody wants Cuborous species destroy both Israel and Palestine. There, I can't make anybody mad if I go that route. Everybody wants the new Cuborous with names like that. So the little depressums are even more depressed than ever. But you know, all right, going once, going twice, sold. To Mac and Cheeses for the winning bid of 22. Mac Cheese. Mac and Cheeses, they appreciate you. The isopods, they appreciate you. They were depressed, but now they're slightly less depressed. You were like a Zoloft or something to them without the potential suicidal after side effects. So thank you. You remembered the P. I know what the P is. Okay, we have another group of 50 Armadillidium maculatum original 2014 import, starting bid of $1. The stock that doesn't have the weird stuff like the later imports have, the weird mottled coloration and solid individual. They're cool, but I just wish we knew where they came from or they were not mixed with other stock. But you can kind of see skull stock is descended from this. This is just the stuff that I've had since 2014 of maculatum. And again, there's spots, there's stripes, but there's none of those weird like solid individuals you get with some of the other stock, and they do get pretty darn big as well. So Lots of little fellows in here. My little dudes. There's a light one here. Here's a project waiting to happen right here. This light one. Who knows what it could be transformed into? I don't know. You'd have to see. I'm also realizing I think that the chat has frozen on my displayer thing, so I'm going to have to open it up again here. There we go. No, it hasn't. Apparently not. There's nobody knows where these originally came from. Is the thing. Well, like ultimately we don't know where they came from, but this stock comes from Jörg Bernhardt in Germany, back when not everybody and their brother was selling isopods, but this was obviously of interest to people because they'd never seen them before. So, but nobody knows where Jörg actually got that stock from. So that's part of the mystery. All right, here's an X for them. And we got a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway next. We're going to do a giveaway next. All right, going once on the maculatum. Going twice. Sold. To, could be Ryan, could be Blatto Beans. Gonna take some getting used to, but it's alliterative, so I think I'll get used to it. Ryan with a winning bid of 58. Just realized I put them down there without writing the name of them. Right. There we go. All right. Now I got some fresh, hot trivia right from Will. Sent to me over Snapchat. I gotta grab it off of there. Okay. Let's get this. This is a giveaway for 10 Porcellio succinctus. And the question is, what Korean king fell off his horse in a hunting accident and asked the court historian not to record it? Winner of this receives 10 Porcellio succinctus. Well, apparently my parents are coming to deliver some food. I thought that was tomorrow. Tennyson's got it. Tennyson has it with King Taejong. All right, Tennyson, you are the winner. So, hey, it works out. Hopefully there'll be some more females in here for you. So, that's just magic is what that is. All right, 30, Porcellio. That's how you spell it. Porcellio af levis dairy cow. Starting bid of $1. Just regular old dairy cows. Just get some dairy cows. You need them, you want them, they're right there. Had to figure I had to tailor to some more standard tastes a little bit. Korean court recorders, no fake news allowed. The way that Will explained it was more like the information got out and all the different principalities or whatever reported or whatever. And then the king went around was like, stop, do not report that. And by the time he had already tried to put the lid on it, it had already gotten out. And then subsequently the news that he had asked somebody to take it off of the records also got out. So then that was actually put on the records. So I am told by Will. Tragic Hero 1, that's okay. Here's an X for your dairy cows. If you'd like them, I suspect not many people will challenge you for those. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Tragic Hero 1 with a winning bid of 50. I mean, if you really want dairy cows, you really want dairy cows. Okay. Let's run this again. 6 Loriola species, white stripe, starting bid of $1. What I think we're gonna do is, oh geez, I can't even copy paste it. You guys are driving it up the thing. We got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. About 22 more isopods to go through here. And it's getting close to 5. I'm wondering when I'll do some Austin auctioning. It's apparently used to prove they reported even poor things about kings, not just good things. Anything after isopods, we are just doing isopods, and tomorrow will be Roach Day. Daniela wants regular old panda kings. They're just in here somewhere. These will be the prize piece of my collection, LOL. Tragic Hero 1, by the way. Yeah. The best questions are, what is Kyle's favorite? Because it can't be Googled and your homies have advantage. Then we get to learn more about our awesome host as well. Just a thought. Yeah, we can do that. We can do some more about me. I just, even if it can be Googled, we're all learning some things. We're learning more about Will in a way because we're finding out how much of a off the wall facts and stuff he is. Springtails US asking any springtails this weekend. Austin has some springtails that need to be auctioned, and those would probably be Sunday. So y'all are getting a little crazy up in here, guys. Here's an X for these little spiky dudes. And they are, believe me, they are little and they are spiky dudes. I just wonder what the purpose of the spikes is really the big question on my mind. Like, why are you like this? Like, what's the purpose? Also, where are you guys hiding? You all tucked away into stuff here? Like, does it wick water away from the body or something like that? The spikes are pretty strong, but they don't necessarily hurt. All right. Going once on the white stripes. Going twice. Sold to, looks like Dynastes. Let's see. Dynastes with a winning bid of $230. That's dirt, somebody said. Well, that's why you come to the Bugapalooza, so you can get some good deals on your favorite buggos. And that's one of them. All right. We have a group of 30 Porcelio Scaber Spanish Orange, starting bid of $1. For the Span Orange. Somebody said anti-mate defense. Get off me, bro. Could be. Actually, it's not necessarily the worst theory because it would give females pretty good control over mating interactions. And if they didn't want to mate, they could just do whatever they like. They may have to actually position themselves to mate properly. Maybe makes potential predators less inclined to eat them. Gather condensation from moisture. Nobody wants to eat a spiky ball. Yeah, I'm not sure. How well will roach people be eating tomorrow? Very well. Very well. There's I wish I had more of something for this, but I'm bringing what I can. I have prepared what I could for it, but in general, yeah, I wonder if the spikes might serve a very specific purpose at a smaller scale. Like there's some very specific predator, like a beetle or something, that can't get its mandibles on them in a certain way. And here's an X for the Spanish orange. Doom Turtle really wanting this stock. This is stock straight from Oren, by the way. This stock has been with me in some form since like 2008 or 2009 too. Never corrupted, never added to or anything like that. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Jojo with a winning bid of 55. Jojo really desiring these guys, bulking out the certain types of isopods for certain reasons. Stuff. Wow, these things are just really eating through the stuff that I put in here. I can see frass already. Okay, here we have 15 Cubaris, Cubaris species, Pak Chong. Starting bid of $1. Just Pak Chongs, nothing weird about them. This is stock that I got from the ISO Psycho back in 2019, early 2019. So it was shortly after they came in. Doom Turtle out here paying more than base price. It's for 30, so it's not too far off. Got to pay attention to counts. Yeah, there's that. You're also, you're in the auction, so there's the groups are usually, for smaller numbers, I will say it's usually a very firm count. When I get into larger numbers, I get frustrated counting sometimes, and I don't want anything to die or there to be undercount, so I will usually go over the count substantially too. Here's an X. I like Chris Snyder saying roach people will eat well tomorrow, and the next week they'll eat a lot of rice and ramen. Some people like to support the channel. Also free springtails. Yeah, a lot of stuff also comes with free springtails, so there's that. And free pregnant women too. Can't forget about that. Worth it for the pure line. Yes, that's why I'm here. Get it once and then try never to lose it. And then if I lose it, I come pester you guys for it. Did you get that at an auction? Did you get any of these? Because I lost mine. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To KRM2 with a winning bid of 76. And KRM2, that is your first Bugapalooza win. Congrats on your first blood. And also thanks for joining us, because I don't recognize you either. So I'm assuming that you are a new person to things. We can do this. We have 30 Platyarthris iacensis, starting bid of $1. Was somebody calling these angel rice at some point too? I feel like that was happening instead of just ant isopod. Zen Monkey says the spines are for tax purposes. They can claim it as a necessity for defensive purposes, and so they're a tax deduction. Spines are actually a pre-existing condition. Sorry, but that's funny. I get that. Any cool skate? Yeah, I wish I could get dragon horns, Tennyson. I've been waiting years at this point. 68 in YouTube, 142 in Discord. Oh yeah, now this is a good Bugapalooza. 67. I feel like tomorrow night and Sunday night we're gonna end up getting pretty high in the viewership as well. It seems to be how it ends up being. Locale, Alan, I think, knows the locality, but I thought these were mixed was the thing. I thought they were mixed between two places. If they have a locale, Alan knows it because they came from him. Did I put an X? We'll put an X here. All right. Here's an X for the Platyarthris iacensis. Oh, excuse me. I need a nap. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans with a winning bid of $37. Blatto Beans returning for some Platyarthris. And Blatto Beans and no sign of beetle pixel. Must be lurking in the shadows somewhere. All right, we have 15 Porcelio Scaber CF Forma Lusitanus. Lava starting bid of $1. I almost lost these this fall. The colony was down to maybe a dozen, and I had to really change conditions in the bin to get them to come back, and now they're finally on the rebound. So I think I still owe somebody some of these from a previous auction. So if you are that person, remind me, and I will send you some because I can do that now. Tennyson asking about the dragon horns. They're basically a scaber that I collected at a friend's apartment that I then bred to have like the base of the antennae were red, and then some of that was like moving onto the body, kind of like you see in the red edge, but instead of it being kind of like over the top of the body, it was like circling the skirt of the isopod. So it kind of looked like the Porcelio lepinii basically, but in scaber form, which I need Porcelio lepinii if anybody has those. The Morocco's, I need those again. When did you get them? I used to have mixed locality like 8 years ago. So this is the mixed locality stuff then. I haven't actually gotten the pure Cave Creek Canyon iacensis. The thought between the pure lavas are that they may be lava was sold as a morph name, but is a locality of scaber. We don't know where from, but it was wild collected as it appears in culture, and the name lava was just slapped on it because nobody cared about localities or anything like that at all. Definitely put on as a sales gimmick. So it's assumed that it's a natural integrate between these different forms of scaber for a couple of reasons. So that's why there's the CF on there. Is it might actually be that, it might be an integrate, it might not be. It's a mess. It is a big mess. So so have you talked to Nate about these recently? No, I have not talked about him with these recently. That was the conversation we had talked about, which is why it was listed as a forma. And they can obviously breed just fine with regular scabers and all that stuff. So if anything, they may just a unique population of scaber. They do have differences between the ones you find in the U.S., especially in terms of their preferences. They do not like it nearly as moist as the ones you find across the U.S. do. So with that being said, they're unique. They're definitely unique among scaber lines. And, you know, the red edges, I think, being a wild population in the native habitat, are pretty unique among scaber too. So, all right, going once. Going twice. Oh, excuse me. Sold. to Doom's Darling with a winning bid of 58. Doom's Darling getting in with the snipe there. Congratulations. 58 from Doom's Darling. Okay, well that made the decision up for a lot of you. Okay, here's something more utility. 20 Atlantosia floridana, Destin, Florida, can be raised on coconut fiber alone. They won't be quite as happy as if you don't supplement the diet, but this population, I did have them going in an enclosure and they were eating nothing but coconut fiber. A horrible existence. Somebody telling me I need to drink Red Bull. I'm trying to avoid caffeine and sugar. After going a month without any caffeine the last 3 days, I had to drink some to get through all this packing. And I need a vacation. Collecting trip was not a vacation. I need a proper vacation. So this Saturday or Sunday, I think I'm going to go on a one-day staycation type thing and go look at some pretty plants and some wild bugs and all of that stuff. People are talking about the stream glitching out. Maybe you could always refresh it. Here's an X. Chris, this seems like a Chris Sniper thing because Chris likes low maintenance thing, and there's nothing quite as low maintenance as feeding something a bag of coconut fiber. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to, it goes to Chris Sniper with his $25 bid, miles and leagues ahead of the rest. All right, next up we have 15 Armadillidium Klugii Dubrovnik, starting bid $1. And this is pure stock also, not a mix of different. Eric is goated with the sticks, though. Don't know what that means. Just pure Dubrovnik Klugii. So we got going on here. Maybe show them for the camera. See if we can get it to focus. The age-old battle of trying to get the camera to focus on something while not looking at my face. There we go. Anybody in here that we can see? I like that one auction where I would pick this up and like point it at the thing, but I'm so afraid of, well, I guess I shouldn't be afraid of the stream ending anymore because we have the reconnect feature. But what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work sometime? Will you educate people about impure Klugii? Well, basically, once people will be, there will be larger sellers that will be like, hey, man, I need some. Oh, hey, guys, we have something to auction off in a little bit. Klugii, they'll get in stuff and they'll just be labeled like, oh, I got some clowns in, not knowing that that's like a common name and that there's at least 3 different strains of pure of this clown thing, and then they get mixed together. And then I have a suspicion that the orange Verneri were mixed with Klugii to make the orange Klugii, and it's a whole thing. So, but yeah, basically my policy with a lot of stuff, especially with localities of things from Europe, is get them as soon as they come in and hold on to them and do not let go, because they will be muddied up eventually. So, and with like single trait things too, like even whiteouts, can't even find pure whiteouts anymore. Stella's Austin did get me some generic whiteout stock. I'm going to do some crosses to see what might be hiding underneath it and see if it might actually somehow be pure whiteout, but we'll see. Okay, going once on the Klugii. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Unenlagia, but let's see on the control R. It is Unenlagia with a winning bid of 63. Unenlagia is your first winning bid of this Bugapalooza. Congratulations on your first blood. Which Verneri is this? Okay, Porcellio. We have a group of 15 Porcellio Verneri, starting bid of $1. We will also have some Armadillidium Verneri at some point. Unsure when. Again, I may appear as if I'm in the driver's seat, but I am as powerless as anyone in this situation. Yeah, we'll put this up for grabs at some point, this Chinese manted ooth. I have Will keeping an eye out for them in the front, just because I know some of you guys might want them feeders for something, or if you want to hatch them and raise them or whatever. Let's see, what fun stuff do we have here coming up? Ooh, we'll do those next because I like those. Oh yeah, look at all this fun stuff. We love this. Feeders. Yeah, I mean, people use mantids as feeders for stuff like for chameleons and amphibians. You just throw this in and then they hatch out and then you've got a burst of food. Here's an X for the Porcellio Verneris for wrapping things up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taita with a winning bid of 75 before JS Vana. 75 from Taita. Congrats, Taita. And in a similar vein to the Verneri, we have 15, similar color scheme at least, Porcellio Flavo Marginatus with a starting bid of $1. These were doing poorly for me until I started giving them more ventilation during the summer, and then they really picked up and they rebounded, and hence why they're here. So I do really well with a lot of the Spanish Porcellio, which, by the way, anybody, I need Porcellio Sevilla, and I also need Porcellio Lepinii again, please. And actually, I need Porcellio ornatus, like high yellow or any of that. I do need those again. I need Porcellio pseudo-ornatus, but I think Tennyson's got me covered on those. Willie says, man, you ISO people going all out. I'm about to lose internet here at Stagecoach Festival. Enjoy the rest of the auction. Thank you, Willie. I really appreciate that. Buzzing, go, something. All right, here's an X for the Flavos. There's plenty of time for me to embarrass myself through the rest of all these auctions. Oh, all right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Tino with a winning bid of $53. Tino, that's definitely your first win at the Bugapalooza. Congratulations on your first win for your first blood. I hope you got something you wanted. Anthony Ailman has high yellow ornatus, says Alyssa. Yes, I want those. I need a couple of these big things. I will have them if you give me a few months. Yep, take whatever time you need, but I need to check those things off the list again, especially I miss the Lepinii a lot. Here we have 30 Trichelopus caucasus, starting bid of $1. These are the little homies I keep in with one of my Centrobolus splendidus colonies, and they both do really well. I really like that they're little friends together. It brings me immense joy to see the homies together. And people say don't keep isopods with millipedes. Bah! You just have to be good at taking care of them. That's all. And also actually take care of them is the other thing. All right, let's see what we're going to do here. Oh, yeah, we got some good stuff. Plenty of fun things coming up. Got some vulgaris coming up very soon. Immediately very soon. Here's an X for the Caucasius. I think they like higher humidity has been my sort of experience with them. And, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up another super chat thing, and we're going to try to get another plant thing going on. Try and get another batch of plants up for grabs. All right, the Caucasius going once, going twice, sold to DGSJ with a winning bid of 50. DGSJ. Congrats, DGSJ. DGSJ coming in for some of these oddball isopods here. All right, we have a creation of one of our auction goers here. We have 20 Armadillidium vulgari Arizona Sunrise, starting bid of $1. This is supposed to be a mixed phenotype looking colony. There are several genotypes at play in the culture, but it has a very pleasant pastel sort of phenotype look. I'm working on pulling some of the mutations in the stock out of it. The isolator is working on doing that as well too. I'm curious to see where things will go. Vulgari Hype says Springtails US. Charlie Bug says, but Nizatum's when shaking my head, the superior Armadillidium. Chain says Haplophthalmus, and I suspect Myctenis could probably cohabitate with anything, but you'll probably never see them. Yeah, I need to dump some Haplophthalmus in with a random Millipede to just have them going. There are so many of them in the leaf pile in my front yard. There's like thousands of Haplophthalmus in there. It's crazy. We have mops. Mops, that's funny. People call them that. They are coming up. Springtails user says, I have a pic if you need me to post it. You could if you could. Here's a trivia question. What's the black speck on the wall behind your head? That is a nail that I use to hang up the the painting that used to be there. And I didn't have anything else on hand at the time. It was the beginning of COVID times. There was panic that the world was coming to an end, and I had a hammer and nails, and I had a painting I wanted to put up. So I did what was needed of me to do that, and that's what that is. Beautiful picture photo gallery. Thank you. Here's an X for the Arizona Sunrises. See, I'm working on pulling those white ones out of here, and I'm curious if those really light gray ones are actually the males of that really light morph. The isolator said oranges have also popped up in the stock now, and like from adding things from outside, they were collected in Arizona. That oranges have started to pop up, so I'm curious. And now I'm also wondering, these vulgari from the desert Southwest tend to be quite colorful. And I'm wondering if maybe there's some adaptive success or something else being coded for in these individuals that end up brightly colored, because a lot of Spanish isopods are also very prettily colored, and they live probably, I would assume, in kind of similar habitats. So I'm wondering if there's something going on there. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to JoJo with a winning bid of 39. Okay, Jojo getting some more vulgaris. Let's do a group of these guys. I really like these. These are rapidly becoming one of my favorite isopods, I think. 20 Cubaris species, rubber bee, starting bid of $1. Pretty dry tolerant. They get fair to good size. The colors pop. Really nice little guys. I really like. And we're gonna get another. We're in another super chat here going on. We're gonna do the light blue and higher timer for 3 hours. We're gonna do. I'll put even more plants up for auction. All right, everybody, we got a goal. 10 more super chat thingies. And we'll put even more plants up for auction. I really am thinking about doing a plant only auction at some point in the next month or so. I'm gonna really think about it. But yeah, definitely don't miss out on these rubber bees. I really like them. I feel like that's not rubber bee. And it doesn't look like the. I'm gonna swipe Carlos's picture because I can. Not species bumblebee, species rubber bee. Get it right. Don't you understand? It's species rubber bee, not bumblebee. You gotta get it right. Although those bumblebees are very cool too. I'm wondering if I will get my hands on those at some point. There's got to be something with these two-tone Cubaris and similar too. There's got to be some adaptive advantage to being like that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many like that. Mike Reed says, my wild boys from Sycamore Creek are a good range of colors. My males are all slate gray. Yeah, typically male Vulgari are far less variable than the females. And usually they don't have yellow on them. The only exceptions I've seen to that are usually from Texas. Texas Vulgari will have yellow spotted males fairly often. Any more Hilaria brevicornis? There are more in the stacks. I just don't know where they are is the thing. So they could end up being on Sunday. Tennyson only wants native plants and thinks too far away to get any natives. Michigan has a lot of overlap with Rocky Mountains, like mountainous plants, actually, like asters and shrubs and whatnot, because it's kind of a similar moisture and climate in some respects. But yeah, for the most part, we're not going to have too much in common. Stella's is going to bring me some bumbles. I do want to get some bumblebees, some Cubaris species bumblebees, especially if they're as cute as the rubber bees are. All right, wrapping up for the rubber bees. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Unenlagia with a winning bid of 75. We had a 69 bid in there too. We have to acknowledge that. But Unenlagia with the winning bid of 75. All right, next up we have, these guys have also grown on me. 15 Cubaris species, platinum ducky, starting bid of $1. I kind of thought they were lame at first, but they are pretty shiny. They're kind of like an expensive version of Silisticus convexus. Sorry, my semi-domesticated feral child came in to ask for food, and I missed your answer about more. Yeah, more brevicornis is like there are more of them. I just don't know where, in which stack. So we could get them to them tonight, or we could get to them on Sunday. I'm just unsure what it will be. So yeah, I like these platinum duckies. the best things in life really are free. These came for free in a trade, and then they just sort of took off, and they've been doing well for a while. So, although not as good lately as they were when I first got them, I'm curious why that is, but maybe it'll just take time, you know. All right, here's an X for the platinum duckies. A lot of interest in these guys, actually. That picture definitely doesn't show off. They are kind of like, I would imagine, the similar niche to Silisticus maybe in the wild in terms of just the looks and the colors. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To JS Vena, winning bid of $80. JS Vena picking up some cool pods at this Bugapalooza. Okay. We haven't seen these guys ugly mug in a bit. We've got 15 Troglodillo species green spots, starting bid of $1. I feel like I'm going to have to take a moisture break after I get through these. We got 9 more pods left after this, and then I'll go get another stack, or I'll do some of Stella's stuff. Exotic Wilderness slapping down $150 bid. Eric Matthews says, don't look very ducky. I don't know what that was directed. Oh, the platinum duckies. Yeah, I don't know. They just slap the name on whatever. Who cares where it came from or anything about its natural history? Just make up a cool name for it and call it that species and make money, I guess. Sorry, the bitterness. I'll try and control it, guys. I'll try and keep it under lock and key, I guess. I'll try. Dr. Hemorrhoid, you're going to have to do better than that if you want to beat the baller that is Exotic Wilderness. Dr. Hemorrhoid says, I've killed like $700 of these. And it's ready to kill $700 more, apparently. Here's the X. Exotic Wilderness is currently in the lead with a winning bid of $150 if Dr. Hemorrhoid does not up the ante. We will see. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, Dr. Hemorrhoid, you may have lost to Exotic Wilderness. This could be an upset. Let's see. It's Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of $150. How could this happen? I think that's one of the only times that Dr. Hemorrhoid has been overthrown by somebody making a stronger out of the bat bid. Dang, I was just trying to make it harder for others. And there it is. Exotic Wilderness just right up front. You did it. Sounds like we may have some company or something. Oh, that's my dad. That is the sound of my father. All right, I'm going to put something up for bids here, and then I'm going to go see my parents. They got some stuff for me. So what are we going to put up? We're going to put up something you guys will fight over because that's how this works. Hello. Oh, thank you for bringing me some stuff.
Hi, everybody.
This is my
Buy
father.
lots of stuff.
Thank you for the advertising, Dad. No, is Mom here too?
She's outside.
I'll go see her. Can you put this in the kitchen?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Everybody says hi, Kyle's dad, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go see my mom. So I'm gonna toss something. Papa Roach. You guys are priceless. Here you go. We're gonna just slap some Porcelio Expansus Witch's Potion, starting bid $1. Have fun, everybody. I will be back. Howdy, everybody. Oh, shoot. I just realized I need to... Guys, I'm gonna... I didn't include that these were also small expanses. We can... No, I do not want AI Copilot. Let's run this again, if that's all right. I didn't realize I had clarified that on the last one. I want to make sure because I don't want you guys to overpay for something if you don't think it's worth that. So we'll run this one more time. Redo. Okay, there we go. All right, clarified. Again, that's important. I forgot that I had clarified before. Where does hemorrhoid work so that he can afford this? He's a doctor. Charlie's proud of keeping on a budget. Anyone else want that black speck to crawl on the wall? That's so funny. Where the magic potions at? I can't afford them, but I want to see what you guys spend on them. At what time does the stream end? By the way, did he say it ends when we get through everything we need to get through? I would love to end it actually at 10, but we'll see how that goes. The more I cover today, the less I have to do Sunday. So there is that. There's a storm moving in. How small is small? In the centimeter-ish range. Tennyson just slapped 150 there, so I feel like that's just how this is going to end. I don't think everybody seems to realize that that's already in there. All right. Going once. Going twice. And my apologies for earlier not communicating. I forgot I put that there. Sold. To photo gallery. Also, for everybody who's now realizing that the photo gallery bot isn't actually a bot, that's another thing. Expanses. We have other expanses going up too, is the thing. There, again, must be hiding one of the other stacks. 165. Okay, let's do a little, slow the pace down just a little. Photo galleries in the space between being a bot and not being a bot. So he technically doesn't have human rights, being like a foot in both realms, basically. What does this say? Somebody says something. He's just really advanced AI. Don't let Kyle fool you. Foreign interference. 3 hours of grain pests on Sunday. I mean, yeah, we could end up taking our time with that and making it something fun. There's not quite as much other stuff as I kind of thought there would be, which isn't such a bad thing. If Sundays, maybe we lead with the other, get into the isopods, and then wrap it up with grain pests and some good old times, maybe. People talking about foreign interference in the Bugapalooza. Here's an X for these. Again, I brought some kind of more rank and file stuff for people who are just looking for some pods that don't necessarily want to get into a fist fight with Dr. Hemorrhoid or anybody else over things. But there's still plenty of goods in here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Paco Yeesis with a winning bid of $40. Pachnoda something. There we go. All right, we have a giveaway in this too. I might even save it for like the last thing. 20 Armadillidium Granulatum Magic Potion. Starting bid of $1. So I guess it is a magic potion. It is not the magic potion necessarily, but it is a magic potion, which is potion, magic potion, blah, 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 potion. Hi, honey. What'd you do on your day off today? Fist fought Dr. Hemorrhoid for pods while Kyle ate a banana to boat girls. I would never have known about that dating sim game if it weren't for that. It is intriguing. Eric Matthews says, just humor me. A trivia question could be you putting something on the wall to crawl and we have to guess what it is. That is a very interesting possible thing. I got to think of a good wall crawler is the thing in that situation. Put a German roach on the wall. It is amusing what you guys, I mean, I guess that it's so obvious the whole wall has nothing on it except for this one little spot there. It just draws the eye. You can actually marry the boat women. No, I am not joking. I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. Again, the fact that they're boat women and not just boats that are also women, or like boats that are conceptually women but are boats, and that they are like physically women but are also boats. I like there's a line here I'm trying to articulate. The wall is actually 5 million dwarf whites. I wonder how much surface area 5 million dwarf whites would actually cover. That's a good question. All right, going once on the Granulatum Magic Potion. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 81. Nobody dared to challenge the 81 from Blado Beans. And thus that is where they stay. Blado Beans. Okay. Now, a lot of my duckies are not doing the best right now, and I'm trying to figure out why that is, because it's been years since I've had this problem. But, I'll work it out eventually, but it'll just take some time. But I could spare, and this is the only group of these, a group of 10 Cubaris species, blonde ducky, pure species blonde ducky up for grabs, the only group of them that will be up at this auction. I'm hoping to have more based on the sizes of the individuals and whatnot, hoping to have more for the fall Bugapalooza and by summer, but this is all for now. Actually, it could be the lime issue. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think that I changed them out of the lime enclosure that I had them in. So, but that's more work that I have to do, and I have enough on my plate right now. So they can stall for a bit, but I'm gonna work on it. They're on my work on shelf. Satchel says, I think they're just women who are named after boats, but I'm not expert on Azure Lane. Well, maybe you should become one before you speak out. Maybe this isn't your place to speak, Satchel. Maybe you should date some boat women before you go talking to us about them. Infiltrate them, become one with their culture. We've got 69 by C. I don't know how it's crab cake. So if crab cake wins, then I have to put crab cake and not an emoji for crab and emoji for cake. Here's an X for the crab cakes. I want those was it troglodilo crabbies or whatever? Those are actually really cool too. I like those. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2, looks like touchable hat for, no, crab, looks like crab cake for 76. Let's see. Touchable hat with a winning bid of 80, sniping out the crab cake. Touchable hat. What an upset for crab cake. I kind of feel like maybe even I was rooting for crab cake a bit there, and then this upset happened. They don't look like boats, so I'm not interested, said Satchel. The patricians answer in this situation. Let's do 20 Porcelio Hasai High Yellow, starting bid of $1. And I need to start working on the Austin list. Let's see. Let me grab that stuff off of here. Let us see. Because Stella's Springtails, aka Austin, aka Stella, has some good stuff here, and I need to get this list down, copy text, and I'll just check it off. That's all going to be handled separate from me here. Austin list. Austin. No, I don't want the whole thing. I just want parts of it. Not every single sentence. Come on. You're killing me. We'll do the little select thingy. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we're going to focus on one thing at a time here. So we're going to do the Isopod stuff today. I hear Will getting closer and closer with his work outside. It's getting like dangerously close to my side window. Okay. All right. Everybody's getting mad at Little Ninjas for putting the high bid right off the bat. 41 from Lotus. There's the X for wrapping things up. Hello, Dad. How are the beetles we sent you doing? One of the Dynastes I lost completely. I think it's the Caninus are doing quite well. I just bumped them into a bigger setup. It was the ones that look like Talpinus that didn't end up doing well long term. So I might try them again. I might also just try just the Talpinus that I have here. Yes, it was Marmoratus. One more plant. We get more plant when we get to our goal here. We need some super chats, folks. I meant the flower beetles. The Dichronorhina are doing well. I just checked them yesterday, and by checked I mean I looked to make sure that at least one was still in the container, and then I tossed a bunch of food, and then I frantically hurried to do more auction stuff. All right. Porcelio Hasai, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 Lil Ninjas, 18. Lil Ninjas, not a stranger, but that's your first win at this auction, I'm pretty sure. So congrats for that. Lil Ninjas, 18, 20. Hasai High Yellow. Winning bid of 55. 55 seems to be a pretty reliable bid number, I'm noticing, when you're not really sure if something's going to go above or below 50. Let's do another group of contaminated white sharks. Let me grab my little blurb for here. All right, we got another group of contaminated white sharks up for grabs. What about the aeruginosa? The Ceaniscima aeruginosa are they pupated, and I think I'm starting to get adults within the pupal cells. I was kind of afraid when I was in Florida that they would be a closing and I wouldn't be there for that, but they seem to be sitting in the pupal cells still. They have there's a piece of food in there just in case they do a close earlier before I can really get to them, so they should be okay. And then oh, you didn't send me these. The Protetia inquinata are doing well. I feel like I kind of got poor luck with them because I got, well, the greens are very pretty, but I got greens, purples, and no blues, and I was really hoping for blues. So I need to actually ask the person I got them from, do you have blue Protetia? We'll see. For all I know, there could be an adult bumbling around right now, but I didn't really check yesterday. I got to check the whole office. I dried out the office room. I turned the fan on. I opened the window and I opened the door, and I dropped the humidity in the office to about 22% yesterday. And then in the evening, I closed everything up. I went and did a mist with hot water to bring everything out so that instead of having to go through bin by bin and see what was available, I could just look in from the outside. And if a container was crawling with bugs, okay, these are available. And so that's what I did. So I didn't actually get to check in on the aeruginosa, but I'm sure that they're doing fine. All right, here's an X from D Great Hypercarry with the leading bid of 70 as we come into the final seconds for these white sharks contaminated. Going once, going twice. Sold to Touchable Hat 45. Touchable Hat coming in clutch a couple times too. Bam, with the winning bid of 80. These Isopod bids, man, are really, really bringing up our totals for today, and I do like that. Oh, that was the last winning bid for them too, was 80. That's interesting. I just heard Will make a generic pain noise. Something must have happened to him outside. Let's see. So it would seem. Okay, we're going to do a quick giveaway. We're going to do some. Am I doing good? Yeah. We're going to do a giveaway for 20 Porcelio Scaber Shubunkin. This is lava crossed with Dalmatian and then horrifically inbred for about 4 or 5 years to try and create high expression of spots, as well as about 50% dark spots, 50% light, the orange spots on the body. I'm getting pretty good with the ratio of orange to black. The problem is in this strain of Scaber and in most strains of isopods I've worked with, it is difficult to breed up the expression of the spotting on Dalmatians. It's very hard to do. There seems to be some deeply hardwired differences between different strains of even the same species of isopod, depending on where they're found. And it's very difficult to get a higher expression genetically of the number and size of spots. So I've been trying to do both. This has been a lot of pick the best looking female, put it in the bin, and put it in a new bin. Then a generation or two later, do the same thing and just keep doing that. So it's slow but gradual progress, but I wish it would go faster. I wish that it was as easy as isolating like a simple recessive. Hyperbeam says fortunately it was just a generic pain noise and not a specific one. Tennyson says looking to getting moo-moos for those projects, essentially large spot Dalmatian scaber. I would like moo cows. Are they available in the U.S.? If they are, I would like to get them. I would really like to get them, actually. I would love to cross them to Dalmatians and see if it is even the same genotype, the same allele that's responsible. So if they're in the U.S., let me know who has them or get them for me, and I'll get them from you for sure because I would like to work with them. The problem I've seen with a lot of stuff is it is over in Europe or not accessible in the U.S. currently. Okay, so people are already talking about like, okay, if you find them, let us know too. Yeah, just let me know if you find anything. I'll be on the top of the list for getting those. But the question is, we have these available, and what are we gonna ask for them? And somebody said that I should ask more Kyle personal questions. What's a good one? Okay, I got a good one. What is my least favorite male first name? You could even word it as like, what first name do I hate? Just in general. I do not appreciate the people saying Kyle. I do not appreciate you. Nobody's got Austin. Somebody put Austin there. Will, everybody's saying all this crazy stuff. Aaron Pauling. What if it's Aaron, huh? Why is everybody saying Will? Is Methuselah even a male name? Satchel Junkai. Adolf. Nope, nobody's gotten it. We're getting some mad engagement here, though, and I love that. This is good. Christopher, no, nobody's gotten it yet. Double Z, no roaches tonight. That's all day tomorrow. Throwing names at the wall. Nobody's gotten it yet. Luch, Stellos. Behave. Judah, Gregory. I am pretty sure I have not seen it yet. I'm going to scroll up to make sure, but I am pretty sure I have not seen it yet. The funny thing is, it's actually one of no, actually I can't share that information. I shouldn't share that information. But nobody's gotten it yet. Not even anything close. We're gonna be here a while, I think. Like I'm almost tempted to run. I'm almost tempted to run an auction at the same time. We have a winner, Amanda Reddy. It is Edward. Amanda Reddy wins. Amanda Reddy. Edward is my least favorite male first name, actually. So congratulations on having this very niche knowledge. I think that was your first guess too. Was to say Edward. You just out of nowhere just slapped that in there. Somebody came close with Edwin, but it's Edward. I really do not like the first name Edward. Really not at all. All the Edwards. How did Edward hurt you? Said Jacob Ma. All the Edwards seething in chat. Bro's got Twilight trauma. Nah, third guess. Worse than Adolf? Yes, worse than Adolf. Why Kyle? It's a pretty generic first name. Okay, double A Ron. Okay. All right, we're down to our last two isopods until I go get more off the stack. We're going to go with first a group of 20 Cuberous species. Cappuccino, starting bid of $1. Another batch of cappuccinos. Oh, my eyes, my fingies so tired. Oh. But we're doing good. We're doing a good job. At least it wasn't Braden. Kyle, that's a biblical name. Okay, double A Ron. You want to be named Lot next, or like Jecadiah? How about Zacchaeus? How about you name your child Zacchaeus, and they can sit in the tree and be like 4 foot nothing and collect taxes. How about that? Sounds great. Keanu. Heck is Keanu. I don't even know what I won. Oh yeah, Amanda, you won a group of 20 Porcelio Scaber Shubunkin. Stella says my apple snails smell so bad I really don't want them anymore. I need to get the Florida apple snails again. Alan collected some, and then Satchel watched them, and apparently they did not over time, is how we say that. Best part about growing up Catholic is you got to choose whatever cool biblical name. Being a Catholic, they're not even biblical names. They're not even the Bible. Like your middle name is just like a saint. Like, I mean, I guess does anybody like go and be like, yeah, I'm getting confirmed Catholic and I want my middle name to be Moses or Adam or something like that? Like, does that happen? John? Yeah, there can be 1,000 Johns. They literally call people John's generic name. Adam is such a normal name. I chose Athanasius. Yeah, there's some crazy saint names out there. And even crazier, like some of the names and the faces in like the early church stuff. Like there's the one guy's like Valthesius or something like that. It's like, dude, where did this come from? We went from like people have like 2-syllable unga bunga names and like Latin like Cassius stuff everywhere, and then all of a sudden you're getting slammed with this like wall of text for your first name at like 100 to 300 AD. So I don't know, just crazy to me. Dee said I chose Ran the Bishop later that I didn't want to be confirmed, which went over as well as you would have expected. Very amusing. Yeah, Unga Bunga names. Jay Steverson. It's like it's black and white, like before 0 whatever BC or whatever. It's like you could be a Moses, an Aaron, double Aaron, an Adam, or you could be like a Cassius. Like we went from grunts being the foundation of human names to like a whole book for somebody to call you over by. So, all right, I don't think I put next to the cappuccinos. Okay, good, I didn't. Here we go. Tragic Hero is in the lead for the cappuccinos currently. Lovely little species, very easy. I've heard from people who try to keep them the way you're taught to keep isopods that they kill them. I think it's because they actually take a lot of dryness, and I find that in my collection, things that like a lot of dryness tend to, or more dryness tend to do better long term. I think that's why I was struggling with Ardentiella, but I think I finally got them down, and it's I could see myself doing some more enclosures in that style if it meant having guaranteed results with the other Ardentiella species. So, all right, cappuccinos going once. Going twice. Sold. To D Great Hyper Carry. Is that your first winning bid of $85? D Great Hyper Carry. Yeah, I think that is. Again, geez, it does sound like an echo in here. Congrats on your first Bugapalooza win, D-grade hyper carry. This is I think you were definitely bidding before. So that's good, but now you've sunk your teeth into something that's even better. All right, and our last item before I go run off to get some more stuff from the Isopod stack is 20 Porcelio Scaber rainbow stock, starting bid of $1, not to be confused with Roy G. Biv. But we will get to Roy G. Bivs. They're in the stack somewhere. So this is the unrefined Roy G. Biv. There's a bit more variation. There's a bit more drab colors involved. It's not perfected to where I wouldn't even call Roy G. Biv completely perfect, but I've gotten out a lot of the darker and uncontrasting colors. So it is much more of a visual delight to see the Roy G. Bivs. But there's still plenty of stuff in this stock that you can use. You can, oh, look, there's a gravid female. You can make all kinds of projects out of this and try to prove something out, you know. Daniela says, I'm going to miss the Panda Kings. I'm so sorry. I think I packed 2 or 3 cups of them, and we just haven't gotten to them. And a couple different mutants of them as well as the thing. But Daniela, if you're here, if they're not gotten to tonight, they'll be gotten to on Sunday for sure. So if you're able to tune in again, we will probably do the other bugs first on Sunday. So 10 a.m. to about 2-ish, 3-ish, 2-ish p.m. will be other bugs. And then after that will be isopods and then grain pests after that. Thank you, Double A Ron. Hope the auction kicks butt. Kyle, as always, does. I just saw you live, and I have got some obligations to get to. Peace. I hope you and yours are well. Everyone, he has awesome bugs. Thank you, Double A Ron. I hope to see you tomorrow at the Roach auctions. Danielle, if you want Panda Kings, DM me in Discord. I'll literally send you some if you can't get them. Yeah, they're panda rats. There were points in time where they were almost taking over my discoid roach enclosure with absolutely like no extra help or assistance. Thank you, Blado Beans, for putting up some pictures of these guys. I feel like they're a little bit washed out in that. Usually there's some more yellow. There are some solid grays and stuff. Oh, there's a pretty decent picture from Photo Gallery of either rainbow stock or could be those could be Roy G. Bivs in the first picture, but could also be rainbow stock. It really just comes down to a lot of the darker colors have been selected out of Roy G. Biv, and a lot of them are still present in the rainbow stock because it's just was fodder to find good gravid females to try and isolate for Roy G. Biv. So did I put an X? No X. All right. Here's the X. I got a direct message request. Some people are telling me they're combining their boxes. That's fine. I just gotta focus on my auctioneering. Let's see. Health Fitness Adventure says they're auctioning some Jupiter and Lemon Blue. There will be a small number of really good, high quality stock for sure. Jupiters available at some point. Again, it's just I grabbed the stack of containers randomly and whatever's in it we have. Eric Matthews says, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow is Roaches all day, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. ? And do you know if anyone is working with Chromastochilus, says LC. Why does that sound familiar? There's a generic will sneeze. No, I don't know anybody working with Chromastochilus. Dat Boy asking about a master stock list. There is not a master stock list. It just, you show up and you see what's here and you hope there's something good that you want. All right, wrapping up the bids for the rainbow stock scabers. Again, there's a lot of different lines in here. There's red sex-linked calicos. There's ultimately there's orange calicos, but there's Scorpio in here. There's obviously lava. That's where a lot of the really bright colors come from, is from the lava influence. Going once, going twice. Sold. to Ryan with a winning bid of $53. Thank you very much, Ryan. And I'm sure that if you do some selection out of here, you can make some pretty neat stuff. I'm also realizing we're starting to lose light, so I'm going to have to get the supplemental lighting here. Well, actually, I look good. I guess at some point I'll just look like the Crypt Keeper or whatever, hanging out here in the darkness looking at y'all. All right, we have taken care of the first stacks of isopods. I'm going to go grab a couple more, and things are looking pretty good right now. I can say that much. So I'm going to go put these back, maybe grab a bite of something to whet my whistle, and we will take it from there. So I'll just be, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. So see y'all very soon. All right, here we are back again. Guess who's back? Back again. We have plenty of good stuff here. I often forget just how much stuff there is to go through it. It sounds like it's starting to rain outside. I should actually give Will an indoor task. Maybe I go articulate that real quick here. All right, Will's going to be right below us working on cleaning some containers. I'm setting an alarm for 7 because at that time I'm going to have a beverage. But I like to stay relatively level-headed before that time. Let's see, is the chat lagging behind, or is what's the dealio? Let's see. No, we're good. Everybody's just waiting with bated breath for what I'm going to post next. So let's get right to it and let's go in. If you're here, you're ready, you're attentive, guess what? You're being rewarded for that because we have 10 Cubaris species, amber firefly, starting bid of $1. There you go, everybody. Everything you ever wanted right there. There we go. There's that beautiful engagement I so desperately crave in these situations. Wonderful. And we got a nice thunderstorm going on here. We still got enough light that I don't have to bring supplemental light in. Maybe I could just turn that on. It might be kind of weird to have the backlight. It'll make me look really creepy, but I don't know. And the super chats have slowed down, so we may not do any more plans today. And might not be able to do any more plans today because I don't think I can even get outside because of the atmospheric phenomena that are currently befalling us. But oh well. And I think I did see a Panda King on one of these when I brought them in here. I could be wrong though, but it's in my brain somewhere that it was present. So I don't know if it was just the straight species or one of the mutants, but here's an X. I think these guys like higher humidity, but not soaking wet. They just kind of like a consistently higher humidity. Picard voice, engage. Yeah, again, I'll spare you some trouble and I'll just poke around here and see, because you've been, here they are. Here's Panda King Red Panda. And the pile over here is kind of too tall to see some of the other stuff. So we'll do these next. We'll throw these up and give you a chance with those while you're here, the red pandas. All right, going once on the amber fireflies. Going twice. Oh, I love the smell of the rain. It smells so good. Sold. To JS Vanna with a winning bid of $80. Okay, and next up, because it has been desperately asked for, we have, oh, the rain just smells so good. 20 cubarus species, panda king, comma, red panda, starting bid of $1. This is the orange mutation in species panda king. And I know that there's some good sized groups of regular panda kings. I know I packed them up. I think we're getting a little shafted right now, and they're not in. They just happen to not be in the stacks that I'm bringing. There's a lot of other good stuff here. Actually, there's some pretty crazy diversity of species in what's here. Like a lot of stuff that's kind of fallen by the wayside. Thing that's not very Pachnoda. Okay, Pachnoda is not that. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff coming up. There's going to be a lot of good stuff tomorrow too. We haven't even hit some of the high notes, I feel, of what's going to be available. I like that. Please, somebody. Here's an X for the Panda Kings, red pandas. I have an infestation of Panda Kings. Yeah, again, they are at plague levels in some containers. Going once for the red pandas. Going twice. Sold. To Hydrangea Blush with a winning bid of 62. I wonder if that's our eager person from the live stream. We're just going to put you down here as Hydrangea. Oh, good spring rain really warms the heart. Just to hear it and smell it, especially a thunderstorm. That's some good stuff. Oh, yeah. Hear that thunder. We like that. Eric said I was going to bid but got a call. Wonderful. I'm glad that you got what you wanted before you had to go. All right. Next up. Try not to skip a beat. Porcellio CF Magnificus Almeria Mountains. These have been re-identified, and they're either actually Magnificus or they're an Aclade allied with Magnificus. They are not Hoffmannsegii. As I had said, I did not believe they were Hoffmannsegii when I had them, and people were labeling them as that. So I do think I'm feeling dark. Maybe I just try turning on the light and see what happens. That's not as cozy. I'm going to get another light. We want to have some degree of coziness involved here. It's very important. I'm so proud of this community. Here we are. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's all right. It kind of reminds me of the old days in the office, yeah? That's pretty good. I'll take that. Kyle, my pandas, which I got from someone that got them from an Exo, should I call them something dumb like Red Panda circa isolated 2025? Could you maybe restate that? I'm having a hard time understanding what you were trying to say. Photo gallery. Yep, that's a good picture of them. They're really cool. Like, I love that they've got this sort of like light coloration between the stripes. There's some pictures on iNet too. If you look up on iNet, they're currently being classified as Magnificus, but I guess that's not actually the case. These are also called species Almeria Mountains before. I separated one that I thought was female to try and cross it to the orange Magnificus to see if they'll actually cross with each other. So we'll see how that goes. That's probably prove out within the next 6 months if that's actually the case, if they can cross. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Why didn't it? It didn't send. It didn't send the sold. Okay, we'll try one more time. Going once, going twice. Sold. There we go. To control R-ing. Looks like Stankosaurus. Wait, Stankosaurus. Stankosaurus, I have bugs for you from like one or two things ago. I have you now. You cannot run. You have to let me send you the bugs that I have to, Stankosaurus. You waited so long to get back to me on the bugs that I need to send you that I actually got Microbial breeding. It's been that long. All right, now we have actual for sure, supposedly. Porcellio magnificus, starting bid of $1. This is just the orange guys. The orange guys that everybody loved, and now they've fallen by the wayside because of tiny spiky things and the whatnot. Alyssa said something the original collector tried and they did not in terms of crossing these two magnificus. So more white stripes maybe. Oh, we got to do Austin stuff. I might actually, when I have drinks, I might have the drinks to do Austin stuff. So I might actually have the drink for that occasion. Photo gallery finding one of the least flattering pictures ever taken of Porcellio magnificus, showing nothing Porcellio or very magnificus about them. All right, here we go. Everybody knows what magnificus are. They're neat guys. They take a lot of dryness. They take a beating. They get pretty big. I like them. They've been doing. I figured them out. I'm never going to lose them again. I've got them understood. Got them down. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Tino with a winning bid of 51. Now that is a good deal, I think. I was thinking these would be more up in the 70, 80 area, but Tino with a winning bid of 51. That's a good deal. That's a Bugapalooza sort of deal, I would say. Okay. Next up, we have more utility. We have 100 Porcellionides prunosus orange, starting bid of $1. Another orange isopod. A lot of things just kind of shift to orange and isopods, orange or white over time, if without more complex genes and not just simple recessives. Thunder. Yep, we're getting some nice rain. It's not a violent thunderstorm. It's just there's a light rain. I can hear the gutters draining. It's very pleasant. Things are very pleasant. Is how it is right now. It's a pleasant little rainy evening to be spending with all of these fellow bug enthusiasts. It's a grand evening. It's a grand occasion, and making me realize just how fast the day went by, and how the Bugapaloozas were going to blink and it's going to be over. Basically, which is a good and a bad thing in different ways. Here's an X for the prunosus oranges. All right, going once on the prunosus orange. Going twice. Sold to, looks like JoJo. I'm gonna put down JoJo. It appears to be JoJo. It's JoJo with a winning bid of 40. Everybody, it's JoJo. It's free real estate. Okay, next up. It's been a while since we've seen some of these. We got 15 Porcellio succinctus. Starting bid of $1. Everybody loves the sucks. We've gone over this. The sucks are very important from an isopod and other perspective. Kyle, your hair looks like a cone. Yeah, I got like a Donkey Kong hair kind of going on right now, like the swirl in the top. Okay. That was my best DK I can do with my voice the way it is right now. Camera Miles says, I'm not a bug enthusiast. I just steal them. That's very on the nose. Are there more packs coming? Yes, there will be some more pack chongs in different forms. Hyper Beam asked about the wiggle coming back soon. That's a tough one. If you recall, we were trying to get that to come back after the building was built. And it's looking like there's going to be some more delays to that. So I'm not sure if the wiggle will come back. And pretty soon I'm going to be, well, hopefully pretty soon, be commuting from Holly to Livonia. Hopefully, if a lot of different things go okay. I'm not sure how my work-life balance is going to look at that point. But, maybe a wiggle, depending on how I end up scheduling my days, the wiggle could come back as just a half an hour or something like that to keep checking in with you guys and do some stuff like that. People saying it's also raining in San Jose. That's interesting. Will there be more Orange Magnificus? I missed this last one because I thought it was the CF Black ones. I know I have at least another group of them packed up. I don't know where it is, though, is the problem, is the deal with all this. So... all right, here's an X for the succinctus. Man, if people in 2018 saw how inexpensively the succinctus... okay, now everybody's getting involved. The X is there, and now everybody's clamoring for them. All right, never mind. This is a bit better, but... okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To KRM2 with a winning bid of 72 and another steal on a group of succinctus. I really cannot believe how the times have changed. Do a lot of vendors have succinctus now, or has the price come down? Like, what's the deal? Is it literally just me? Is it literally just I keep having them for the auction, so everybody's like, oh, Kyle will always have these? Is it just that? I don't know. All right, 30. Christ Armadillidium miracatum starting bid of exclamation point. You guys know it's $1. You guys already know. The spiky boy apple isopods, as they are called to my disdain. And oh, and woe is it so disdainful, may I say. My random Panda King colony is throwing reds. If I isolate those, should I call them something dumb like Panda King Red 2025 circa isolated? That's a tough call, especially if your Panda Kings are so far removed from like being traceable. I got them from a guy at an expo, and then so on and so forth. It's difficult. My gut wants me to say, well, just assume that all the Panda Kings came from like one import, but we don't know that, and that's the problem with these things. So I would probably give them their own strain name. There's also the fact that in the red pandas I received, which I think I got from Carlos, they throw solid individuals, solid orange individuals. So there may be a perception of the red panda as being this inconsistent line. And if your colony is throwing out consistently just the orange/red and white ones instead of solid ones too, that's further justification that there's a difference between the two lines that would be lost if you just synonymized them. So that's the thing. Like my Panda Kings, I have produced, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of them at this point, and killed probably just as many on purpose and accidentally and sold and blah, blah, blah. And I just the other day, for the first time, saw anything that looked different from the thousands I've seen. There were like 2 individuals where they were missing part of the white, like on half of their body. And I did separate them. So that's one of those situations is like, well, I could just call them all this, but like, you know, we'll put an X for the muricotums here. I know it's, and people will argue both sides. And I've always been on the side of label it as something new if it is not the thing that people are buying. That has been my position. And I do understand the arguments from the other side. I think the strongest argument is, hey, me and 5 other people got this isopod from Roach Crossing, and they started producing whiteouts or something a couple generations down the line. And I didn't add anything, and I'm perfect about taking care of them. Then I think that's a situation where you and those 5 other people can say, okay, we'll all call this the same thing because we know they came from the same stock. They're from the same genetic population. We can say that they're going to share all these different traits pretty definitively. So Tennyson says, yeah, they were isolated from red pandas. See, I received them as species red panda citrus, and so that's what I have them labeled as. Like the witches, I'll probably just put a tag on it saying that I isolated when I isolated it. Yeah, again, I think there is more value in having that information and naming it something different, but you know, you're welcome to make your own judgment call, but that's your opinion. I started putting out dwarf whites. That's funny. Lightning jump scare. All right, Cristarbidillidium going once. Going twice. Sold. To Crab Cake with a winning bid of 86. And it's weird. I feel like I can type out Crab Cake faster when I see the emojis than when I read the letters. It's interesting. Congrats, Crab Cake, on your first win after your terrible loss a while back. Congratulations. We're going to go right into another spiky. We're going to do 40 Reductoniscus tuberculosis, starting bid of $1. I'll be back for more terrible losses. That's the spirit. I gotta say, I gotta brag about something, and brag is, and this is like a brag for like me, not like it's anything impressive on a larger scale, but I got some of the supposed pink topaz costulatus from Stella's from Austin, and I set them up. And I didn't see them for months longer than that. And I was just like, yeah, these are dead. Like they're gone. And then I did a heavy watering, and then I actually looked at the substrate, and I just didn't realize just how small costulatus is. It's so much tinier than tuberculatus, and there's actually a good number of them. So there, again, in the mix somewhere, there'll be some Reductoniscus costulatus pink topaz. So we're running out of bear-themed names. We need Alan here. Alan's good with bear things, bears and bear-associated things. And J.S. Vana, here's an X. I really don't think anybody's gonna up the ante here with the Reductoniscus. Never mind. I was wrong. You just never know. You can never be 100% sure, you know. All right, going once on the Reductoniscus tuberculatus. Going twice. Sold. To DGSJ with a winning bid of 101. DGSJ. Cool. Yes, I do have costulatus. I've had them for months, but a pink togazo, sorry. I know I was saying pink topaz, probably because it's got the G and the E and all that stuff in there. The label on the container is right. My brain isn't right. So, yeah, the Hawaii ones, I could try. I could do the same approach I did with these ones, and apparently it worked well. It just took me forever to know they actually survived and bred. BGSJ, it's getting easier to say. Oh yeah, we got some pretty good items going through this patch of stuff. Here we have some 20 Armadillidium vulgare St. Lucia yellow, starting bid $1. Oren's stock / line. Oren did not really seem to get these guys proven out much. If I had to speculate, this seems to be the albino mutation, whatever they're calling that, T-, T positive, whatever. I've lost track of all that. But in St. Lucia stock vulgare, I have no idea where Oren got his St. Lucia's from. For all I know, these could be compromised. So that's why I'm going out of my way to give all this extra details, because I cannot say if these are actually even pure St. Lucia's. But this is what Oren has them labeled as. And so there it is. Something that people may have missed because people haven't been reading Oren's posts or something like that. So I do have pure St. Lucia's. I thought I lost them, along with thinking I lost my pure Punta Canas, but it turns out that we're getting a little bit of spray in here. Turns out that one of my project lines of Punta Canas was survived everything. It was a project line I was selecting for the origin. So now what I have to do is select for the wild types in that line and try to shift the phenotype ratio to being more distributed instead of being mostly the oranges. So, all right, going once on the St. Lucia yellows from Oren. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 31. You guys got to watch out. JoJo will do this sometimes. Not that I don't want him to, but you know how it is. A ball. Winning bid of 41. JoJo. Perfect. JoJo go. We got 20 minutes till I get to take a drink. Look at all this stuff. What's this? Somebody was asking for Hilaria. We do have another Hilaria group going up right now. And I can't remember. I did actually pack quite a few Hilaria groups. Mine are just exploding right now. So I can share and spread the love. All right, we got them out here. This is $50 bid. I'm going to crash out. Stella says, you can just assume if I have it, Kyle does or will soon. Yeah, that is how it is. I'll go to the expo and Stella be like, hey, check what do you say? Check these out. Check this out. There's a way you say stuff where it's like them are something like that. And it's iconic Austin, like takes the cup full of little cup full of something, pops the lid off, and just kind of puts it like in your face. And it's like, okay, I'm looking, and then I either succumb to what I have seen, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna need those, or it's like those are kind of lame, but then I want them anyways, but not immediately. So Eric Matthews says, if you don't want at least $100 in bids, can you order extra to get the free shipping? Yeah, I think that's usually what I've been doing. Melon Cat Collect says, are these the kind that I won with my ship answer? I have the memory of a goldfish. Yeah, probably. This is the same locality that was in the giveaway earlier. That Hilaria pick from Photo Gallery is cracking me up. Is it just because it's so forward? It's just like an isopod roly-poly in a cup. Is that why? That might be why. I really like these. We need a mutant to pop up in these. I've thought about doing some selective breeding projects with mine. There's so many in the bin that I think I'm at a good point where I could start pulling and try to get something else going. So I might work on that the next time. Austin does call every Isopod a panty dropper. A couple times they actually were, and that's when you really got to go in, you know. So, but I just wish the Hilaria we could get like a solid Dalmatian or a whiteout or something, because they would instantly just skyrocket in popularity. But they deserve it on their own. I bet if you kept them really cool and really low density, you could make these things massive. Like usually I feel like the adults are about an inch long, maybe a bit more than that. I wouldn't be surprised if an inch and a half was possible with just the perfect management of conditions. And that's not even breeding for anything. That's just unlocking what's intrinsic to each of them, basically. So, all right, going once on the Hilaria. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like J.S. Vanna, but could be somebody else. Could be somebody that I used to know. It is Iden S with a winning bid of 57, just beating out Behigiger. Behigiger coming in, trying to lay the smack down with a definitive bid, and then, oh no, the cups. The cups are getting a little layer of water from the rain on them, and it's making my Sharpie impotent. No. Okay, good thing I have the towel here. Thought ahead. Always got to think ahead. Okay. The acoustics aren't that bad in here. It's pretty good. Great deal. Yeah, it really was. Girthy. Am I hallucinating, or is Aiden after the sold? It's before. I had to do a control R for that. Now, here we have something. There's only one of these. So if you guys want them, you got to fight for them. We have 20 armadillo species, Israel, starting bid of $1. There's only one group of these, and mine are doing very well. I've heard that these are now coveted because everybody screwed up with them or didn't care about them or whatever the typical slew of excuses is. But they're armadillo. They like very high ventilation. Other than that, they're very easy. I just remembered, thinking about armadillo, I'm pretty sure that Cubaris species platinum ducky squeaks when it rolls up. I'm pretty sure of that because I remember making a mental note of it. It could have just been them like crawling on the plastic or something, but I don't know what that sound was. I am pretty sure that they do roll up, or they do squeak when they roll up. So larger than Sicily. Yeah, I think the average size is larger, but I produce some really big Sicilies and some really big Israels is the thing. So somebody was shocked at the last expo at how big this armadillo Sicilies that I brought were. But on average, the average size of these species Israels is larger than the officinalis from Sicily that I have. Yeah, again, somebody should check that with the platinum duckies to make sure that I'm not hallucinating or something. But I swear that when I packed them up and they rolled up, they squeaked or made like the officinalis do, where they make like a kind of noise. But again, somebody with platinum duckies, double check, see if I'm crazy or not. So, yeah, I do really like these. Apparently, they did some molecular work, and they are a different species than officinalis, but they just haven't started describing them or whatnot yet. So, yeah, big, well-ventilated, pretty easy other than that. Again, like full top ventilation if you can. Like as long as the substrate is moist, you could have complete, like total top ventilation. They'd be okay. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Circa, but we'll see. Circa with a winning bid of $86. Now remember, Circa, these are very, very coveted and not very common, so don't mess up with them or people will come to your house and say mean things to you and not do further than that, but they'll definitely say lots of mean things to you outside of your house. So I would think. All right. Oh, the sounds I'm hearing are Will's watching something on his phone. Okay, we got a good one, a real good one. 20 Armadillidium vulgari, Sandusky, Ohio. Starting bid $1, aka the F.U. Kai roly-polies. These are the ones where when Kai was in his rambunctious phase, he was like, "Oh, Vulgari is so easy to find. I could find them any time of year." I was like, "It's like frozen in snow in February out." He's like, "Oh, well, you go find it. I bet you can't find them." And then I went out at the rest stop in Sandusky, and I painstakingly dug into the grass tussocks and went around the clumps of snow when it's like freezing outside. It's like barely above or below freezing, and found 3 of them. And then I was like, "Look, Kai, I found them." He's like, "Oh, actually, that's kind of impressive." And then I got a line going of them. And for whatever reason, sometimes they throw, again, I don't think piebalding in most isopods is genetic, but this colony does throw individuals with like chunks of missing pigment occasionally. I've tried getting it, refining into something. Didn't really work like what happens with a lot of other isopods, but most importantly, these are the FU Chi isopods, and that's the most important thing about them to me personally. The lore is the value, guys. Yeah, if you want to clean up crew, I mean, again, if you could figure out what's up with this whole piebalding thing and get it to stabilize or actually breed true, that you could have a really cool looking isopod on your hands. But that's the thing, is I don't know what's going on with that. So, all right, going once, going twice, sold to Paco Isis. I'm gonna just keep butchering that name. It's just too many vowels and stuff. You've won some very special isopods with a winning bid of $23. Paco Is. I wish you could maybe tell me in the Discord how to say that, so I have a better way of remembering it. That locale name definitely fits the AKFU Kai isopods. Here we go. We got, now these, again, this is a species I thought was really lame at first, and they really grew on me because they are very beautiful, especially the larger individuals. We have 20 Kibara species, white pigeons, starting bid of $1. I want to take a moment to just bring up to everybody that at some point this month, there will be a roach crossing after dark, or not this month, sorry, next month. It's not May yet. Next month, in the month of May, there will be a roach crossing after dark. We hit 1K subscribers. We'll probably do another one at 1,500 subscribers, and go move forward from there, etc. I've been thinking it's like Paco and 6. Yeah, that's Paco y 6. Okay, yeah, that's easier for me to remember. What's a roach crossing after dark for the new ones? Thank you, Dap Boy, for bringing that up. Roach crossing after dark is basically I sit down and talk about non-bug topics. I can swear, I can talk about all kinds of stuff. It's more loose and more of just hanging out kind of thing, and less of it's not even a bug focused thing, although I will inevitably be dragged back onto the topic of bugs. So that's what it is. And I usually have a little bit of drinks. You guys ask me questions, and we dialogue a bit. I discuss different things and plans and blah, blah, blah. And that's just how that goes. There's going to be some alcohol involved here in a couple minutes too, since it is a Bugapalooza. Probably not crazy like I'll do on if you could even call it crazy on Sunday night. But here's an X for the white pigeons. I feel like that picture does not do them any justice. They have more of a clay color to them. White pigeon isopod. Whatever happened to cliff duckies? Does anybody still have Cubaris species cliff ducky? I feel like nobody does. Cliff ducky isopod. Because those are pretty cool. You know? They're kind of like they look like they'd be a more annoying like cappuccino to take care of. But if anybody has cliff duckies, I wouldn't mind picking up a group of them because I remember them coming in and thinking, wow, I'd like to get those, and then didn't really have an opportunity. One person is left with them in the U.S. Hey, whatever happened to those like dozens of species isopods.com brought in from like 2019 to like 2022? What happened to all those? Where did they go? Did nobody breed them? PP were the ones said were extinct in the wild to sell them for more. I think that was Espanola, the marbleized. Double Z says the white pigeons I got from you just disappeared slowly. I couldn't get the numbers up. I wonder if they wanted more ventilation. How was your setup, Double Z? We could try and troubleshoot this. All right, going once on the white pigeons again. One of the things I just completely changed my mind on, where it was like, these are lame, kind of like Troglodilo soil. I thought these are lame, and then the more I had them, I thought, actually, these are pretty cool. I like this. Going once, going twice. Sold to Tragic Hero 1. With a winning bid of 65. Tragic Hero 1. Congrats, Tragics. Okay. Here we have a 50-plus count of Porcelio, Scaber, Dalmatian. Starting bid of $1. 50 plus because a lot of the females were gravid. So I just know there's going to be a ton of babies popping up in here. And this is the original stock of Dalmatian, which is from Briceville, Tennessee. It's pure. It's never been mixed with anything else. And I am the originator of this isolated line. They were sent to me by a good friend who lives in Briceville. And I isolated them, and that's part of the very beginnings of the isopod hobby before it metastasized. Tennyson said he put no effort in breeding, so lost several that didn't sell and didn't breed the ones that did, just sold them. Shame. Absolute shame. I mean, it's fine. Like they are just isopods at the end of the day, but it's a shame that they were brought in and sort of gate kept by sheer price from a lot of people working with them, and then they just disappeared. So and then apparently nobody wanted more of them, so we never got to see the full diversity and depth of colors and habits and preferences and blah 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 of all those. They just gone. Boomin had a bunch of monkey and then all of a sudden just crashed. That's interesting. I'd love to see your setup if you can. My Cubaris blonde I got from you was booming and still is to this day. That's good to know. Tennyson says, I would not be surprised if several undescribed species went extinct at that time just from over-collection. Yeah, the fact that they don't share any of their collecting spots because they think somebody else is going to go in and gut them, and then I don't know. It's it's a whole thing. Here's an X. For the Scaber Dalmatian. Why did I put them down? Wasn't ready to go. Ooh, here's a nice thing. We're going to do this stack here. Yeah, I like that. Then I'll go have a drink. And once we're done with that stack, we're down to, we got about 22-ish Roach crossing things, and then I'm going to throw stuff up for Stella's, and that'll be that for the evening. Most people just call my username Paco. I had sent a PM, but not sure if it went through. I'm very focused on my. It is Paco and 6. Paco y 6. Most of my friends during game just call me Paco. Okay, perfect. I'll probably just start using Paco for you then. Thank you for clarifying that. My brain is not good with the spacing and whatnot. Like, I feel like my brain's going to have an aneurysm every time I think of the Latin name Gibium equinoctiale. It's just, it's difficult. It's work for me. All right, going once on the Scaber Dalmatians. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like could be terrariums by Laura, but could be, it is JS Vana with a winning bid of 45. And I believe that Will is going to get moving pretty soon. So that means that I will probably have a drink pretty soon. Let's write this down. Winning bid of 45 by JS Vana, who's really bulking out an Isopod collection. I don't mean to advertise for somebody else, but if anybody knows of anybody else who does auctions like this that aren't Facebook auctions, I kind of wouldn't mind going to one if they had cool Isopods, because I wouldn't mind participating in one of these. And as I say that, I think maybe everybody feels a sense of immediate dread, because I wouldn't be playing around if I wanted something. So, all right, let's do 20 Cubaris Benetensis not species. Yuma, Arizona, starting bid of $1. These guys have been doing real well for me ever since I collected them back in 2022. I think I'm not going to lose them ever, too. And this is actually one of the isopods that did well with the straight-up calcium carbonate, the pulverized powdered lime mixed into the substrate. They might just be used to something like that, considering their wild habitat. We got to gatekeep, guys. Tennyson's going to try running some auctions one day. I look forward to that. I will. You let me know when and where they are, and I'll try to be there. So, Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss, one of the 3 Gs, one of my favorite things. And that's my alarm to say, Kyle, you should have a beverage of your choosing. And
It will not be the vitamin water.
No, it will not be that. So I'm going to wrap up this bidding here and go see Will off, etc. So let me just. Here's an X for the Benetensis. And also, apparently, there's some researchers who are going to be going around the Southwest and collecting a bunch of different Venezillo, Cubaris, whatever they're going to end up calling the genus. And supposedly, there's a couple of undescribed species or cryptic species and what have you. So I've talked to Nate about, hey, can you tell them to collect so we can have them in captivity before they get listed as critically endangered or something? We can get them and then have them and then never lose them, so they're here.
Implying that people actually care about endangered invertebrates, unfortunately.
You're talking to a group of 51 plus 1 plus another 1 people who do care. So you shut your trap.
Hey, I'm not the one on, the ICNU red list where every endangered insect is data deficient.
That's funny. Have you seen the blind undescribed Venezillo? No, I need to. Is that in the U.S.? Send me that.
Undescribed Venezillo.
This isn't that, but Exotic Wilderness, if you could send me that picture in a DM or something, I'd love to see it.
Likewise.
All right, going once on the Benetensis. Going twice. Sold. To Glock Roaches with a steal with a winning bid of $41. To Glock Roaches, your first your first win at the Bugapalooza today. Congrats, Glock Roaches. I know you will be there tomorrow for absolute certain. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to go see Will off, so I will be back.
Bye, everybody.
And he'll be back tomorrow. But he's actually going to go do a program for bug handling, so I got to get some stuff packed up for him to take tomorrow for the kids, for the children. So, all right, I'll be back in a little bit, everybody. Probably like 5 minutes, something like that. All right, here we are, everybody. So this is that cider that I really like. Again, it's like there's no added sugar or anything like that. It's from Michigan too, so it's pretty good. You have a little bit of this. Take a bit of the edge off. It's been a long day. I've been at this for 9 hours now. Not consistently, but you know. I do hope the rain lets up so I can actually go for like a walk tonight and get some of this cortisol that's getting built up in my legs out of my body. Is that flooding over there? Yes, it is. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. We're going to just look at, for those of you who are having problems with flooding and whatnot where you live, let's just take a quick look-see at how the current conventional suburban management of stormwater goes. So you can see this is a big prickly ash I planted right there. you can see how the area that I have planted with all the native stuff, etc., there's no water building up there. And it's not necessarily because these two surfaces that's a depression that this isn't. This is actually just all you're seeing is all the leaves built up. There's a lot of leaf litter there. So there could be water underneath that. But the thing is, the downspouts pour out onto this compacted lawn area. And then we got water building up here because there's no percolation into the soil because of the compaction. And the fact that the root system for the grass is like an inch or two deep and not deeper than that. So you can see the problems happening in real time. And you got the erosion from the downspout and all that. So, but then you look over here and, oh, hey, there's no water building up here. It's going straight down. What's up with that? So anyways, I guess that wasn't quite as risky as I thought it would be with potentially doing something to the cable. Alcoholism speed room stream. Look at all that free leaf litter. Yep, that's my yard. It's great. Perfect bug supplies all over the place. Bidding while on the clock. I left work for it and haven't bid. Saving so much money for real. That's funny. Okay, somebody's going to spend some money now because we got a group of 20 Porcelio expansus white starting bid of $1. Alan's super good stock. Stella's just with 50 right out the gate. I wish Dalmatian would pop up in these. That could be really cool. I think I'd like that quite a bit. So, and thank you to Alan for acquiring and preserving this really good stock we got here. Alan is well known for that. There's so many millipedes I've gotten from Alan. Alan's a little peach, is what Alan is. Alan's a big old little peach, is what he is. Yeah, exactly. Wilderness. I really want those blind undescribed Venezillo. I need them. Are they a cave dweller or are they just blind on the surface, which sometimes happens, but Wandering Exlo says, same, I really want to do auctions like this. My kiddo and me have collected a ton, so I wanted to get back to the community. Yeah, if anybody else is having auctions, feel free to shoot me an email personally and be like, hey, I want to invite you to bid at my auction. Be like, sweet, if I have the time to. To be honest, I'm a little overwhelmed by the number of bugs that I have at the moment in terms of what's put away and what's not. I'm actually going to be on top of husbandry completely for, going on 7 or 8 months in the running now. When I take care of stuff on Monday and Tuesday, like hitting those beats, getting the stuff from Florida, really building up the amount of different stuff that I keep. And we're going into the summer too. We got all kinds of stuff to look forward to. I'm hoping to add a couple stick bug species, stick bugs, maybe some darklings over the summer with my new setup if it keeps working as well as it is. Romalia localities. I need to get the Louisiana ones again. So Alan, my favorite entomologist and furry. Well, here's the X for the expansus. It seems like Stella's springtails may have a stranglehold. And honestly, for that bid, that's not so bad. That's not so bad for this group. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Stella's. All right. Stella's getting a good group of white expansus. All right. Next up we have, and I have 3 of these. I'll tattoo the white on my face next. It's funny. I have 3 lines of these that all look the same. I think it's a situation where somebody isolated the same thing multiple times from the same stock, or they're just changing the name because they want to. Can't be sure though, but 20 Armadillo Officinalis red. I have orange, I have red, I have orange crush at home. And by at home, I mean here. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Maybe somebody knows who isolated each of the lines could tell me. Copy, paste. I have to be careful. I had just a couple of sips of this stuff and I feel tired. I can't feel tired. I'm not allowed to. It's too soon. 20 armadillo. Why is this using this weird formatting? Get rid of that. Copy, paste. Use this formatting. I do really like when I check on my armadillos. They're usually up in the leaf litter, like up in mats of it. And I can pull the bark away or like a clump of leaves pushed down together and just see a pile of them laying there. And that gives me good brain chemicals, is what I feel. Exagwilla says you still owe me a grand grain pest list. No. You'll have to just come over at some point again, Mason, and just come see stuff again. I doubt that I have anything that you don't have other than Rhizopertha and Necrobia violacea. But you'll see a lot of stuff also at the auction on Sunday. If there's anything you're missing, you can let me know. What we really need are some of those like spider beetles from California, because Arizona, New Mexico have quite a few different spider beetles in like rodent nests. I'm sure that they're similar in California in rodent nests, and those could be really cool and unique species. So I think that's something worth flexing into. All right. Use an X for the officinalis reds. Just heard like a noise come from outside. I don't know what it was. It sounded like something tried to open or do something but didn't. It's weird. I think my neighbors, I think the wind blew my trash can across the street. It's too much for me to try and drag home. I couldn't barely get to the curb. I'll check it after my auction. I actually brought your can in earlier. Are they both there up the driveway? My neighbor Karen, she thinks that her trash can got blown across the street, but I actually brought it in for her. So I think she looked out her front door and didn't see it on the street, and she assumed that it blew across the street, but I don't think she realizes it was brought in already. All right, going once on the officinalis reds. That is the one, yeah, red. Going twice. Please, somebody get a Dalmatian officinalis. Please, please, please. Sold. To JS Vana. Again, JS Vana building up quite the Isopod collection here. I like that. This is exactly what I'd do if I went to an auction, is I'd get everything I don't have and really go all in. With stuff I feel like I could do well with, like some of the spiky stuff, I'm like, I don't know if I'll actually do so hot with this. Probably something better to trade for. But if I knew I was going to do well with something, oh yeah, go all in, all or nothing, baby. Circus says there's Dalmatian officinalis in Europe. I think I remember seeing that. So that those will be here eventually, and I'll be happy about it. No velvet spiders or jumping spiders, unfortunately. I've never even actually worked with velvet spiders. Now let's see. This says Verneri, but which Verneri? Okay, Porcellio. All right, 15. Porcellio Verneri, starting bid of $1. The Greek shields. And guys, this is still got a chunk of stuff to do, and we're looking real good today. We are looking real good today. Pink ones and red Dalmatian too? Yeah, I gotta get those. All in Europe, I assume too. Wandering Exlo says I'm isolating a blondish white Parachi right now. Pretty interesting. I would love to see pictures, and I would love some when it's done. Something actually made me happier than a lot of other stuff. I picked up some of the dilatatus rust, the orange mutation, and Porcella dilatatus, and it just brought me immense joy. And now I got to cross it to my caramels to try and make an even lighter orange and try to do something more with that. See, it's stuff like that. Like more Levis mutants would be really cool, or just more unique ones would be really cool to me. Like I'm into that kind of stuff. And you know what I need? I need, was it flowery pinks, pink powders, whatever they're calling that, prunosis ones that are pink. I was this close to getting some in February, and I hesitated to ask the person if they'd swap because it was at an expo. And I came back later, and the guy, he 100% wanted to swap. He really wanted to trade, but he had sold those. And I'm like, no, I really wanted those. I should have just bought them or had him put them aside or something like that. So if anybody has powder pinks, I really want those too. If you got them going, let me know. You're selling P. dilatatus morphs today. I actually did not pack up a single P. dilatatus for this Bugapalooza, but I think I will for the next one. I will definitely have rusts and caramels. Caramel's another one. I started working on caramel dilatatus a couple months after I started on caramel levis, and they took a lot longer. It was a lot more discouraging. It wasn't as immediate as getting the caramel levis going. So I sold them sparingly, but I still have them. Tennyson asking, how were your Pulchellum doing? They're doing very well. I think I saw some babies in with them, but there's a lot more in the enclosure than I thought. And I think we're on the verge of a baby boom and them not being like, I think I told you, Tennyson, I thought they were goners. I overwatered to see if they were even still alive, and that's how we got into this better situation. Here's an X for the Verneri. But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I should just ditch this container. They're dead. And then I heavy watered, and then a bunch of them came out. And so some of them are earmarked for you, Tennyson. The first ones that are available are going to go to you whenever that happens. And then eventually they'll find their way to the auction. Anazatomorphs in the States, we have the orange, which you see as orange and peach lines. Pearl, which is actually Dalmatian. Whiteout, which is whiteout. And that's that. Really, that's those three. I'm working on crossing orange to pearl to make like a Dalmatian. The problem is the spots are so light, it's hard to tell if an individual is actually an orange Dalmatian or if you're seeing a double het or something like that. So it's actually driving me crazy. I have a whole tank full of like a couple hundred Nazatum from orange X pearl to try and create orange Dalmatians. And I end up having to stare at them to try and see, okay, who's got like orange spots on them and not just like your background pattern showing up. So eventually something will come out of that. All right, Verteri going once, going twice, sold to Stankosaurus, who needs to contact me about their old auction wins that I have to send them, which they're going to have to contact me because they got to pick up their current auction wins. Winning bid of $80 to Stankosaurus. Okay. Oh, my eyes are getting dry from drinking. I'm dehydrating. I'm going in every different direction at once right now. Let's do this. Another thing that was free. We got 30 Cubaris species. Happy none. Starting bid of $1. Another thing I received is a freebie. And, you know, they're doing well without much effort. So, you know, hey, that's fine. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, especially when it's breeding abundantly. Wandering Lois, there will not be any springtails up tonight. That will be a Sunday thing. And Tennyson, yeah, you've been bugging me forever. That's why they're earmarked for you when the first ones pop up. Those are from Smugbug way back in 2021 when I think stuff was coming in, European stuff was coming into the U.S. a lot more just frequently and high volume. And she had gotten in just a bunch of misc stuff, and I placed an order to just pick up some things that I thought, well, these I don't see elsewhere, and I'd like to work with these. So that's where my Verneri came from there. My Porcellio Verneri came from there. The Pulchellum came in that order. The Insulanum came in that order. I think I got Porcellio Wagneri too, but they didn't do well then. And there are a couple other miscellaneous things that came in then that I just sort of held on to and didn't let go. And sometimes that's all you need. Tennyson said, "You grosser from you, not documented further than that for myself." Yeah, but gotta get what you can. Any Flavo tonight, says Cameron Miles. I did one group of Flavos earlier. I know there's at least one more. I don't think it's in these piles though, so it'll probably be a Sunday thing. Yeah, Charlie, I'm really trying to get those orange Dalmatian Isatum going, but it's a battle with stuff. Exile Willis is finding Cytophilus infesting his room. That's always pleasant. Laura says, "Thank you for begging him, Tennyson." Yeah. Oh boy, things are really jumping up on the Happy Nuns. Here's an X for those. Yeah, I got a really small number of them, maybe between like 5 and 10. And the best they ever did was in with something else. I think it was with Sevilla or Hoffman Zegii. And now I have a bunch of hissers in there, so they're basically acting like a cleanup crew to try and refacilitate them. Somebody asked me if I've ever kept true giant purple isopods. I never got that species. When those came in, I never actually acquired them. I had to pick and choose. And in that one order that I got then, it was like the species I said, maybe Parachi then too. I'd have to check my Excel document. And purple giant was a possibility, but the price point was just too much for me. And I think, and Cliff Ducky was an option too. And the price point was just too much for me. And I wanted the white duckies more. So I got white duckies then. So, Cameron says, any Marulinella. Ardentiella I packed up some Ardentiella. I don't see them in these stacks though. So it's probably a Sunday thing. All right, going once on the Happy Nuns. Going twice. Sold. To JS Vana. Winning bid of 57. JS Vana really getting in on some of these things here. I can appreciate that. I appreciate the patronage and the consistency. Winning bid of 57. I wish my eyes were not so dry. I think I'm going to go get some eye drops, actually, everybody. Oh, it feels so good to moisturize. I'm running ragged, folks. I still got to do Austin stuff, too. That's okay. We're getting to it. All right. Mamma mia. It's a Sicilian. We got 20 Armadillo Officinalis Sicily. Starting bid of $1. We've got the Sicilian Swindlers, as I like to call Angela, because she's Southern Italian. She's a Sicilian swindler. Somebody said, bonk. How many more ISOs do we have for today? Will he survive? The answer is Kyle will not survive. It's in the tagline. So Kyle isopods, we have, after this, 14. And then we're going to switch over and do I'm going to auction some stuff for Austin. And there's some good stuff in there also. I'm going to have to write up something that's all. Everything I put up for Austin is its own separate thing. You contact him for shipping. You work out all that stuff with him. It all ships separate from the Roach Crossing stuff. But the point is to get some stuff into your guys' hands, and Austin has some nice stuff to share with you. So that's how that goes. Thank you, Exotic Wilderness, for the pertinent memes. Stay 6 on the Bugapalooza and you're still waiting on grain pest hours. That's a mood, fam. Pest. The grain pets, not grain pests. Here's the X for the Sicilian swindlers. Again, I like these. People don't realize just how big they can get when you take care of them properly. Like as shown at the expo, I think I had one that was pushing over 3/4 of an inch long. It was quite impressive. All right, going once on the Officinalis. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Eric got in there with a winning bid of 22. And congrats on your first winning bid, Eric, of the Bugapalooza. A late first blood, but a first blood nonetheless. All right, everybody, we got everybody's favorite 15 Troglodilo species green spot, starting bid of $1. We haven't hit a giveaway in a bit. There must be a lot of them in the Sunday lot. I just heard a gray tree frog. It's only April and I just heard one. That's so awesome. They're waking up. Eric, my man, multiple of 11, true to himself. The Roach people are starving. Kyle, feed us. Do not worry. Papa Roach will feed you tomorrow. Cameron says, Austin told you I get half off because he loves me, right? No, Austin doesn't have. He had some roaches. I think he tried Magnifica. It didn't do so well with them. So he mostly pods and some other misc. He's got some apple snails too. I'm not dipping my pinky in that though. So if you do want them, you go talk to him about that. Let's see what the damage is. Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. I see I have been tagged in general. Oh, that thing's so cool. Blind armadillid. I love it. Oh, it's so stupid. I'm going to just read the comments on that really quick. It's Isopod pertinent. Beneath stones and damp soil and decaying leaf litter. Probably a new species. Undescribed species known for Malibu, lack of eyes and habit, etc. Oh yeah, that's cool. I want those. Shouldn't be too bad. Lotus and Eric, you guys can discuss out if you want to exchange who won the Sicilians. I'll leave you guys to that if you want. All right, here's an X for the green spots because I'm anxious to get to Austin's auction stuff. Okay, Eric got it. All right. Going once on this green spots. Going twice. Sold. And the winner is Terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of 95. A really good Terrariums by Laura. And that's your first auction win, I think. Terrariums by Laura. Your first Bugapalooza auction win. It is never too late to have your first Bugapalooza auction win. Congrats on that good deal on these green spots. And we're so close to hitting a benchmark for this. We are like right there, so close. Vanillazilla Waxacanus would be the ones I break bank for. The love that species, but it's only found at Waxacana and surrounding cities. Maybe somebody go to Mexico and get that is that in California or Mexico? I don't know. 30. This, I think, is our last group of Christarmadillidium. I'm pretty sure there might be one in a giveaway, but I'm pretty sure this is the last biddable group of the spiky boy apples. The Christarmadillidium muricatum. Here is a group of 30 for you all to enjoy. Venizilla microphthalmus. Oh, yeah, come on, guys. Somebody go get the Venizillos, spread them around. I have a great track record with Venizillo, other than Parvis. Actually, I've been killing Parvis left and right lately, but Possum and Arizonicus, and I think the Cubaris benetensis is actually a Venizillo, so Venizillo benetensis and yada yada. I love that. Yes, some of us have to work late to the party. Thank you. Exactly says I still need to finish completing my U.S. native pod list. Now that's a good thing. That'd be a nice thing to have for terrestrial pods, so you can check things off of it. What I really need to do is figure out how to keep freaking Ligidium going multiple generations. I have some ideas on what I've done wrong before, and I think maybe I should just keep them stupidly human. Seems to be what it boils down to. So I gotta get blue Ridgei again. I looked for them when I went to on the trip this year, but they cleaned the culvert that usually has them. It was way too dry. It was way too cold. So if anything, a day trip in the summer, if I really, really wanted to get them to that site, would be the best thing to do. Benetensis might not even be true, if I recall correctly, the species itself. Yeah, it's a huge mess, and hopefully Nate can help whoever's trying to sort through it. Here's an X for the Miracatum. Just isopods in general are just such a fustercluck. It's kind of insane how easy it was to describe species, and also how many species there are. Geez, there's just so freaking many. So, and most of them are old world, or most of them are like, most of the temperate ones, most of the temperate species are old world, which kind of sucks. Imagine if Michigan didn't glaciate and if we had like millions of years for isopods to hang out here, what cool species would evolve. Going once on the Miracatum, going twice, sold. To, looks like psychedelic alocasia, but let's see. It is psychedelic alocasia. That's exactly what I said, with a winning bid of $92. Psychocasia. We're going to abbreviate that to psychocasia. Psycho, that's me. Definitely send me an email, because if I go to look you up and contact you on Discord, I'm not going to be able to find you because of what I wrote down. So please do that. Please shoot me an email or Discord, please. All right, we've got some special ones. We've got some Arma 30 Armadillidium vulgare Kuna Idaho, Idaho, starting bid $1. I'm pretty sure these are from TJ's like yard, or where TJ lives, or near where TJ lives. So that's why they're special. They're everybody's favorite, the invertebrate dude, special locale stuff. Zen Monkey says, I get all the Passiflora exotic. Yeah, exact willingness. You're going to have to wait until like June for my Passiflora to come back up so you can nab a cutting. God, I can't believe it actually survived last year and it became a monster. I love that thing so much. And oh, my life is just flying by. I didn't even get this. I didn't even know I had a passion flower in my front yard because I was so busy doing all this other stuff. It's crazy. You capiche? It's crazy. I need to slow down. At least I can slow down this month after the auction's done. Double Z finally just got off work. Hope you got tomorrow off so you can bet on some roaches. Well, Exotic Wilderness, what I mean is instead of giving you a cutting, I could start a cutting for you and give it to you. Yeah, that looks about right. All right, here's the X for the special Vulgari. I love the interest in it. Thank you. It's a meme. Jojo also joining in for some of TJ's beloved Vulgari. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 16, wanting the special Vulgari. And it is Chris Sniper with that winning $16 bid. Chris Sniper getting the spiritually important things in this auction. The spiritually important. All right, somebody asked if we had more Orange Magnificus. The answer is yes, we do, and they're right here. We have 15 Porcelio Magnificus, starting bid of $1. Here they are, and I got to copy paste before everybody runs me off of the road here. There we go. Get a fish tank. It makes cuttings very easy. Yeah, that worked with some success for me when I had a fish tank that I was growing cuttings in. The SPA stands for special. That's a positive way to look at it, isn't it? It's very optimistic of you. Appreciate that. Milan cat. Milan. Long day, am I right, guys? And only 9 hours and 37 minutes? Come on, this is a Bugapalooza. I'm supposed to not survive, and I feel like I'm probably going to be done by 9. Thank God. And be able to lay down and maybe eat some food tonight. Here's an X for the Magnificus. Maybe people aren't aware that these get very large, and that's part of the reason why there's some hesitancy, is not realizing the girth of these boys. Maybe. Also, the dry tolerance is really nice. Ooh, this is interesting. Heads up, everybody. We got a Cubaris coming up next. We got a Cubaris we haven't seen before. Warning, everybody. Let's see what we even got going on here. Oh, we have one of my favorite isopods coming up because it's the meme. It's the big meme. What's our last thing is the real good question. That's a good last thing. We're going to put this. This will be our last thing over here. All right, going once on the Magnificus. Going twice. Sold. To Matt with a winning bid of 60. Another good deal on some Magnificus to Matt. We're going to shorten it to 3 A's. I think it's more A's than that in actuality. Yeah, it's 4 A's, but I'm shortening it to 3 A's. Another crazy Bugapalooza deal. Y'all aren't hopping on the Magnificus train quite so frequently. Here comes our other Cubaris the face we haven't seen before. It's only 4, Kyle. I was shortening it to 3. You're lucky I don't shorten it to 1. We have Q20 Cubaris species Red Tiger, starting bid of $1. These came from something I don't think is working with isopods anymore. Corey's Crazy Pods. I swapped him for them at an expo 2 or 3 years ago. Wow, I didn't know that these were worth that much. Why didn't anybody tell me, huh? Nobody told me these things. I just swapped them. I don't even know if I've had them in an auction before. I swapped them for them. I don't even know what I traded, and there they were. And that, I don't know if that one is actually a tongue song that's snuck in there, or if that's what the juveniles look like. I'm pretty sure all of mine look like the 2 orange ones there. But I don't know. I think Doom Turtle really wants this, so I'm going to try and facilitate that happening. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Doom Turtle with a winning bid of 102. Now, is this one of those Cubaris that was brought in for a short period of time and everybody lost? Is that what's going on here? Because this kind of feels like how I would react if I saw something I saw a long time ago and then felt like I didn't have an opportunity to get again, and then it randomly popped up. I would throw out the baby and the bath water to acquire it again. Doom Turtle, good job on what was a surprisingly competitive bidding situation. We're going to do one of my new favorite isopods next. You guys love these. They've been the butt of the joke multiple times. I like that you like jazz. Saved by the period, that's what she also said. 30 Armadillidium insulanum, starting $1. The most isopod of all time, as they have been described. Again, this is something that was brought in, and maybe somebody had dollar signs in their eyes to cash in on the Armadillidium craze. Oh, thank you, Double Z, for the plants super. We're probably running out of time for that, by the way. It says goal ends in, and then it doesn't show me the time, so I have no idea if we're going to run out of time for the super chat. But we will do some plants if we get the right number of super chats before the time runs out. Stella's okay. Stella, you know what happened with Corey? Corey fell sick, went through some issues, and works for GM now. Still comes by at some expos and says hello from time to time. Yeah, I haven't seen him in, I feel like, a year or maybe a little more than that, but that's unfortunate. Laura Yadeski asking how my white tiger is doing. I've lost my Porcelio Scaber white tigers, and I'm desperately seeking somebody who got them from me that can send me back some. My white tiger Troglodillo, I think, is what the idea is now. They're doing okay. I felt like they were kind of they were doing great, and then they kind of went on the decline, and then I bumped them into a 5.5 gallon. And now I feel like it could go either way. Either they're going to pull out of it, they're going to do well and start to infest the container, or they're going to keep trickling off until I finally take major action and fix whatever's going on. So could go either way. I'm probably going to give it another month or two before I really take serious action. Touchable hat bidding 3,050. Is that even an Insulanum photo gallery? I love when thank you for the meme. You know, I just freaking realized I didn't even notice this before, guys. Not only is it Latin tongue song, it's $75. You don't even know how much is in there. $75 for a questionable number of a mislabeled isopod. Oh yeah, and Ice Beam, I did find a mutant in with my my Insulanums. I was just going to leave it to see what happened, and nothing seems to have. I don't see any more popping up, so maybe that individual was actually ill or something. But I was really hoping that phenotype would be isolatable because it's actually really cool. It kind of looks like the species Thai Itopacetus Millipedes. But yes, the Insulanum are the. I looked at the proper name is Insulanum and not Insulari. It's Insulanum. So anyway, so these are the dudes. This is we're taking a long time. What is it? The insular pillaus? Okay. Sicily's an island. Like insular is what does insular even mean? Peninsular? Insular. Okay, the island woodlouse. So, you know, wouldn't it be funny if they were actually like a really like endangered species in the wild? Wouldn't that just be the funniest thing? And we're just kind of sitting here like taking pot shots at them because they're rather unassuming looking, and they end up actually being like one of the rarest isopods on the planet, and we're just all stupid idiots. Wouldn't that be funny? That would be hilarious to me, is how I would view that. All right, going once on the Insulanum, the most isopod of all time. Going twice. Sold. I believe Stella's has claimed these. Yeah, Stella's. Stella's with a $30 winning bid. Congrats, Stella's. You've received the most isopod of all time. I have to pee. You guys got my mouth going, too. I'm a chatterbox now. I guess that's what you wanted. Stella's. All right. Quick potty break. Then I'm coming back, and we're getting through the last 8. You know what? Screw it. We're going to put up an isopod while I'm gone, while I go piddle. We're going to do these guys, and these are pretty cool. 20 Cubaris species Pachong albino. Starting bid of $1. Came to me unproven out. I have the wild types down to less than 1% of the colony. So, yeah, so these came labeled as a true breeding strain, and then they didn't breed true. So I've just been chipping away at the remaining wild types in there, and it's getting less and less every month. So, but yeah, they're pretty neat. They kind of look a little more, they're more of a soapy color than other whiteouts are. So that's pretty cool. All right, drink. Bathroom trip. All right, I see a lot of off-topic conversation. Let's see. These albinos look nothing like the cherry blossom Pachongs, which, hey, everybody, we're going to have cherry blossom Pachongs. Apparently not today because they weren't in any of the stacks. But, guys, Sunday, we're going to have cherry blossoms. And not the Sakuras, not the knockoffs, the actual cherry blossoms that are pink. Just letting you know. So, Doom Turtle seems to be correct that the albinos are the red Pachongs produced albinos. I feel like I can confirm this because when these albinos arrived to me, they were producing the red-looking Pachongs, but I also have red Pachongs that don't produce albinos. So here's an X. But true cherry blossoms are pink. That's the thing. They are very pretty. Let's see where this combo is going. On my way to sell these as Sakura blossoms for $5 million. I have cherry blossoms courtesy of Austin, and they do look good. They do look pink, but apparently there's mix-ups, probably because profit motivated with people calling things Sakura And then there's the actual cherry blossoms that are actually pink, which we will have on Sunday. So all right, here we go. Going once on the species Pakchong albino. Going twice. Sold. A lot of discussion going on here, but it looks like Eric with a winning bid of 56. And we have exceeded, I mean, there's another milestone we could hit tonight if I really pushed it, but it's a marathon, not a race. And we have gotten pretty far in this darn thing, and we are looking good tonight. Things are looking real good. So let's keep going. We have, it wasn't 55. That's unfortunate, but that's okay, Eric. We all make mistakes. Porcelio Af Levis Vanilla Bean, starting bid of $1. These are small spotted dairy cows. So if you want dairy cows, but with less dairy or more dairy and less cow, maybe because the spots are smaller. There you go. Tessa says, what doesn't help is the cherry blossom are also called Sakura. How are those Costa Rica Uricotas doing, says LC. I think we're going to be seeing them tomorrow. Yeah, Tennyson, some of that I think is intentional obscuration and confusion to try and capitalize on things, which really does not do justice to the actual stuff that is like quality and looks good. It'll only lead to more things being mixed up and crossed and bastardized. It's just how things go. So, but at least we can all have the dialogue and try to figure out things here and trace stuff and try to keep things straight. Somebody says if it helps, Sakura just means cherry blossom in Japanese. That's great, but in English, Sakura and cherry blossom mean two very different things, and I think that's where that obfuscation comes in with an agenda. And don't get me started on the deep state, the Isopod deep state. All right, here's an X for the Af Levis. Looks more dairy, less cow. That's kind of what I had figured there. All right, going once. Vanilla bean ice cream sounds really good right now. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Rhine. We're going to do a control R, and we're going to do our last 6 isopods here for today. We got more on Sunday. There's even more on Sunday. Rhine with a winning bid of 27. We'll do these guys. We got 30 Porcelionides virgatus, North Central Florida, starting bid $1. This is the also called Isopoda species Florida, something species Florida. The person who collected these doesn't remember where they were because apparently they were drunk when they collected them. Just that it's somewhere in North Central Florida, which is very vague, but hey, it's still locality information, so we're going to go with it. It very well may be like the Ocala area. I can maybe show you guys what they look like. I don't know if you can see. We'll try again here. So I feel like over time, I feel like over time my colony has shifted from being more of a standard isopod grayish color to being orange, and I didn't actually select for that. It just sort of happened. Maybe whatever favors that characteristic was more prominent in captivity than in the wild for whatever reason. Here's an X. I actually keep these as cleaners with my Archimandrita marmorata, and everybody gets along well, and there's always plenty of isopods, so that makes me happy when I see that. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Inverterrarium with a winning bid of 25. And that's your first auction win tonight, too. Congrats. Again, keep it up. We keep this good momentum, these good vibes, etc., etc. And now we have 30 Porcelio, Scaber, Excalibur. Really good line. I think I have a blog post with more details on these guys. And I think other than people who won them in the auction, the original isolator lost them. So let's see if I can find. I think I have a blog post. Excalibur. Here we go. Yeah, I do have an old blog post about these. Wow, this line is like 5 years old. That's crazy. Excalibur. These have really well-defined white skirting. Unlike the white tigers, which have less well-defined skirting and more of an overall kind of stripy appearance. And damn it, I want my white tigers back. Does anybody have white tiger scaber from me? Please, somebody has to have them. Please, 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 I need them back. Otherwise, I have to cross something to Lucy, to Scaber Lucy, and then breed out the leucistic allele and try to recreate the white tiger phenotype. Please, somebody, or go on my Facebook and try to find out the person who originally sent me the white tigers. But please, somebody has to have them. Please. I'm desperate. Here's an X for the Scaber Excalibur, but these are really cool. Melon Cat understands that reference. Yeah, that's a good reference. That was my life in, like, I think it was 2020, was watching Soul Eater with my friend Brandon between work sessions. Your boy Will made it home safe, says Emily. Oh, Will's home safe. Wonderful. That's good to hear. That was pretty fast. Lizard Bean says, I will be going to the coast tomorrow, and I'm aiming to collect more Alaniscus perconvexus from the same place I did last time. If I get enough, would you like some? Would I like some? Yes. Should I get some now? That's a tough decision. But I might have to make it because I do miss them and I did like them. So let me know how many you find and we can go from there. Is the bottom line. All right. Going once on the Excalibur. Going twice. Sold. To Bane of Fenrir with a winning bid of 49. Bane of Fenrir. 49 for the Excalibur. I think they're worth it. Bane of Fenrir. Okay, 4 left. We're going to do some 20 Arma. Dilidium, Maculatum, Angel, nearly solid, white when kept dry, pinkish brown when kept moist. Starting bid of $1. Maybe somebody has pictures of this line. This is this came out of not, maybe it was skull stock. It was 2014 maculatum stock. Oh, thank you, Double Z. How's the website going? I'm not sure if you talked about it yet. I did one big push of work back in February and maybe March, and then getting ready for the auction and going to Florida and all this other stuff caught up to me, and I haven't worked on it since. But I did get a chunk of Roach descriptions done. I think I got maybe 150 done, and there's still a lot more to do. The problem is this backlog of just years and years of information that I haven't ever written down like this, or that I need to put into the document that has to come out of here. That's the big problem. It'll be easier to have the website up and then at some point be like, oh, I need to add another 5 to 10 species. Go in, plug the numbers, do all that stuff. But for right now, man, everything is very difficult. Everything is very difficult. So, but you know, perseverance is the key. Just keep at it day by day. Persistence. Be like a cockroach. Unkillable. Unkillably persistent is how you have to do it. That has to be my motto. Here's the X for the maculatum angel. Again, this is a strain out of 2014 stock. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ryan with a winning bid of 57. I think this line is 4 or 5 years old. I've had them proven out for. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got some good stuff left here. These seem to be more popular. Tennyson's going to have to correct me on this. Armadillidae species. Miyako starting bid $1. I think these actually ended up being undescribed. Tennyson will correct me. I'm sure. But I think that these were more popular when they were first brought in, and now they've sort of declined. But I think they're pretty cool. Obviously, I just try to keep stuff forever. It's just my modus operandi. Flavor text, yum. Thank you, Mason. Dictate it to at least get it down in writing somewhere. That's the thing is the writing is in the Excel document where I write it in Word, copy it, paste it into the Excel document. But it's a lot of stuff. I want to make sure what I'm saying is clear to people. And I've done like 150 of these things already with all updated information and stories and whatnot. And now it's just keeping on doing that. And, you know, 2 things of the same locality. It's like, okay, I can copy the bulk of the care information, but then I should add on to that. Like these were found in this habitat. These were found like this. This area doesn't exist anymore, et cetera, et cetera. Photo gallery, am I right on the ID, or is it wrong, or is what's happened? We're also at 3 out of 10 for super chats. We need 10 out of 10 if we want to do another plant auction this evening. Doesn't have to happen, but I'm just letting you all know. All right, did I put an X? We're gonna put an X. Here's an X for the species Miyako. You're correct. All right, perfect. Thank you everybody for putting that down there. And these came from Austin. I can double check that really quick. I don't want to fish out the PDF, the Excel file. If you really want to know exactly who they came from, just shoot me a DM and I can go to my Excel sheet and look it up and do more work. All right, going once on the Miyakos. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 30. Bebop, that's definitely the first time I've seen you bid ever, and that's also your first Bugapalooza win. So congratulations on that, Bebop. Congrats. All right, our last 2 roach crossing items for today. We have a group of 20 Cubaris species rubber bee, whose praises I sung abundantly earlier. I really like these little guys. Very pretty, very easy, pretty fecund, pretty tolerant of the conditions I subject them to. And wow, look at how we have done today. We have gone through, in one day, we've gone through 142 items so far. So this last one will bring us to 143. And then we're going to do a couple Austin things. So any Blatella tomorrow? You know, I didn't actually pack up any Blatella, but hey, Glock roaches, let me know what species of Blatella you want. And you know what? I'll put them in there. I'll put a group of them in there for you. You let me know which ones you want or what strain. If I got them, putting them in there. All right. Yep. Good picture from Photo Gallery. We've got a little bit of interest. Our last thing, maybe it's not too extreme, but I'm happy because this is one of the first batches of these that I've produced. And I like them. I like the dudes that are coming up next. All right. I go tired of this indifference. I grow tired of it. Going once on the rubber bees. Going twice on the rubber bees. Sold. To Control R-ing because you guys finally got the let out when I started doing the countdown, and somebody's getting a really good deal on these. Sold to Comrade with a winning bid of 52. Comrade. So at this time, I would ask, hey, Austin, Stellas, if you're there, speak up somewhere. Speak up in the Discord or in the YouTube live stream, because I'm getting ready to do your stuff, and I want to make sure that the little flavor text I put for it is up to snuff. So let me know if you're there so that I can finalize that. As I go to put up this last thing, I don't even know what the genus is for this, if there even is one. Okay, people have got it too. Well, we know it's an isopod. That's a great sign. 7 left for a second. Okay, I'll get you something in a second here, Austin. We have 10 Isopoda species. Shiny gator, starting bid of $1. Another Austin acquisition. They're finally starting to really take off for me. And so here they are, and I like them. They're tuberculous, and I like that a lot. Let's see. Where's Stella's? All right. This item is a Stella's Springtails item. You will need to discuss shipping, TOS, lag, etc. with Stella's Springtails. Please contact him via Discord. Please get in touch with him to confirm final details and payment for your order. All right. Austin, I just sent you a little blurb that I'm going to include with each of your items. I'm just here to run this. I'm just here running the auction for that. I see that the shiny gators are quite popular. This is good to see. Again, I like them. They seem easier than the bigger spikies. Not quite as easy as Cristarmadillidium, for me at least, but still pretty straightforward species. Just kind of typical isopod enclosure, if not a little bit slow breeding. But some people like to be slow breeding. You know, we like to take our time with our breeding. We have 9 seconds to get our super chat goals, guys. I would say we're so close, but we were 6 away, so it's okay. I appreciate everybody who did comment. Again, if there's a roach you don't see in the auction tomorrow, shoot me a message and I'll try to throw up a group if I got an extra one or if I forgot about it or something. Glock roaches, we can do a B Vega. I think we can do maybe some special B Vega actually. So we'll go from there. Okay, here's an X for the shiny gators. Fight, 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 fight. Come on, Isopodic Fight Club. I want to see it. Come on. Can we get to $200? We're getting close. You guys are towing the line. DGSJ, Bane of Fenrir going up there. We are getting close. All right. Going once. Come on, 200. Going twice. Sold. 2. Let's control our DGSJ and Bane of Fenrir. Really getting into it. Sold to Bane of Fenrir for 205. It was a close fight. It was a battle for the ages. I am so happy that I put these up last because it was just as epic as I thought it would be. Bane of Fenrir with a winning bid of 205. And with that, you have pushed us over a threshold that I didn't even know I was aiming for today. So thank you so much for that. This is a great auction day, everybody. Just phenomenal overall. I'm going to catch up on the YouTube here, and we're going to start some auction stuff. It's just some sort of isopod. How are your orange hoffs doing? Should have adults soon if you don't already. I have babies, actually, from the orange hoffs. So they're doing quite well. Zach Olson says, roaches all day tomorrow, then grains start on Sunday. Yes, roaches all day tomorrow. Then Sunday we start with miscellaneous other bugs. Then we shift into isopods again because there's still a lot of isopods to do. Then we go into probably dry goods, blah, blah, blah. And then end of the day will be grain pets, grain pets. Garden Tales, there is no list of roaches that will be auctioned tomorrow. You basically got to show up and see if what you want is here. And Charlie Bug has a really all over the place bug rip list apparently. But you never know. You never know. You could always win something in a giveaway if something seems too expensive. It does happen. All right. Let's see. So today we're going to do the isopods for Stella's Springtails. There's some other stuff that Austin wants me to put up that will be Sunday stuff. So here we go. We're gonna start doing some Austin stuff, some Stella's Springtails. Make sure that this is all stuff, separate shipping, separate everything, shipping costs. This is I'm here to be cute and run the auction is basically my job. So we're gonna hit the ground running. We're gonna do 5 Cubaris species, rubber bee, dandelion, starting bid of $1. We got lots of hobby basics tomorrow. Oh yeah, I tried to grab, if it's available, I tried to grab a group of it for tomorrow. So there's a lot of larger roaches. I basically went through every tank in the basement, which is a lot of the larger species, and then I just had to piecemeal by sight stuff out of the office. But it's roach people will be eating good tomorrow. There's a lot of fun stuff. Springtails US says I have too busy a weekend to participate the other days, but thank you for the opportunity, Kyle. Today was a ton of fun. Thank you, Springtails US. I believe that's Ryan. So thank you for participating. Okay, so we got one group of 5 dandelions, Cubaris species, rubber bee, dandelion. I just got these a couple weeks ago from one of the people who isolated them. Multiple people isolated them at the same time. I think they're cool. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a good picture. Here's an X for these guys. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more isopods here from Austin, and believe me, there's some really good stuff in here, so definitely stick around. Definitely do not want to miss some of the stuff on this list. 5 show. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 control R-ing. Again, this is, you'll have to, all this stuff you got to bring up DGSJ. All this stuff you need to talk with Austin about. You got to contact Austin for shipping. There's going to be shipping costs. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. You got to talk to him. I'm just here to run the auction for his stuff, basically. We got a thing going on. Austin's the reason we're going to have cherry blossoms on Sunday. Actual cherry blossoms. So we're going to do 6 Cubaris species, amber, firefly, high yellow, starting bid of $1. Also, Austin, I hope you're keeping track of all this stuff. I mean, you can always search up the tag here because I'm not putting it in my tallies of stuff, so keep an eye on it. What an amazing day for the Bugapalooza today. It was truly a long arse day. Truly. Did the chat stop updating finally? I think so. I think maybe my internet browser is finally crapping out after working for 10 hours. Yeah, it did. The thing is paused. Let's see. Will TJ also be in the Bugapalooza? I don't know. TJ works weird hours, so I don't know if he'll actually be around. I'm going to need your help with these shinies. Says Alyssa, I have my info, but want to verify. Yeah, no worries. Ask me about. I mean, I'll tell you how I have them. They're in a critter keeper with maybe 1.5 inches of substrate, maybe more than that. And it's just a good general compost mix sterilized from my compost pile. And I piled up some wood in the corner, like some wood pellets that have been hydrated. I got a lot of shredded up leaf litter on top of that. There's really high springtail activity. And it seems like they're okay with some dryness. They don't seem to mind that. In fact, they might prefer that, actually. And I just sort of crinkle up fish flakes and sprinkle it all over everything. Watering's like every week-ish. Heavy spray, and then I do a full check once a month, roughly. So, oh yeah, TJ is on vacation in Italy. Here's an X for the amber firefly high yellows. Yeah, he is on vacation in Italy, so I guess he won't be joining us. So I can't be like, TJ, tell me more about this thing that you sent me. Unfortunately, but all right, going once for the amber fireflies. Going twice. Sold to DGSJ with a winning bid of 101. Let's get the next item queued up here. We have 6 Cubaris. I'm assuming species snow bee, starting bid of $1. Cubaris snow bee. God, there's so many Isopod Depot, Isopod this. So I'm assuming snow bee is not its own species, and it is Cubaris species bumblebee, and then the strain name is snow bee. But I don't know that, so I can't make that claim. But I'm just going to assume that that's actually what it is. So those are, again, assumptions. Those are assumptions. And I haven't actually worked with this before, so I have no idea. I haven't even worked with species bumblebee before. So sorry, guys, you're on your own with this. You're going to have to figure it out on your own. Here's an X for the snow bees. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Lotus with a winning bid of 45. All right, we're going to do, let's get you guys moving. 5. Snows are from Emperor. Thank you, Bane and Fenrir, for perhaps speaking some truth on this. I'd love to hear more about this line if you have more information. 5 Loriola species, white stripe. Starting bid of, again, $1. Oh, shoot. I got to delete this. Because I didn't have the Stella stuff. Sorry, Hades. You can put that towards the 5 Loriola species white stripe starting bid of $1. Sorry, guys. I needed to put the thing there so that Stella could find that. So you can just transfer your bids down there. I just wanted to be clear in case we're looking back on things in the future. So Hades is in the lead currently. Smuggler with a meager $5, 55 from Double Z. Somehow I don't think these numbers are going to stay where they are. Elizabeth says Snowbee is from Emperor Bee, not Bumble. Again, thank you for that information. This is information that is often lost with this stuff, and I appreciate people who can speak authoritatively on these matters. Tennyson says the different color forms of these are different localities. Do we know what localities by any chance, Tennyson, or is this a no sort of situation? All right, here's an X. Geez, somebody's gonna really get some crazy isopods here. All right, going once on the white stripes. Going twice. Sold to OG Original Gecko, finally making an appearance with a winning bid of 190. All right, we're going to run this another way. We're going to do Austin. I know you listed this as 2 6 counts, but I'm going to fuse them for the good of everybody. We're going to do 12 Cubaris Murina pearls, starting bid of $1. Stella says Kyle. Oh, Behijager. Behijager. I didn't even see that. You know, they say most. I'm going to put edited. Whoops. They say most jobs or most problems occur on the job site when you're tired. Changed from OG Original Gecko. All right, there we go. All right, there you have it. I didn't go right into the next thing. Good. 12 Cubaris Murina pearls, starting bid of $1. So sneaky, Kyle didn't even see it. No, I didn't. But Hijiger really snuck in there before everybody else with a 204 of all things. So collectors won't say just that they are different localities. Yeah, it's late enough in the Bugapalooza. That's some stupid bullshit. I'm so mad about that. Oh, somebody's gonna go clean out my spot that I already decimated for the commercial collection hobby. I'm so worried about it. Come on, get over yourself. Alyssa says I have all the genetic stuffs on Excel, which is why I keep trying to pick your brain. No, that's great. You're doing yeoman's work doing that stuff, and eventually I will come and pest you for what you found out about some of these ridiculous things that I've been receiving myself. Charlie said my Google Room just crapped itself around memory from running the stream all day. Yeah, that could happen. Geez, guys, we're going to wrap up tonight's Bugapalooza before 9. It's going to be kind of crazy. I'm saving one of the best for last. We got a couple things we've already done, but I'm really saving the best for last here. And I'm thinking that's going to pay off. Oh, yeah. This will be legendary for sure. All right, here's an X for those Murinas. Yeah, guys, this is the last item's going to be crazy. I think I can feel it. All right, the pearls going once, going twice, sold to Circa with a winning bid of 62. This goes a lot faster when I don't have to do Excel sheet stuff. All right, we're going to run this one more time. 5 Cubaris species, rubber bee, comma, dandelion, starting bid of $1. Gives us more energy for Roach Day tomorrow. I'm going to need it. I'm starting to run ragged, and I need rest. The fact that let's not downplay the fact that in the last week, I took care of my entire basement worth of bugs, not the office, but the entire basement. While doing that, I packed everything to be shipped out already, so it's ready to just sort and ship this week. And that's basically it. And then I gotta do the office and finish up my isopods, but it was a lot of stuff to do, and I got it done. And now I'm gonna be able to like reap the benefits of being on top of everything for a month. I can actually like live my life for a month. It's gonna be weird. Melissa's saying I've been starting to put what I source the info from as well. That's a good idea as well. Kyla suffered for our benefit. Well, it's for all of our benefit, especially after today's auction. I'm getting some good benefits here too. Believe me. Here's an X for the dandelions. Believe me, there's a lot of suffering, but there's a lot of the opposite of suffering going on. All right, going once on the rubber bee dandelions. Going twice. Sold. To Kuvrik with a winning bid of 58. All right, Cubaris. We got 6 Cubaris species. Snow bee, starting bid of $1. Oh, it's Kuvrik, not Kubrick. That's okay. We know who you are. All right. Second to last isopod, everybody. We've got the snow bees once more before our final crazy, stupid bidding thing. And believe me, it's going to be both crazy and stupid. It's going to be insane in the absolute sense. Also, if anybody hasn't liked the live stream yet, I would invite you to do that. I really appreciate that. How many things have we checked off of our stream today that are on the promotional material? We did Expanses, Witch's Potion. I think we have one more group of those left for Sunday. We did the Cedaniscoma. We did the Loriola species White Stripe. We did the Orthomorphus subcarshi. And everything else has not been done yet, so that's kind of cool. All right, I'm excited to get the last thing, so we're going to wrap up the Snow Bee. The Snow Bee S. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Smuggler. All right, now time for the real main event. Here's our last isopod for today, everybody, from Stella Springtails, a.k.a. Austin, a.k.a. Stella. We have a group of 5 Loriola species. Durian. Starting bid $1. Go crazy. I want to see limbs flying. I want to see genitalia, regardless of whether or not they're internal or external genitalia. I want to see them being ripped off and out. Come on, let's see something. Let's see some fighting. Let's see it's Walmart on Black Friday, and there's flat screen TVs for 50 cents each, and a 25-cent rebate. I don't think Walmart even does rebates, but there we are. So yeah. Here's what I wanted to see. There's that precious engagement. Out come the durians. Yep. Again, Austin's been talking about these for at least 2 or 3 months. He's like, man, Demar, put them up there at $1 starting bid. Let them watch them go nuts, saying stuff like that. Demar, that's a very Austin thing. Demar, I like it. It's a nice little. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's not a verbal tick. It's was it idiosyncrasy? Something. I don't know. I can't think anymore, guys. I'm completely shot. I'm ready for bed. I'm ready to relax. I can't wait to lay down, put my feet up, maybe watch some regular show, text Angela, let some cats crawl on me, all that kind of stuff. All right, here's an X. Start panicking, everybody. Start freaking out, freaky deaky. I want to see it. I want to hear your franticness. All right, going once on the durians. Going twice. Sold. And when the dust settles, who is the victor? The victor looks like it is Hades 2 with a winning bid of $230 for the group of durians. I appreciate this. Part of me was tempted to actually join in on the bidding. That's not fair, actually, at all. I'd have to have somebody else run it for us, but because I want them. But I think Austin's going to get me some at some point, so I don't have to spend money and try to make money today, not spend money. So there you go. Congratulations, Hades 2, the final winner of the first day of Isopods. Believe me, guys, we still got plenty of good Isopods. They're waiting in the living room. We got plenty of good stuff to come. Yeah, I think 10 hours. I know we said 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We finished up ahead of time. I'm thankful for that. I need rest. I got to clean my rodents tomorrow morning before I start the live stream. So there's that I got to take care of. And a wonderful first day. Wonderful first day with you, everybody. And the fact that things are pretty much all packed up ahead of time makes my life a lot easier and is going to make this overall, I think, one of the most satisfying of the Bugapaloozas with just how fast everything gets out. You guys get your bugs faster. I don't have to die for 4 to 6 months postponing stuff and this crashed and I don't have this and blah, blah, blah. So Charlie Bug says, burn half my budget in the first hour of day one, then held off the rest of the day. Now I have more left for roaches. So, yeah, thanks, everybody. Finishing up day one of the Bugapalooza. I'm going to go take some time off and rest and lay down and not sit. And I think the rain stopped, so that means I could go out. I could go for a stroll today. I could go for a walk. I like that idea. So, all right, everybody. With that being said, I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for attending day one of the Bugapalooza. We are 1/3 of the way through, and maybe the best is yet to come. So, all right. Take care, everybody. It won't let me end the stream. There we go. Now it's not letting me end the stream still. There we go. It's ended.